The United States in Another World. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, The Many Types of Battle. 0638 April 8, 2020 CE 0704 Sun 8, 196 AE Industropolis, U.S. headquarters in the Magus Imperium. A human stared hostilely at him with narrowed eyes. "What clothes do you usually wear?" The question and the way he was asking it felt extremely unfitting. Another human entered. "Tom, I don't think this is gonna work, but I was about, just let me do it. Grab yourself some lunch. It's already an hour past noon." The human got up and left the room. The new human took his place. "Sorry about that, he's trained in a different way. Now is there anything we can get you? Drink? Food?" He had just gotten some food from the humans earlier, so there was no need. He found the human food strange. Some kind of meat placed between two extremely soft bread. It tasted good, even better than what he ate at home. "Just some water please." The human turned towards the human guard that was standing by the door. "Can you get him a bottled water?" The human guard quickly left. The human smiled. "I guess it's time for introductions. Nice to meet you. I'm Warrant Officer Tucker Stevens of the U.S. Army." Private Aylmer Zylberus of the National Army. Tucker started flipping through a bunch of paper. "I have a few questions for you. I'm not sure if you know or not, but my country comes from a different world." Aylmer looked confused. "We are interested in your culture. As a nation from a different world, we are seeking to understand the cultures of other nations in the world. I hope you are willing to cooperate and answer our questions." Aylmer was confused by these humans. They were strangely hospitable. When he was captured, he had expected them to torture him. Not only did they not torture him, but they also treated the burn wounds that he had gotten in the battle in the jungle. Now he was in a strange square room with a weird dark shaded glass on one side. He thought that this was where they would torture him, but it was just questions. Now, they weren't even asking for any military-related information. Sure, how good of an artist are you?" "Average." Tucker handed him a piece of paper and a pencil. "Can you draw what you usually wear as a civilian?" The human guard then entered and placed a strange clear container in front of Aylmer. He looked at it with apprehension. "Oh, that's just a bottle of water. You unscrew the top and you can drink from it. Anyways, once you finish drawing, I will have some more questions for you." The questioning went on for much more than an hour. It ranged from customs to food and even to daily life. "Well, that's all, Mr. Zylberus. I would like to thank you for your cooperation. Have a nice day." A few minutes later, Aylmer was led out by the human guard. Behind the window, "This one seems the most cooperative. I guess not all elves are anti-human extremists. There are a couple that are not that brainwashed. However, they are still fiercely loyal to their country. Should we try to ask him for any military information? The information he's given to us is already extremely useful. As the saying goes, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. If we push him further, he might not be willing to give us any more information." He looked over the drawing of the elf's civilian clothes. It definitely seemed like something from the early 20th century. "This is quite a good drawing. His drawing skills are definitely beyond average. We better send this to Sockham. We also gotta send some of these elves to the CIA. They are getting a bit noisy about it. Just send some of the uncooperative ones." Industropolis, Emperor's Palace. Emperor Arstant had just had a meeting with the American ambassador. Now he was conversing with military advisor Caius about the current situation. Military advisor Caius had been looking very dejected recently. The advance of the Americans have far eclipsed our forces. Their mechanized units are much faster than ours. The elves have been so far easily defeated by the Americans. From our reports, elven tanks can't do damage to the American ones. In addition, their air power has the ability to lay waste to huge elven armored formations. From our department's conclusion, I guess they are this world's superpower now. Emperor Arstant sighed. At least they are human and are willing to work with us. The Americans seem to also be willing to give us some of their older technology. However, they want us to supply them with some random fruit, vegetable, and plant products, I suppose. I hope they don't make any unreasonable demands. So far they haven't. Cat Kingdom, United Beastman Kingdom. Okay, so aim down the sights. Stable. Deep breath. Stay firm. Then pull the trigger. The AK in Ron's hand jerked back from the recoil. I still can't get used to this backward movement. You will get it soon enough. With their size, the bigger cats had no problem with the recoil of the AKs. On the contrary, Ron's small frame was an issue. He couldn't handle the big swords that Division Commander Flamatail used. His usual choice of weapons was a pair of knives. Strangely, he also sometimes used scissors. He seemed to love scissors. In addition, he had a weird interest in using the sharpened pencils that the Diamond Wolves had brought over. The other beastmen had been training dutifully with their supplied AKs. They will be shipping out about 4 days from now. Although it has only been 3 days since the Diamond Wolves arrived, they have been training every day. It was a good thing that the beastmen were already extremely well disciplined and strong. They just needed to learn the basics of using the AKs and how to use them effectively. The elven advance into the kingdom of Albia had started again, so break time was over. However, the elves seemed to have diverted their forces. Their advances were much slower and they haven't gained much ground. Out of all the divisions being sent, they, the 5th Division, were the only ones trained to shoot guns. Through the course of their training, there had been some minor disagreements between the Diamond Wolves and the 5th Division. Despite recommendations, the beastmen weren't willing to give up their armor. 0720 April 8, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. They are selling what? AK-47s? Who authorized that? You did, sir. President Hayes went silent for a few seconds. Oh yeah, I did. I didn't authorize anything else, did I? No, good. Just warned them that they can't sell or give any heavier weapons to the UBK. No anti-tank, no anti-air, stuff like that. They themselves can use it in their battles, but they have to bring their heavy weaponry back. I would have much preferred if they had given them M1 Garens, but I guess the AKs will give them a better chance. 0723 April 8, 2020 CE 0841 Sun 8, 196 AE Elven Defense Line Tank. Take cover. The fighting in the town had been fierce. The elves weren't willing to give away a single street without fighting. Fuck. Kens down, and Abrams rolled down the street. It quickly dispatched the elven tank. Its machine guns then lit up the elven position further down the street. Private Isaac kept his back on a wall. I fucking hate urban combat. Could we have bombed this place to Kingdom Come? Isaac peeked around the corner with his gun and started shooting. For all the technological advantages they had, urban combat was still hell. Sergeant Bennett yelled out. Move. 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 Come on, boys, we are positioning further up. The houses in the vicinity have been cleared. On the road beside Isaac, the Abrams rumbled down. We are moving up the road. Centurion 1-2, 1-3, and 1-4, where the hell are you guys? Report your position. We don't see you behind us. Over, we got infantry pinned down by tanks on the street behind. They are trying to flank us, we don't need all 3 Abrams down there. Centurion 1-2 move up. Out, Wilco. This is Centurion 1-1. Over, this Praetorian. Go ahead Centurion 1-1, what is Centurion 2 doing? The enemy is flanking us. Half of my forces are being held up. Centurion 2 is currently engaging multiple enemy armor, tell them to hurry their fucking asses up. Out, Captain John Rose sided Centurion 1-1's request. Isaac crouched behind a sandbag next to Fred. We got another elven position up there. Where the fuck is our tank? Reckon you can take them out with your grenade launcher? I got no grenades left. Use them all up to clear out the machine guns in the houses. Where's the rest of the squad? They are coming up. Well, fuck it. Isaac popped up from his crouched position and started shooting his M4A1 carbine. Bullets whizzed by from the elven rifles. Fred followed along. Crouching back down, Isaac saw someone run up to them. It was Specialist Noah Wallace, their squad's automatic rifleman. He was carrying a M249 light machine gun. The rest of the squad seemed to be peeking out towards them from behind the building. About time you got here, rest of the squad is pinned behind that building. Damn elves know how to use their bolt-action rifles well, less talking. More shooting. Noah set up his M249 and started firing downrange. Fred and Isaac popped up to provide further fire. Slowly, the elven position down the road crumbled. Their squad's Bradley rolled up. Staff Sergeant Jacob James, squad leader of Isaac's squad, ran up to it. He yelled at it, where the fuck is our tank support? The Bradley commander popped open his hatch and yelled back. Sorry, boys, this is all you got. Centurion 1 is dealing with elven tanks that are trying to flank us. However, BFV1 should be coming up with a second squad. Deeper in the town, Lieutenant General, the situation doesn't look too good. We are losing too many of our magic panzers. How long until this second wave gets here? Less than an hour. Prepare for a retreat. Less than an hour later. We will be coming up to your position soon. This is the commander of the 11th Blitzpanzer Division. We will have to retreat. We are unable to keep a hold of this town. Aira switched the radio to her own forces. I repeat. All forces. Pull out. Chapter 52 Issues and More Issues. 0613 April 8, 2020 CE 0606 Sun 8, 196 AE Frontline. This is Centurion 2-3. Our main gun just got shot to pieces. Centurion 2-3. This is Centurion 2-1. Pull back. Centurion 2-4. Move in front of Centurion 2-3. Out. Copy that. Wilco. Destroyed tanks littered the four-way intersection that was ahead. A medium tank and a couple of light tanks were still shooting at the 4 Abrams. They had taken out waves upon waves of tanks, but it seemed endless. After dispatching the remaining elf tanks, only the sound of the burning elf tanks remained. They waited a few seconds. As they went forward, they stopped when they came upon another 4 Abrams. They were shooting down the road. Please identify. We are currently behind you. Over. This is Centurion 1-1. What took you forever? We had to divert our attention because of you slowpokes. Too many fucking tanks. Centurion 2-3 got their gun taken out by these fucking bastards. I think we are mapping up the last of them. I don't see any more tanks up ahead. After a few minutes, Centurion 1's shooting died down. Who knows when these pesky elves will show up behind us? Well, we will be going back to support our infantry squads now. Centurion 1 out. Good luck out there. Centurion 1 pulled out of their street. A few streets away, enemy tank, an elven medium tank appeared on the road. A tow missile flew out of the box that was attached on the left side of the Bradley's turret. It impacted the elven tank. Another elven medium tank appeared. It came to a stop and its turret started traversing toward the Bradley. The Bradley's 25mm M242 chain gun opened up. Loaded with the M919 APFSDST, it easily knocked the elven tank out with a few hits. A few minutes later, seems like they're running, Isaac peeked around the corner of a building. A few elves were covering the rest of the elves' retreat. Their Bradley laid down lead on the elves. Suddenly, a massive explosion hit the poor elves' positions. Well, now they fucking show up. After the sounds of battle died down, Staff Sergeant James ran up to the forwardmost Abrams. Where the fuck were you guys when we needed you? The person who had his upper body out of the hatch on top of the Abrams yelled down. We had to deal with a horde of elf tanks, mind you. If we didn't, you guys would have been cut off and overrun in no time. Captain John Rose listened to the reports from his subordinates. The elves are retreating on all fronts in the town. Good work. Secure the rest of the town. Less than 30 minutes later, elven counterattack. Shit. They're back already. Did they just run away? They got fresh troops, it seems. Fucking hell. Who we fighting? The goddamn Soviet Union. Seems like it, son. Seems like it. Where's our goddamn air support? The Navy should have gotten to their positions about an hour ago. They skedaddled. What I mean, Sarge, elves had too large of a fleet to deal with. 0630 April 8, 2020 CE 0615 Sun 8, 196 AE Ocean. Many miles south of the Magus Imperium 5 Virginia-class and 2 Los Angeles-class submarines of Submarine Squadron 1 were quietly moving deep in the sea. Seems like the entire elf fleet ran with their tail behind their back all the way to their home. The speed of the Virginia-class and Los Angeles-class submarines were much slower than surface ships when submerged, so they had trailed behind the main fleet. Now that the main fleet turned back, they continued. Our goal is to sink as many of their ships as we can. The focus is on their aircraft carriers though. It shouldn't be long before they come back. In the meantime, we can blow up a couple of their transport ships to get them out. Let's get them then. We still have to be cautious. We are expecting their submarine fleet to number in the hundreds. Even with our stealth, if we accidentally run into their patrol net, there's going to be a fight. Could we have deployed the entire submarine fleet to deal with them? Even if we did, the ocean is huge. We have only around 50 attack submarines. We are gonna expect some casualties if we try to deal with the elves head-on. I tell ya, one Los Angeles-class submarine is worth a few hundred of the elf submarines. We have the technological edge. There is absolutely no way that the elves can sink one. Don't be too overconfident. When something goes wrong, We are going to lose one. Trust me, something always goes wrong. It would look shit in the press when it does. Think about it. World War II submarine sinks America's modern submarine. Someone's gonna get sacked you if that happens. 0657 April 8, 2020 CE 0629 Sun 8, 196 AE frontline. The Centurion 1-3's main gun went off. It took out the Elven Tiger tank that was approaching. A flood of Elven infantry and tanks were coming towards the town. The Magosians are plugging the holes, but I don't think they can hold. Ocean many miles south of the Magus Imperium submarine Squadron 1 continued to silently swim through the water of the ocean. There were 4 groups of elf submarines nearby. We are passing right under one of the submarine squadrons. Can't we just shoot them out the ocean when we are on the route back? I already don't have a good feeling about this. Once we sink a few of their large ships, they're gonna have their entire submarine fleet looking for us. We can swim under them. Hopefully they don't have any weird magic shit that lets them detect us. Well, seeing that we are currently under one, I'm betting they don't. 30 minutes later, frontline alliance held against the Elven counterattack. The Magosians fought bravely, and with support from a couple of Abrams, their area is held. We are stopping our advance and holding this area. There are millions of elves and thousands of their tanks swarming a few miles from us. It will be a death trap if we charge in. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. 1322 April 8, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. Okay, so the deal with the Magosians went through. We will be giving them the blueprints for M4 Shermans and P-51 Mustangs. They will be supplying us with most of the products that we are not able to produce domestically or get from the northern frontier. Secretary of State Katerina Clifford still remembers the meeting she had with Emperor Arstant. The footage for the Shermans and Mustangs were perfect, since they were shown defeating weapons that were similar to the ones that the elves had. That sounds perfect. Now, Mr. President, on to the issue of democratization that you wanted to talk about. Yes. I'm not seeing any progress with the Bem Kingdom and Mark Imperium. Can you explain that? We're in a completely new world, and from what we know, no country in this world has tried any form of democratic government. We don't know if the people will even accept a democracy. We don't want something like the Middle East happening again here. From my plan, we are going ahead with a different approach to democratization. We gave the Iraqis freedom too quickly. It didn't take long for it to go to shit. This time I'm suggesting we take it slowly and don't force it on them. Yeah, but the problem in the Middle East was because there were religious differences there. Look, Mr. President, we aren't going to come into this world and flip everything upside down. We aren't exactly crusaders for democracy. We know even less about the people of this world than we do about the Iraqis. And look how well we did with our efforts to promote democracy in Iraq. 16 years and trillions of dollars, yet we still face seemingly never-ending insurgencies. I understand that, but some from the press have started to question the lack of democratization. Mr. President, we made deals with authoritarian governments on a daily basis when we were on Earth. We even have a history of propping up and supporting authoritarian governments that were beneficial to us. The media didn't care when we made deals with the Saudis. You should know well that people complain more about our wars against terror in the Middle East than they do about our deals with dictators. Then what should we tell the press then? We will tell the press we are taking steps. This is completely true. We are improving the infrastructure and technology in the countries we have occupied. In addition, we will emphasize that we are being extra careful not to repeat the mistakes that we made in the Middle East. 4 days later, Naval Station Norfolk. James leaned on the fence. Directly behind him was the ocean. We just returned to restock our missiles. I heard what happened. How did the elves beat you guys back? They got crafty. He was talking to Seaman J. Duncan. They had been best friends since high school. Both of them had joined the Navy at about the same time. Seems like my ship will be going with you guys for this. Aren't we already stretched extremely thin? I don't think there's anything for us to worry about. The only enemies we have now are these elves. Whilst talking, James stared back into the ocean at a white-colored ship. It was a Legend-class cutter, also known as the National Security Cutter, one of the largest active patrol cutters in the U.S. Coast Guard. Even though it was a Coast Guard ship, it seemed like something that the Navy would have. Say, why is the Coast Guard here? I think there was an incident of some sorts with a fishing ship. They probably caught too big of a fish or something. James chuckled. Don't laugh at that. I'm not kidding. There are some unique fish here. It's a world of magic. I won't be surprised if a kraken actually exists. That big of a ship for a small fishing incident? No, I think it was a factory ship. You know, Those huge-ass ships used for fishing. We are using more of them because of the fact we can't import such large amounts of fish like we did on Earth. Must be a serious incident if they called out that big of a Coast Guard ship. I think I heard that it went down. They are going on search and rescue. HM. Chapter 53 Democratization and McDonald's. 1032 April 9, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. The Committee on the Occupied Countries, COC. In order to not repeat the mistakes of the Middle East, a temporary committee had been set up by the president to plan what to do with the BEM Kingdom and mock Imperium. Democratization was a very important and heavily discussed topic in most of the committee's past meetings. A few months ago, they had planned for a thorough study of the occupied countries. Secretary of State Katarina Clifford was starting the meeting. I have talked with the president and received the reports from the researchers that we have sent. So far, our modernization campaign has gone without any major issues. During their first meeting, which was many months back, they had discussed how to fix the infrastructure that had been destroyed during the war. It had been decided that in addition to repairing the infrastructure, it had been decided to modernize and upgrade them. That job had been delegated to multiple American companies which were to be paid using money from the treasuries of the BEM and MOC. Countless meetings happened afterward to discuss the politics, the entrance of other U.S. companies, trade, and democratization. Democratization was an issue that had spanned multiple meetings. The people in the room nodded. The committee of advisors, political scientists, military leaders, and a few other government officials were all sitting and looking at her. Katarina continued. From our interactions with and surveys of the people of the BEM Kingdom, they are generally supportive of becoming a republic. And from our investigations, there are no worries of any ethnic, cultural, or national differences. The nobles are of course hostile to this idea, however they are few of them, and from our understanding, lack any significant popular support. Katarina paused to see if her colleagues of the committee had any opinions. Colonel Jackson Ollie started first. Should we make plans to arrest the nobles, we will strip them of their titles. Arresting them seems to be going a bit overboard. They haven't done anything wrong, so we can't charge them for any crimes. Jackson leaned back. A political scientist on the committee went next. We had been discussing plans for a referendum. Will we be going ahead with that? Katarina nodded. I have decided that we can skip the referendum. The political scientist started arguing back. I still believe we should go ahead with a referendum. Give the people a feeling of what it is like to vote. We don't want it to be a mess when they start the vote for their leader. We are concerned that the nobles will get in the way of the referendum. They may try to use their wealth and influence to change the vote. Then it will be no better than the country still being controlled by the nobles. Then get rid of them before the referendum. The purpose of the referendum is to see the will of the people in order to get permission to change the system. Changing the system before the referendum even starts doesn't make sense. We are the governing power now. We can do whatever we want. Katarina looked a bit bewildered at the shocking statement. One of the advisors interrupted their seesaw conversation. He has a point there. We don't have to turn the country into a democracy to get rid of their nobles. The current king that we placed on the throne can do that. Just make him get rid of all the nobles. See, no change to the system. The others in the room who had watched them as they went back and forth all nodded at that. Katarina rubbed her chin. Okay, we will prepare a referendum. I will pass on to the president the suggestion of stripping the nobles of their titles and the lands related to said titles before we begin the referendum. We will also have to confiscate a majority of their wealth. Agreed. No one in the room showed any complaints or disagreements. On to the next thing. The mock Imperium, on the other hand, is problematic. Because of their size, we are unable to conduct a thorough survey. However, from what we have gained so far, there seems to be 50% support for a republic. However, we will have to redraw borders. Katarina clicked on the remote she grabbed off the table. A map shows up on the TV. The colored map of the mock Imperium seemed like the end result of a toddler getting their hands on many different color paint cans. There are cultural differences. We will have to split this country up. The emperors held their country together through the use of nationalism and the end of a gun. In addition to this, we have hundreds of nobles that are extremely hostile to the idea of a republic. Moreover, from our calculations, they are capable of raising an army of rebels totaling about 500,000 to 1 million. Possibly even more. Can't we apply what we did to the nobles in the BEM Kingdom to the mock Imperium? Katarina shook her head. There are too many. Unlike the BEM, some of them even have popular support and a large backing. I still say that we should force democratization. It is our duty. We always establish democracies in our occupied countries. They are an empire, right? Can't we do what we did with the Japanese? That won't work. Japan had things that we could take advantage of. Namely the fact that they saw their emperor as a god. If we had gone ahead with your past suggestion of making the mock imperium a democracy the moment we were able to, the mock imperium would have made the Middle East seem like the room of a person with OCD. So what do we do now? You can't just let them stay a monarchy, Jackson interrupted. Technically we could force democratization. We have the technological edge and our military analysts predict that we may be able to win within a few months, not accounting for them using modern guerrilla tactics or any other factions that may rise up. A few of the people in the room snickered at his suggestion. Katerina sighed. We have a history of propping up more authoritarian governments than democracies. Sure, we have changed our stance, but that doesn't mean we have to make every single country a democracy. We can leave some be. The room devolved into multiple arguments afterward. Some supported the idea of finding a way to democratize the Magus Imperium. Others were fine with the way it is as long as it meant that the US won't be dragged into an endless anti-insurgency war. Katerina sighed. In a few minutes, she packed up her things and left after things got nowhere. 0622 April 9, 2020 CE 0611 Sun 9, 196 AE Aginport, Bem Kingdom. Wybert Holden stood outside of the building. It looked extremely alien when compared to its surroundings. The Americans had changed Bem a lot. The most obvious was the street lights and the paved roads. Originally, there were also American soldiers everywhere with their weird vehicles, but they were mostly gone now. Occasionally, there would be massive US military planes in the sky coming from the nearby airport the Americans had constructed. This building was also something that came from the Americans. He could see inside because of the glass that surrounded the bottom of the building. There were a lot of people inside. A few feet away by his side was a giant tower with a yellow M on top. He hesitated at the door. His friends had suggested it, but it felt so foreign. He rarely went out to eat. A good place was always extremely expensive. The cheaper one served mediocre food. It was better and cheaper to eat at home. He still wanted to try it though. His friends had come back with a strange wonderment to their eyes. He opened the door and walked in. It looked nothing like the taverns. The floor seemed to be made of some sort of marble. Instead of the color of brown wood that he was so used to, everything was a clean white. Even the tables and chairs weren't wood. It seemed like a place that only the rich could afford to eat at. He waited in line and before long, walked up to the counter. He stared around in confusion. The worker who was standing behind a weird box spoke up. "Welcome to McDonald's. First time?" "Yes." "So, how does this work?" The worker pointed upwards towards a wall of lists behind him. Some of the screens were changing. He would have probably called it witchcraft if the Magus didn't have something similar. There were a few screens that stayed static and had words and pictures. You can select your order from the options listed above. Pay the price indicated, we will give you the receipt. You can go find a table, and when we call the number on the receipt, you can come up to pick it up and bring it back to your seat. The options looked surprisingly cheap when compared to the aesthetics of the building. It was half the price of a full meal at a cheap tavern. 10 burls for a... Okay, what's a Big Mac? It's a burger. Sauce, vegetables, and a slice of meat in between two soft pieces of bread. A Big Mac is a larger one. It's basically 2 burgers on top of one another. It seemed interesting and hopefully it was worth the price. I will get that. Anything else? He continued looking. What's this? Coca-Cola, a very sweet drink, also bubbly. Sure, I will take that too. Medium. It was only about 2 burls. Okay. Actually, are you interested in a Big Mac meal instead? What's that? For only 12 burls, you get a Big Mac, a medium Coca-Cola, and a medium box of French fries. French fries are sliced, fried, and salted potatoes. They are a common side to a burger. Sure. He paid the price, found a seat, sat down, and waited. He still felt hesitant. It just felt too cheap. It wasn't long before his number was called. It now felt too fast. Wybert hoped they didn't undercook it. He didn't want to deal with a stomachache. He walked up to grab the tray. A different worker was there and handed him multiple small packets. These packets are called ketchup. You can open them and squeeze them on the French fries. He carefully carried his tray back to his table. A delicious aroma rose up from the Big Mac box. Wybert walked out of the store with a heavenly satisfied look on his face. The Big Mac felt unexplainably good. Wybert corrected himself. The entire meal was heavenly. And at that cheap of a price too. The materials that packed the food also seemed to be high in value. He took the bag of empty containers along with him. McDonald's was one of the first few companies allowed to begin operations in the BEM Kingdom. As a test, they were only allowed one restaurant in the BEM Kingdom. Naturally, it was placed in the capital. McDonald's themselves decided to change some things to the way this McDonald's operated. They took out the self-serve soda fountains and also linked the building to an electric generator since the infrastructure of the BEM Kingdom was spotty. The business was now booming. Luckily, it didn't stifle all the restaurants around it. That was a condition from the US government in order to protect small businesses in the BEM Kingdom. If that single McDonald's caused all restaurants around it to close, then that would have caused major damage to the BEM economy. Chapter 54 Artillery is King. 0222 April 9, 2020 CE 0411 Sun 9th, 196 AE Mach Imperium A Humvee, the term that the Americans used for their military car, slowly drove down the road. An American soldier was up on the gun and scanning around. Medius watched it go by. American patrols were a common sight nowadays to ensure public safety. He had heard that the Americans had restricted any American companies from establishing here out of concern. He didn't really understand what the concern was for. He knew that there were people who were unhappy with the fact that their country was defeated, but he also knew they weren't insane enough to attack the victors. For as long as he could remember, the country had always been quite peaceful. 0001 April 9, 2020 CE 0300 Sun 9th, 196 AE American frontline. The sun was slowly coming up. After the elves' failed counterattack yesterday afternoon, no further action was seen. They seemed to really hate night fighting. A whistling sound filled the air. Isaac and a few other soldiers glanced around in confusion. One of the experienced soldiers had a face that seemed like he knew what was going to happen next. Ah, fuck, artillery. They dived to the ground as the ground shook like a 5.0 magnitude earthquake. A few seconds later, the ground shook again. A few miles behind the Elven front line, the booms of the Elven 15 cm cannons did not stop. They lined the plains of nearly the entire front. Their goal was to hammer the front lines to soften it so advancing forces could easily take it. They had prepared enough ammunition for an hour-long session of firing. Once the shelling stopped, Elven infantry and tanks would start advancing. More than 10 miles back of the American front line, coordinates were yelled out. The wheels on the sides of the gun were spun quickly in order to adjust to said coordinates. Let's go, load. An artilleryman placed a shell onto the ammunition table. Go. Go. The shell was loaded into the cradle with the touch of a button. Another soldier smashed a long metal stick to push the shell into the cannon. A propellant was placed under and the hatch was closed. Clear. Fire. The string was pulled. The loud boom of the M777 howitzer echoed. The hatch was opened and the interior was quickly cleaned. Load. The earlier process started to repeat itself. An M777 next to them fired. Clear. Another M777 close by fired. Fire. A few miles behind the Elven front line, an explosion occurred a few yards behind the Elves' artillery position. Another one landed right on top of one of the cannons in the line. A secondary explosion occurred as the ammunition besides the destroyed artillery cooked off. It wasn't long before the Elven artillery fell silent. A few deaths were sustained from the concentrated amount of Elven artillery fire, but there had been no significant damage. It only took multiple well-placed shots for the Elven artillery position to be completely wiped out. Elven command post, where are their observers? Our artillery units are many miles from the front. We have not spotted any form of human recon. Then how do you explain the fact that they wiped out every firing artillery gun in the vicinity within a few minutes of us firing? Colonel General Aaron Fixelim, commander of the 2nd Wave Central Army, bit his fingers in frustration. Have our recon teams found any of the human ones? A couple were able to sneak through the less technologically advanced lines and discovered human artillery positions. A few minutes later, a different U.S. artillery position. The cords were quickly given over the radio. Got new cords. He read off the cords to the ones adjusting the M777S. The wheels on the sides of the cannon started to spin. Before long the M777S started firing again. Elven command post, sir, our artillery was wiped out by counter-battery fire again. He threw his pencil on the ground. Begin the assault. American frontline. The M3A3 Bradley CFV, cavalry fighting vehicle, started to retreat from its position after spotting a swarm of Elven tanks and infantry coming across the field. Smoke popped out from their M257 grenade launchers installed on the turret. The white smoke covered their retreat. The M3 Bradleys were specifically designed for reconnaissance but had combat capabilities. However, it was not looking for a fight. The elves seemed to be doing concentrated attacks on the entire front line. Instead of being spread out for their offensive, they seemed to hope to achieve breakthroughs and exploit said breakthroughs in order to encircle the humans. 25 miles behind the American front line after receiving the message, boxes on the back of what seemed to be trucks turned right and started to lift towards the sky. Suddenly fire started blasting out of all the boxes. A battery of M270 MLRSs, multiple launch rocket systems, lined the field. The sound of their rockets drowned out everything. Battlefield. The Magipanzers that were charging through the plains suddenly found themselves in a literal hail of metal. There were 9 M270 MLRS in a battery. Each individual M270 had 12 GMLRSA, guided MLRS alternative warheads. The GMLRSA was a 200-pound fragmenting warhead that consisted of approximately 160,000 preformed tungsten fragments. That meant a total of 17,280,000 tungsten fragments were hitting the advancing Elven units. Elven infantry was ripped to shreds. The top armor of the fortress Magipanzers were only 25 millimeters thick and were easily penetrated by the storm of fragments. The other more lightly armored Magipanzers had large chunks blown off them. Entire sectors were laid to waste. Artillery and rocket artillery was making up for the lack of air support. With the MLRSs, the US and Magus could once again prepare to mount an offensive after softening the enemy defenses. The lack of modern airfields was a massive headache for command. In the old world, they would just need to repossess enemy airfields and quickly fix them up so they were usable. Better yet, there were US and Allied air bases spread around the world that they just needed to land in. Now, they had to modernize the Magusian air bases in order to make sure the US aircraft won't be damaged. They had to make sure that the landing gears of their jets won't break off when they land on the Magusian airfields. The feet of Wyverns were much more sturdy than the landing gear on an F-15 or F-16. That meant that there were multiple holes and large bumps on the runways of the Magusian airfields, which required engineers to smooth and pave out. It was questionable why the Magus even needed airfields. The Wyverns could land basically anywhere. Being transported to a world where all the countries had inferior technology was both a wet dream and a nightmare. It was a wet dream in the fact that the term peer adversary became non-existent. On the other hand, it was a logistical nightmare. In the old world, there were US military bases and weapon stockpiles on almost every single continent. This allowed the US to be prepared for conflicts across the world. Now all those military bases and stockpiles had all been thrown into the new frontier. With seemingly back-to-back wars, the US was having a hard time transporting and supplying units across the ocean. However, a good side to this was a massive decrease in the cost of operation and maintenance. In the past, nearly half of the US military budget was spent on operation and maintenance. Now that had significantly decreased because of the closing and relocation of multiple military bases in the new frontier. The budget was finally focusing on research, development, and procurement. 18 U.S. Army brigade combat teams, equivalent to about 6 U.S. Army divisions, were covering the entire front that stretched the southern length of the Magus Imperium. There were a total of 10 divisions in the U.S. Army. They were made up of 31 brigade combat teams. Of the 31 brigade combat teams, only 23 were at a high level of readiness. Because of how long the front was, a lot of it had to be plugged in with Magusian units. Compared to the U.S. Army, the Magus had more than 100 Army divisions. To make up for their technological inferiority, 5 Magusian divisions were placed on stretches of land that were similar in length to what a single U.S. brigade combat team was currently protecting. There were also a total of 8 U.S. Army National Guard divisions, which consisted of 27 brigade combat teams. Of those 27, only 4 to 5 were at a high level of readiness. One of them was doing peacekeeping operations in the Bem Kingdom, and 2 of them were in the Mach Imperium. Another 2 Army Brigade combat teams were in the Mach Imperium. 0216 April 9, 2020 CE 0432 Sun 9th, 196 AE American Frontline Captain John Rose listened to the orders on his radio. No damage for his company was reported from the artillery bombardment that they had just faced. Now the entire 2nd Battalion, 37th Armored Regiment was preparing for a counter-offensive along with the rest of the U.S. and Megas Army. The Elves' offensive had completely failed. Through the use of sheer numbers, even the weak points that were protected by only Magosians had repelled the Elves. The 2-6 rocket pods of the M270 were quickly detached from it. 2 fresh pods replaced it. The other M270s in the battery were also reloaded. A soldier in one of the M270s stared at a paper map. On it, targets were drawn with a red pen. Large concentrations of enemy infantry and tanks. Various types of positions. A few were marked specifically for his crew's M270. The rocket started once more and the ground shook. More than 20 miles in front of them, M777s started firing too. Private Isaac was preparing to get onto his squad's main Bradley. His team leader, Sergeant Andrew Bennett, made a satisfied sigh as the ground shook. We may not have our air support, but we damn well have our artillery. I hope those Elves enjoy the king of the battlefield. Far behind the Elven front line, what is happening out there? Aira said to herself as she heard seemingly endless explosions at the front. Her battered division was now resting in the plains. They had been pulled far back and were replaced with a Magipanzer division from the second wave units. For probably the first time in her life, she wasn't looking for a fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Blunderwaffe. 0219 April 9, 2020 CE 0409 Sun 9th, 196 AE. Somewhere in the Magus Imperium. Okay, move along. Keep walking. Simon was in a line with a few other Elves. The humans haven't been treating him too badly. After being captured, he had been put into some sort of truck along with another group of Elven soldiers. The Elven soldiers were infantry who got left behind during the retreat to the position that they were supposed to regroup. He could probably be counted among them since he was in a similar situation, even though he was a lone sniper. They were in a city, and there were quite a few human spectators watching them like zoo animals. He didn't look too much different than them other than the ears. The humans seemed to have transported them somewhere deeper in human territory. The place that he was entering seemed to be a large prison for all the Elfpaus. Magosian airfield modernized by the U.S. Two U.S. Army military intelligence agents watched as soldiers dragged the Elves into the plane. One of the agents looked at the other, who was his superior. Why are we sending these Elves to the U.S. CIA? What about the CIA, being the annoying bastards they are? They didn't want to do interrogations here because of the lack of infrastructure. They can't do their quote-unquote fancy stuff here. Well, I hope they like the trip. His superior started laughing. The Elves were blindfolded and gagged. Their hands were tied tightly with a piece of cloth to prevent them from using any funny magic. Whenever the Elves were captured, some of them always tried to use magic to resist. Of course, the end result was them getting shot to pieces. That usually ended almost all forms of resistance, but there were rare cases of idiots trying to commit suicide by armed U.S. soldiers, since they were too stubborn to surrender. The Elves that were being sent away were the most uncooperative, so military intelligence didn't mind handing them over to the CIA. 0232 April 9, 2020 CE 0416 Sun 9th, 196 AE. Elven frontline. The surviving Elven infantry and Magipanzers started to flee in fear as they saw what happened to their brethren closer to the front. Even more fearsome than the direct explosions of the human artillery were the unexplainable shrapnel explosions. An explosion would occur in the air and the infantry and Magipanzers below would all be mercilessly cut down by a rain of metal. A few minutes later, American frontline with his company was in a line formation. Captain John Roses Abrams burst out of town, spearheading the entire battalion's counteroffensive. Behind them, Isaac was back in his squad's Bradley. Oh boy, here we go again. Isaac was clearly unhappy about the fact that he had to sit in a cramped and dim compartment for another hour or so without AC. The enemy resistance seemed to have instantly melted from the concentrated artillery fire. On their way towards the Elven concentrated positions, or what used to be their concentrated positions, Elven tanks filled with holes and flesh littered the field. When they had arrived, the only things that remained of the Elven positions were burning wrecks and dead bodies. Even further forward were the obliterated remains of the Elven artillery. Isaac walked out of his squad's Bradley. They had been ordered to check for any survivors. Well, the artillery cleared the way. Doubt anybody can even survive this. Guess we don't have to do anything. 0245 April 9th, 2020 CE 0422 Sun 9th, 196 AE Elven Command Post Colonel General Aaron Fixelin contemplated what to do next. The humans had completely destroyed his offensive and battered his defenses. The human artillery was deadly. Not only had they demolished a large portion of his artillery, but the human rocket artillery also saturated his offensive units. According to the reports, it was horrifying. Something that could only be described as a rain of steel that cut down everything and anything. Those that were in its area of effect didn't even know what had hit them. He stared at the map and looked at a small wooden block that was off to the side. He still had an ace up his sleeve. Get the Special Magipanzer Battalion. We will attack them before they can move up their artillery. Behind the Elven frontline, Era looked at the Magipanzers that rumbled by. They were much bigger than her knight. So these are the new Magipanzers. One of her crew members was leaning against the knight. Yep, how effective do you think they will be, Commander? Era stayed silent. We will blow a hole through their lines. After his command, Major Hagluin Norhis's 45 Fortress II spread out across the field in two wedges. Behind them, medium and light Magipanzers followed. Further behind were the infantry. American Magus frontline. Unlike the Americans who had armored vehicles, the Magus lacked the speed or protection. They were extremely exposed in the plains. There was no cover to be seen anywhere. They had just arrived at their designated positions and had barely any time to set up defenses before they were attacked. Where are our Magitanks? Explosions occurred around the soldier. He ducked onto the ground with his hands on his helmet. Machine guns from the approaching Elven Magitanks gunned down a couple of the still standing Magosians. Get there as fast as possible. It's questionable if the Magus can hold them off, and we have no artillery support to help them. John looked at his map. There were markings that indicate where each of the Magosian division was. Quickly finding the 27th, he replied. He got his armored company together. We are being sent to help them. After a short journey in column formation, they found their target. Elf tanks up ahead. Let them rip. The elves were assaulting and clearly pushing back the Magosians. John's Abrams destroyed the knight closest to their position. Shots from his company followed. They quickly spread out and changed into line formation in order to maximize firepower. The elves' wedge formation had been flanked. In his Fortress II, Major Norris noticed this and started to redirect his battalion. He understood that the enemy Magipanzers were much more dangerous than the squashable infantry in front of him. The Fortress II started turning to face the Americans. A shot from a turning Fortress II bounced off of John's Abrams. The shot was returned in kind. The sabot round went straight into the Fortress II from the front and it stopped moving. Under a Pfizer Farron's Magipanzer was taken out. His Magipanzer stopped moving after being hit. In the name of the goddess, Major Norris couldn't believe it. Their new Magipanzers were worthless against the American ones. His superiors had told him that the front armor of this new Magipanzer was supposedly impenetrable by almost any gun in the Elven arsenal. Yet the Americans destroyed it as if the armor didn't even exist. Pummel them. The Fortress IIs were not fast tanks because of their armor. They were meant to soak in damage while returning deadly fire. They were not suited for any flanking maneuvers on the battlefield when directly facing the enemy. The Fortress IIs were now failing at their jobs. They couldn't soak in any damage from the Abrams, and their fire were turned into ricochets and explosions that seemed to do no damage. Other than receiving scratch marks and minor damages to a couple of exposed parts on their tanks, John's company was completely fine. 14 M1A2 Abrams destroyed 45 Fortress IIs. The newest Elven Magipanzer, which was proclaimed to be impenetrable from the front. Elven command post. What? What do you mean they were all destroyed, sir? From the survivors, the Americans showed up with their Magipanzers and completely destroyed the 1st Special Heavy Magipanzer Battalion. Are you telling me that these Americans were able to destroy a Magipanzer that had more than 60 millimeters of front armor than the fortress? The messenger cowered at his commander's shouting in anger. Yes sir. Then how about the casualties on the American side? The Fortress IIs were armed with a much better gun than the fortress. At least tell me that they took out a few of theirs. From the observers of the battle, none sir. We did do damage against the Imperials though. None. He started laughing. He then reached for the pistol in his holster. A few seconds later, a shot rang out of the tent. Sir. The messenger stood bewildered at his commander's dead body. Silence filled the tent. Suddenly 2 guards rushed in. What happened? We heard a gunshot. The commander's dead. Oh, he shot himself. That was as clear as day since the messenger had no weapons on him. 0425 April 9th, 2020 CE 0512 Sun 9th, 196 AE of Thavalin, Elven Nation. The 1st Special Heavy Magic Panzer Battalion was destroyed. Colonel General Feeksalam also committed suicide. Terran slammed his fist on the table in anger. He put his palm to his head and looked down. I'm ordering a full retreat to the Verona. Tell them to destroy anything of value during their retreat. All units will set up defensive positions once they arrive on the other side of the Verona. Destroy all bridges and prevent the enemy from getting through. After further instructing his generals, he got his coat and left. Terran entered Zeno Narora's office in the advancement department. He really disliked visiting this place. The curtains were almost always closed unless it was raining. It was as if Zeno was allergic to the sun. He always acted extremely gloomy when he had to go out in the sun. How are those Exentisans coming along? Very good, my leader. We have started production and they will be capable of being fired upon the Empire very soon. How about the jets? Can we deploy them now? We are still doing some tests. Are those tests required? Well, they are, just making sure that. Good, we will be shipping them out to the field. We need them right now, HM. Well, I suppose I could rush the tests. 0907 April 9th, 2020 CE 0744 Sun 9th, 196 AE. American frontline. Seems like the elves are giving ground. They had been on the road for a few hours and there had not been a single enemy soldier in sight. Whatever towns they came across were burning. Elf positions seemed to have been abandoned and destroyed in a hurry. 1433 April 9th, 2020 CE. Adelphi Laboratory Center, Aberdeen Proving Ground, United States of America. Scientists studied the destroyed remains of the elven weaponry that had just recently arrived. These magic batteries could be very useful. I'm going to need one that is less damaged to actually see how they work. From the information we received, the elves need to transition energy from themselves into the battery. And from our earlier tests, Americans can't use said magic because we are not native to this world. We are probably missing something that the humans of this world developed. Well, actually, an interesting thing that I overheard was that it is possible that humans evolved from elves, or that elves evolved from humans. According to what was said, the elves' physical appearance to humans are almost exactly the same other than their pointy ears, HM. We will need to conduct further studies of their DNA about that. However, back to this. It's highly possible that we can improve these batteries so that they can directly siphon mana from the air. This could be a new source of renewable energy. Chapter 56 Full Retreat. 2222 April 9th, 2020 CE 0211 Sun 10th, 196 AE. Frontline. The entire Elven army was on the run. U.S. brigade combat teams made rapid advances throughout the night and reclaimed the Magusian lands that the elves ran from. The Magusian army couldn't keep up with the speed of the American advance. It was clear that the elves were starting to use scorched earth tactics. Every single house, town, and city that the American forces came across had been mostly razed to the ground. The scorched earth tactics had no effect on the U.S. forces. Of course, it caused a lot of anguish to the Magus. It was certain that the Magus wasn't going to like this one bit. 50 miles behind them, the airfields were nearly finished with their modifications. The runways had been smoothed out and cleared, and all needed facilities to operate American aircraft had been set up. Air support had finally come back online. With the U.S. Army getting ever closer to the Elven air bases, they had begun to be within the range of Elven aircraft. Because of the dominance of American air power in the Old World, the U.S. did not have a large arsenal of capable air defense systems. What they did have were shoulder-fired FIM-92 Stingers, which were meant for short-range anti-air. There were also versions that were mounted on Humvees and LAV-25s. And TWQ-1 Avenger air defense systems were basically Humvees with 8 Stingers attached, and LAV-ADs were the same as the Avengers but were LAV-25s that also had a 25mm gun with anti-air capabilities. The other system was MIM-104 Patriots, which had medium and long-range anti-air and anti-missile capabilities. A Patriot battalion which consisted of 6 batteries had been spread out and deployed miles behind the front lines, but were not expected to be used unless things got really problematic. A single Patriot missile was just too expensive to be wasted on a propeller aircraft. The sirens of multiple diving elven dive bombers could be heard. Although quite effective as a psychological weapon against Amagus, it didn't faze the US soldiers at all and was more of a detriment to the elves since it gave their position away. The Avengers quickly found their diving, screeching targets and fired. 16 missiles from 2 Avengers flew at Mach speeds toward their targets. When elven dive bombers start to dive down, they would quickly be within the range of the FIM-92 Stingers, which could easily shoot them down before they could even drop their payload. Within only a few minutes after they were heard, the entire squadron of elven dive bombers had been shot out of the sky, missiles reducing their aircraft to mere fireballs. Somewhere in the elven nation, an elven officer in a sleek gray uniform sat comfortably in a chair behind a desk and stared at the human standing in front of him. The human was tall and had some muscle to him. The officer looked back down at the clipboard in his hand. In a crisp, loud voice, he shouted, "Laborer." Next, the elven officer flipped to the next page. A boy who was 14 years old, according to the information provided on the sheet of paper on the clipboard, stared at him with a face full of anxiousness. The elven officer cocked his eyes. Servant. Next, a young girl came up. Servant. Next, a young woman approached the table. The officer looked up at her face and then down at her assets. His eyes looked down on her file and wandered back up towards her assets. He stared at them for a few seconds. Special work. Next, unlike some of his colleagues, he was less inclined to say what special work was directly. This was one of the few camps that were organizing the captured humans. Laborers were mostly sent to factories. Servants and a few laborers were sold on the market to citizens by the government. The special works went to the brothels. Rather than killing all the humans, the elves believed that they had the compassion and mercy of letting some of them live to serve elves. They were basically slaves. 0220 April 10, 2020 CE 0410 Sun 10th, 196 AEA sector of the Verona River. The sun was starting to set. Move. Move. Get everything across the bridge as soon as possible. An engineer came running towards him from the bridge. Sir. Sir. The lieutenant general turned to face him. Are the charges set? Yes, sir. The lieutenant general nodded and glanced at his adjutant. How much more are coming across? This is the last division. Tell them to get a move on. We don't have time. The lieutenant general then went to find his executive officer. The executive officer was in the midst of ordering his division. He called out to his executive officer. How are the defensive positions? Machine gun nests are being set up across the river line. Mortars are ready to assault anything that tries to come across. All units should be positioned. We have every type of gun trained on this river. They are not passing through. A few minutes later, explosions rocked the sides of the bridges. It all came crashing down into the river. One of the many bridges that led across the Verona was blown up. More were to follow. American HQ: the elves have blown up every single bridge on the Verona River. They are setting up defenses on the bank. From the reconnaissance drones, I can see a whole array of machine gun nests, anti-air emplacements, artillery positions, and a heck ton of ground units. They are adamant on not letting us through. Should be that hard of a nut to crack. Miles behind the American frontline fire, M777S and M270S thundered in the plains. The crews of the M777S fired for hours on end. The M270S went back for constant reloads of their rocket launchers. Overhead, formations of F-15Es rocketed through the skies. Once they arrived at the river banks, they swooped and loaded drop bombs onto the elven defenses on the shore. Whatever the elves had put into that river line was pounded for hours to oblivion. Nothing but blackened dirt and mangled metal remained. Detecting these aircraft, elves scrambled to get their fighters in the air, but the end results of their air battles would never change. Every single time, their formations would be blown out of the skies by hundreds of missiles from F-16s. 0307 April 10, 2020 CE 0445 Sun 10th, 196 AEA sector of the Verona River. Numerous HEMTTs, heavy expanded mobility tactical trucks, came up right beside the river. The trucks that were carrying small tug-like boats backed up into the water. Bridge erection boats were deployed from the back of them. After the boats were deployed, a few other trucks backed up into the river. They were carrying a different cargo. Improved ribbon bridges slid off of them and into the river. The once big cylindrical tubes that were on the back of the trucks slowly came apart into a flat floating bridge on the river. Like tugs, the bridge erection boats started guiding the improved ribbon bridges. They were soon all snapped together to form a large bridge that could cross the Verona. The first Abrams rolled onto the bridge. In the darkness, 2 elven scouts stared in amazement. The moonlight and the light from the American equipment gave a perfect view of what was happening. They are sliding bridges into the river. What? They stared at the scene through their binoculars. They were hiding in one of the few remaining bushes left after the relentless bombardment. They watched as a human magipanzer started moving towards the quickly made bridge. Isn't the thing too heavy? A few seconds later, the human magipanzer moved onto the bridge and it held up. Even more human magipanzers followed and piled onto the bridge. No way, one of the elves slapped his partner's shoulder. We have to go. Their magipanzers are crossing. We have to get this information back. They are doing it much faster than we are expecting. 1205 April 10th, 2020 CE 0603 Sun 10th, 196 AE Cat Kingdom, United Beastman Kingdom, Sohn Continent. Miller knocked on the door and entered. Wasn't our supply of extra rations and equipment supposed to get here today? We haven't received it yet. Wolford looked up from his book. Forgot to tell you. The ship carrying that stuff over got sunk. We got a second one coming. We should have it by tomorrow. Cutting it close, but there's nothing we can do. Sunk? By who? The Elven Navy? No. According to the Coast Guard, it was attacked by some water creature. Large holes on the bottom of the ship or something. Scary. Wolford shrugged. Not an isolated incident either. There had been reports here and there. Pretty sure people are calling whatever is attacking the Kraken. Funny thing is, they aren't even sure if it's a massive squid. Hell, is the government doing anything about it? From what I have heard, not much. Too focused on fighting the elves as of right now. Guess there's not enough damage to justify a dedicated response or something, but the Coast Guard is investigating. Shouldn't be too surprising. Probably something similar to those giant birds in the New Frontier. Well, new world, new creatures. Look around us. Wolford looked back down at his book. Somewhere in the kingdom of Albia swords clanged on the battlefield. Armor glinted from the sun. Dead bodies littered the ground. With his binoculars, an elf observed the battle from a cliff. He had a frown on his face. Damn beastman, should we prepare an armored assault now, sir? He shook his head. Too many casualties. He knew how fearless the beastmen were. There had been multiple reports of them charging tanks and placing bombs on them. A lot of armored units had been disabled by that. Turns out quite a lot of the beastmen could take multiple hits from machine gun fire and not go down. They were also masters at assassination and infiltration. An entire armored column had been mysteriously blown up one night. Originally, the Elven invasion force was split between 70% going to attack the Empire and 30% to the kingdoms. However, with the constant failures occurring at the Empire, resources and units were diverted. It was now split between 85% Empire and 15% kingdoms. With such few units, mounting a full offensive was just not possible anymore. Furthermore, with mounting losses from the beastmen's infiltrations, the elves could only form a defensive position. However, they knew that with a human kingdom mobilized, it will only be a matter of time before it shifts in their favor. A human knight was battered aside by a bear beastman who towered over all the humans. A cheetah beastman raced across the battlefield and cut down the humans who couldn't react to his speed. 0822 April 10th, 2020 CE 0744 Sun 10th, 196 AE. The ocean between the Magus Imperium and Elven Nation, another one sunk. The submarines had been constantly attacking Elven ships that had been trying to cross the ocean towards the Magus Imperium. After destroying the last of the ships in that convoy, they quickly started moving away. Staying in one place was a death wish even with a modern submarine. It won't be long before Elven destroyers and submarines started swarming the entire surrounding area, dropping depth charges and randomly firing torpedoes. Chapter 57 Unraveled Chain of Command. 0812 April 11th, 2020 CE 0706 Sun 11th, 196 AE. Aflin, Elven Nation Leader's Mansion. We can't hold on much longer. Our ships are being disrupted by American submarines and American ground forces are crossing the Verona with ease using their deployable bridges. Terran rapped his fingers on the desk. His face was unreadable but clearly heavy. Terran knew that he had to act now. Former Admiral Edirm Vaynor was standing in Terran's office with surprise clear on his face. He was literally dragged out of his retirement and given a ridiculous task. He was much more talkative now that he was no longer an admiral. But my leader, this is a suicide mission. Besides, I already quit. If this country is gone, then you are dead either way. We can still do some damage and maybe bring them to the negotiating table. I didn't even give you permission to quit, but I gave you my letter of resignation. Terran shook his head. I denied it. You can do that? Then why was I allowed to leave in the first place? I gave you a vacation. I wasn't informed about this. Doesn't matter. You are still an admiral of the National Navy. The last time I checked. I can still order you around. You are going to take this fleet and do as much damage as possible. You have a day to prepare. American submarine activities have been increasing. The time frame is narrowing. Why do you think I won't just defect once my fleet sails? If you do, you will either die by the hands of the naval officers loyal to me or die by the hands of those Americans. I can promise you that those Americans won't show mercy. We've been slaughtering and enslaving their kind. 0845 April 11th, 2020 CE 0722 Sun 11th, 196 AE Elven Invasion Army of the Empire HQ Field Marshal Zeos Kentumal didn't know what to do at this point. The Americans now control the skies. Most of the Elves' aircraft have been destroyed before they could even take off. Those that could were all shot out of the skies like mere flies. American ground forces were also streaming in from everywhere. The Imperials were there too, but they were of no concern to him. It has been only retreat upon retreat ever since the defense at the Verona failed. He cursed at the Americans. He understood that everything was going perfectly before they showed up and ruined it all. He paced around his tent. Then everything went black for him. A glint shone off of the camera on a Predator drone in the sky. It started turning left. Behind a computer screen, an American drone operator watched the explosion from his Predator's Hellfire missile. Elves below ran around in a panic. Target eliminated. That should be a part of their chain of command crippled. The Predator drone had been loitering around the Elven camp for a while in order to identify the command center. From satellite observations, it had been noted to be a very large camp that had the high probability of being the enemy headquarters for the invasion force. Of course, they couldn't identify the specific area that was the command center, so they needed a drone to check it out. In many other Elven camps on Amagusian territory, similar strikes by Predator drones were made. Afvalin, Elven nation leader's mansion. My leader, the commander of the invasion force of the Empire, has been killed. A small American Hicksembazon struck and killed him. Terran stood up and started pacing around. He was expressionless. He walked towards the door where the messenger was standing and grabbed his coat from the coat hanger. He walked out. The high command office was bustling with activity. Staff and officers ran around. To them, everything that could go wrong was going wrong. Orders were not being sent out and reports were not being received. The chain of command for the Elven army in the Empire was a complete mess. What's the current situation? Field Marshal Igor Gale hesitated at Terran's question for a moment before answering truthfully. Disastrous, my leader. All forces are currently retreating. Our chain of command in the Empire is gone. We don't have a clear picture of the Americans' advance, but they have crossed the Verona at terrifying speeds. Take me to the other generals. I'm calling a meeting. Terran looked around. What are your suggestions? Field Marshal Gale spoke up. It seemed like he already knew before the meeting what he wanted to say. We must retreat. I suggest that all forces in the Empire be brought back to Orland as soon as possible. All the other generals around him nodded. Almost the entire territory south of the Verona is still in our hands, and you are telling me to allow a retreat all the way back home, my leader. We haven't won a single battle ever since the Americans came. If we put an ocean between our forces and theirs, it is possible that we can hold them off. If all our forces die in the Empire, then a large portion of our army will be gone. I do not believe the prospects are good for the survival of our nation if our army fights to the last man in enemy territory. Terran's face darkened. That usually meant that he really wanted to throw something or shoot someone in anger. A heavy silence fell on the room for a minute. Tell our units to begin a retreat. We are evacuating from the Empire. The generals nodded again with relief on their faces. Terran knew that the Empire did not exist anymore, and the currency country that they were invading was called the Magus Imperium, but most elves still preferred to call it the Empire. All their military plans for attacking the humans in the Imperatoria continent had been written using the word Empire, so changing it to the Magus Imperium and creating a separate plan for the Mock Imperium was unnecessary hassle. He then remembered something. What about the ones in the kingdoms? The situation in the Empire had been worsening so much recently that reports from the kingdom were being glanced over or just put aside. Terran barely knew the exact status of the Elven army invading the kingdoms. Because of our diversion of forces to support our army in the Empire, the advance in the kingdoms has considerably slowed. We have gained assistance from the human kingdom that we allied with, and we are hoping that we can use their numbers to allow us to continue our advance. If the situation worsens over there, immediately inform me. Yes, my leader. 1026 April 11th, 2020 CE 0813 Sun 11th, 196 AE Frontline. Every single operation so far had been a failure. Offensives, counter-offensives, and defenses have all failed no matter what they tried. Now even her superior had gone silent. Every request for orders and questions have been met with nothing. For all Era knew, they could have abandoned her and her division. She had been retreating with her beleaguered division and the rest of the second wave. They were burning almost every single thing they found in order to slow the Americans down and deny them resources. Every railroad was broken apart. Every house burned. Every road dug up. But it had no effect on the advancing American army. It was as if their supply lines stretched endlessly, and the terrible road and rail conditions didn't matter. About 20 miles back on another blown-up road, Captain Wowie. Those elves really brought a lot of TNT. Well, just drive over them again. The M1A2 Abrams rattled over the cratered road. 1205 April 12, 2020 CE 0603 Sun 12th. 196 AE. In the sea between the UBK and Soan continent mainland, the breeze of the sea made Ron's fur flutter. He was looking over the side of the ship. Jed Miller was beside him. Miller looked down at Ron, who was gazing at the horizon line. First time on the sea? Not really. My first time was during the Second Rebellion. I was serving with Mother during that time. The Second Rebellion. It was 5 years ago when the Second Rebellion happened. The UBK originally was a bunch of separate kingdoms, and quite a lot of beastmen wanted it to be like that again. I was 11 at the time. I had to board the ship with the rest of the division to fight in many of the other kingdoms in the UBK. You were fighting at age 11? Dear gods, no, I was an attendant, rank even lower than a squire. Basically menial tasks with no training or fighting whatsoever. I just had to prepare Mother for battle. Miller nodded. Then when was your first one? Ron looked up at Miller in confusion. What do you mean? Your first rebellion? That was 15 years ago. I was dropped off during the first rebellion. Dropped off? Abandoned? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. Mel, I don't mind. Miller remembered something that Ron had said a few days ago. But didn't you say you were abandoned by your parents because of unknown circumstances? Wasn't it highly probable that you were abandoned because of the war? Ron vehemently shook his head. Of course not. The first rebellion didn't affect the Cat Kingdom that much. There were minor incidents during that time in the Cat Kingdom, but nothing big enough to have parents abandoning their kittens. Oh, they went back to looking at the scenery. Commander Wolford was inside the ship flipping a gold coin. One of the hundreds of coins that he received as payment from the UBK. Gold was much more valuable in the United States than in the UBK. With the amount of gold they had received, the Diamond Wolves had profited a lot. Even with all the AKs and ammo that they had to buy and provide to the feline beastmen, they had enough left over that they could probably buy an entire U.S. military outpost if one was being sold. 0445 April 12, 2020 CE 0522 Sun 12th, 196 AE Afvalin. Elven Nation Admiral Edam Vaynor was in a terrible mood when he stepped onto his flagship, the aircraft carrier NN Conqueror. Frontline Captain John Rose had half of his body out of the commander's hatch of his speeding tank. He looked at the scenery. They have been advancing for hours upon hours after crossing the Verona, and it has been mostly uneventful. They had captured a few groups of elves, witnessed the elf-scorched earth tactics, and experienced minor confrontations that usually ended with the elves running away. Ron the Black Cat poll question, so I have realized that a lot of people want to get to the Elven today. Now the only issue is that I have the Diamond Wolves mercenary arc to do. The part where the Diamond Wolves and the Cats face off against the invading elves in the kingdoms. I'm not sure how long you guys want it, so I'm asking. Chapter 58 Part 1 Guantanamo Bay, New Frontier. 0612 April 12, 2020 CE 0624 Sun 12, 196 AE. Somewhere in the Elven Nation, soldiers tossed bushes, twigs, and various types of vegetation onto the artillery pieces. It was noted that the Americans had the capability to locate Elven units with ease. How they were doing it was still in question, but precautions were being taken. In order to combat this problem, Terran had ordered the application of various types of camouflage onto magic panzers, artillery, bunkers, and nearly everything else that can hide. Magic panzers were being painted green on top and grasses were placed onto the turrets. 1800 April 12, 2020 CE 0000 Sun 13th, 196 AE. The northern beaches of the Elven nation in near complete darkness, a Zodiac boat was quietly zipping through the waters. It quickly slid onto a beach. 6 men jumped out and the boat was deflated. They quickly unpacked. One of the men put on his night vision goggles. He silently walked up the sands mound and scanned around. He signaled to the others that the coast was clear. After completely unpacking within a few minutes, they quickly moved inland. 0359 April 13th, 2020 CE 0459 Sun 13th, 196 AE. Eastern side of the Elven nation, one of the largest combined deployment of naval units in Elven history was happening right in front of his eyes. Admiral Iram held no joy at it. A few weeks ago, he would have been extremely proud of leading such a force, but now his face seemed stone cold. To him, this was just a suicide mission. He looked down at his watch. It was 5 o'clock. Set off 5 fleet carriers, 5 light carriers, 5 battleships, 20 cruisers, 85 destroyers, and 95 submarines set off for the American West Coast. It was more than half of the entire Elven fleet. 0436 April 13th, 2020 CE Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, Cuba. New Frontier. Although located in a somewhat similar topography as the original Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, it was now connected to the mainland. The Pentagon was a bit annoyed by this fact, since it meant the possibility of prisoners escaping and hiding in the surrounding forests. Nevertheless, it was still being used. When it was transported from Earth to the New World, it came under attack by the Phoenixes. Luckily, a U.S. Army unit that had been stationed in Iraq had also been transported nearby. They had taken casualties, but air support was able to be called in, and the Phoenixes were dealt with. Now a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft came in for a landing on the airfield. The door on it opened once it came to a stop. "Come on, get off." An elf was shoved out of the plane and landed face first on the runway. "Whoa, be careful with them. I have had enough of keeping an eye on these fucking bastards. I will lead the rest off." The extremely frustrated soldier walked off and started dragging the elf that he had shoved off. The elves were all blindfolded, gagged, and tied at all the limbs. Originally only their hands were tied together. After a plane trip across the ocean, even their legs were bound. A few hours later inside the detention camp, one of the elves finally had his blindfold taken off. His eyes darted around in the slightly lit room. The only other person in the room was the human who took off his blindfold. The human was clearly armed and seemed ready to shoot at any sign of anything going wrong. Suddenly a voice was heard. It didn't come from the human in the room. "Now then," the voice sighed before continuing. "Depending on how well you cooperate, you will either have a relaxing day or a not so relaxing one. Now, I have multiple questions that I hope you will answer. Get his gag off." The human in the room followed the order. "Fuck you, you human. We will kill you all. Our armies will." The voice cut him off. It was louder this time. "MHM. Okay. Now, the first question. Who's your leader? Our glorious leader will trample you all. Just wait and see, you pitiful." "Let me ask again. Who is your leader?" "His name, our glorious leader Terran Van Horus. You shall tremble when you hear of his name, you insignifi. Do you know what he looks like? Can you give us a description?" "Why should I tell you that, you vermin?" There was a short silence. "Okay, next question. Do you know how large your navy is?" "Our navy? Our glorious navy is tremendous. Their guns will blast your cities to smithereens." "How large is it?" "You will be groveling at our feet soon, you inferior." The voice sighed and grumbled a bit. "I guess we are doing it the hard way. Take him to his cell. Make sure he doesn't get a wink of sleep. Also no food. Let's see how he likes Gitmo hospitality." None of the captured were very high-ranking, so the information asked of them involved questions that were less secretive but still important to know. The sizes of their military, their training, their goal, and other things. Of course, none of them willingly answered much, so they were subjected to some conditioning. Chapter 59 Part 2 Guantanamo Bay, New Frontier. Washington, D.C. President Hayes was having a meeting to discuss the next steps of the war against the elves. How should we proceed with the invasion of the Elven homeland? Secretary of Defense Carlson was there to brief him on the overall situation and plan. We will begin with a 48-hour air and missile campaign to eliminate as much of the enemy as we can. We will target military bases, government buildings, and known positions. Then there will be multiple beach landings with air support. Once the beachheads are established, they will meet with each other and we will push inland. As of right now, Green Berets have already moved in. They should be gathering information and transferring it back to us quite soon. Ugh. We don't know how hard they are willing to fight. What secret weapons they have up their sleeves. And most of all, whether or not they have developed a bomb. It was clear that the elves had a secret weapon program, but it was to an unknown extent. The US government feared that the elves might have already created an atom bomb. Although it was no threat to the US homeland, it was a major cause for concern for the invasion force. If the elves had buried it in the ground and set it to explode once US forces were on top of it, there was no telling the amount of damage it could inflict. Guantanamo Bay, New Frontier. 2 CIA agents were having a quick discussion in their office. So how are our elven guests doing? Pretty terrible. That's good to hear. Any of them willing to spill anything yet? They are about as nationalistic as the Japanese were during World War II. Military intelligence was not kidding when they complained about their lack of cooperation. I'm taking that as a no then. We are tempting them with food in better conditions, but man, their nationalism must have been put into them from the moment they were born. They have already been starved, beat, left in the extreme cold and heat, forced to stay awake, and put into extremely uncomfortable positions. They aren't budging. We may need to switch to harsher methods soon. Give it 1 or 2 more days. I rather not have to view the harsher methods. Me neither, but we have to do what we have to do. Wait. Since this is considered U.S. territory, are we still allowed to do our methods? Well, if you read the 50-page document detailing the annexation of the new frontier, there's a small clause somewhere in the middle that makes this area of the new frontier not a U.S. territory in the name of preserving the natural wildlife of this world, or some excuse. Well, doesn't that mean having this structure is disturbing the wildlife? The clause says that it doesn't allow for any new buildings to be built. Then how are we going to upgrade our facilities? The agent chuckled. Emphasis on the new Elven landing zones in the Magus Imperium. The temporary ports constructed at the start of the Elven invasion of the Empire were extremely busy. Magipanzers were being driven back onto the landing craft and transport ships. Platoons of elves hurried across the coast. Crates were quickly being loaded on. Everyone was in a hurry. They knew that they couldn't evacuate everyone, but they were going to try. The Americans were extremely close. They had been constantly harassed by American aircraft, and even at sea, the harassment didn't stop. From her hatch, Ira looked out at the sea towards her homeland. Her Blitzpanzer division, trained and focused on the specific use of speed, had easily outpaced the rest of the Second Wave Army. Her division was assigned to a ship that would depart within 2 hours. It was easy because she didn't have that many Magipanzers. From the casualties she had suffered during the battles and retreats, it wasn't much of a division anymore and was more comparable to a battalion. A total of 63 Magipanzers remained out of the original 321. She was still surprised that she herself survived the entire ordeal. She had started to consider retiring soon. Frontline, keep firing. We must let them through the perimeter. The Second Wave Army, bolstered by parts of the Third Wave Army, fought a retreating battle. They had to hold on for as long as possible for the evacuations to finish. The last of their Dragon artillery battalions fired their large bursts before being blown up by bombs that came from unknown places. The Americans have been bombarding the retreating Elven forces that were even further behind the defending Elven units. However, it was clear that the Americans were focused on trying to break through the defensive position. Coast of Elven Nation, my leader. Good to see you here. Although his words were positive, the way that they were spoken were definitely not. It was clear why. Zeno was out in the sun. Firing the Higgsonbusons when it was raining didn't seem like a good idea. Flying experimental aircraft in the rain wasn't a good idea either, but Zeno had been extremely insistent on it and gave the excuse that it was a good test of its all-weather capabilities, so it was allowed. However, his wish of firing the Higgsonbusons when it was raining was denied. It wasn't a test, so failure because the weather would have been unacceptable and the firing had to happen soon, so they couldn't wait for rain. Are you sure they will hit? We are firing multiple Higgsonbusons, all targeted at the Americans on the coasts that they have reached. Although not 100% accurate, some are bound to hit and do damage. Flames appeared below the first Higgs boson as it started to rocket towards the sky. Coast of the Magus Imperium, we are detecting multiple incoming missiles. All targeted at our ground forces in the area. Chapter 60 Infiltration. 0844 April 13, 2020 CE 0722 Sun 13th, 196 AE Magus Imperium near the ocean. Even though it was still morning, the sun had been up hours ago. In an open field, 6 unhooked Patriot systems sat with their launchers pointed in the air. Behind the systems were an MPQ-65 and the engagement control station. A 3-man crew was inside the station. We got multiple tracks on the radar. What are they? 3, 5, 8 missiles heading towards our direction. In the engagement control station, the TCO, Tactical Control Officer, watched as multiple dots appeared on the radar screen. He looked at the radio operator. Contact Headquarters, the TDA, Tactical Director Assistant, looked up from his radio and at his superior. Tactical Director, one of our batteries is detecting missiles. Give me the radio. I recommend that we shoot them down immediately. Okay. Give me a second. Let me check the track and contact the ADAFCO. Understood, sir. A few minutes later. You are free to fire at will at all current targets. Understood. We will proceed immediately. The TCO put down the radio and turned to the TCA, Tactical Control Assistant. Engage the tracks. 1 missile flew out of one of the 16-celled Patriot systems. A few seconds later, a second missile launched from the same system. A few feet away, another one also fired. As per protocol, 2 PAC-3 missiles were fired for each enemy missile. The first PAC-3 quickly cruised through the sky. The altitude control motors started to adjust the PAC-3's trajectory. It got closer and closer to one of the Elven Higgs bosons. It slammed into the Higgs boson. In the air, a bright flash of a ball of orange occurred. Within minutes, multiple other bright flashes could be seen in the sky as the PAC-3 missiles struck the stream of Higgs bosons. The TCA looked at the radar screen. All missiles have been eliminated. Detection station near the coast. Elven Nation. A few minutes ago. How are the Higgs bosons? They seem to be doing fine. All on course. The Elven Mana usage detector operator watched as the dots that represented the fired Higgs bosons blinked forwards. The MUDs had a much longer range of detection than the MWE's Mana wave emitter, since elves have been using and developing Magidetch for more than a few thousand years. Their foray into Mektetch, their word for any complicated mechanical technology, only started about 500 years ago. Thus the MWEs, capable of detecting any large physical objects, were much less developed than the MUDs, capable of detecting any sort of magic usage. One of the dots of the Higgs boson stopped blinking. The operator looked back at his commander. One of them might have landed too early, then a few more stopped blinking. Concern was obvious on the operator. They are all landing too early. Did we give them enough fuel? I'm pretty sure the ground crews gave them more than enough. The last of the dots stopped blinking. The commander sighed. Get headquarters. There's a high chance that a malfunction occurred on them. Avalon, Elven Nation. Terran was pacing around the control room as Zeno tried to explain what had happened. There might be a malfunction in the Higgs bosons. We will need to look if there were any engineering issues with them. From my knowledge, there shouldn't have been any. Ugh. We will have to take one apart and look through it piece by piece. None of the Higgs bosons had reached their intended targets. All of them dropped into the ocean at nearly the exact same location. Based on that, many thought that there might be a common problem within all of the Higgs bosons. If they could locate the problem, they believed they could fix it. Terran continued to pace around in frustration. 1110 April 13, 2020 CE 0835 Sun 13th, 196 AE. Somewhere in the Elven Nation in a cave, a few men looked through their backpacks. When they had arrived, they had quickly traveled further inland just in case there were elf patrols on the beaches. Everyone has their ears on and secured, right? Yep, of course. A few others nodded. Pull on them to make sure. They tugged at their pointy ears. The ears almost felt lifelike when touching. Okay, good. Make one last check on your clothing and weapons and put all the backpacks into the back. The men meticulously checked their clothing and the guns they had on them. They set their backpacks down in a corner in the cave. A blanket that was the same color as the walls of the cave covered the backpacks. Okay, Robert, you know the drill. Make sure no one discovers what's in this cave. Keep your radio open. Robert, the warrant officer, nodded. Leaving half of the team behind, the 6 men set off. Less than 30 minutes later. Hello there, we are travelers from a long way who are a bit lost. Can you direct us to the nearest town? An old elven in a horse-drawn cart looked at the 6 elves standing on the side of the road. He pushed up his straw hat and regarded them carefully. The elves remained calm. The old elven pointed down the road behind him. Shouldn't be that far. Less than an hour of walk and you will get to the town of Keeneland. Alright, thanks. The old elven nodded and pulled the reins to get his horses moving again. Good to know that these disguises work. We just have to put on some pointy ears and wear clothing suitable to their era. Nothing too big. They were walking down a dirt road with no one around. It seems that this area was rural. 1220 April 13th, 2020 CE 0910 Sun 13th, 196 AE Elven temporary ports in the Magus Imperium. With her magic panzer loaded up in the ship, Ira looked out at the sea. She was happy that she was finally getting out of this hellhole. She has heard from many about the transport ships being attacked by undetectable submarines, but felt that she had a better chance of survival on the ocean than on dry land. It was clearly only a matter of time before American land and air forces would arrive and start bombarding their position. Even with hundreds of thousands of elves still fighting, it was clear that it was a losing battle. She could even hear some of the sounds of the battle that was occurring miles away. Frontline. The Americans are breaking through. Negative. We are unable to direct any to your sector as of right now. We can't hold. We are retreating. Negative. Orders are still in place. Fight to the last elf. Deserters will be shot. Explosions, whizzing bullets, and screaming could be heard everywhere. The elven soldier threw the headphones for the Magi radio down onto the ground and cursed loudly. An American aircraft screamed past overhead. Elves hid behind the husks of their destroyed magic panzers, occasionally popping out and shooting at the advancing Americans. New Elven HQ. Where's the rain? ZZZZZ. The Magi radius and the tents were spilling out with the panicked sounds of the soldiers at the front. The Magi radio operators struggled to keep up. With most of the high-ranked officers in command of the invasion forces dead, the elves were forced to form an ad hoc chain of command with a group of lieutenant generals and major generals on top. The elven headquarters have been placed in an unremarkable area filled with trees after the original headquarters that had been placed in open plains was devastated by American bombing. The generals bickered about the next plan of action. Frontline stiff resistance from the elves ground the American advance to nearly a halt. Arriving at what was another one of the elven's lines of defense, they were bombarded by artillery and rocket artillery. Even more, elven armored vehicles appeared in swarms. At certain points of the front, the elves even outnumbered the Americans by 50 to 1. 2 lines of Magusian soldiers hid behind an Abrams. They slowly advanced as it drove forward. Keep your head down and don't peek out. The Magusian that were crouching behind the American Magitank was thankful that it had been so far impenetrable. None of the elves' weapons seemed to have any effect. In comparison, the Magusian's Magitank had been completely worthless in protecting them. It would have been destroyed in a single shot. And Abrams beside them started to drive backward. Our main gun is toast. We are getting out. Its machine gun continued to fire at the anti-tank guns lining the small hill. Elves were pushing out the destroyed anti-tank guns and replacing them with new ones. Occasionally an elven armored vehicle will appear only to be taken out a few seconds later. All units pull out. Steel rain about to shred them, the American Magipanzers started to pull back. They continued firing but it was clear that they were running. Their infantry was turning back too. The elves on the hill, seeing this, started to cheer. Then thousands of small pieces of metal blanketed the area. A few minutes later the commanding officer shook his head. We need engineers to clear a path. Tell them to get their explosives and bulldozers. Actually, maybe we should just call a bombing run on this. Explosives and bulldozers aren't gonna be enough. A literal wall of corpses and metal blocked the advance. 1235 April 13th, 2020 CE 0917 Sun 13th, 196 AE Keeneland, Elven Nation. The town was bustling with elves. Elven children ran around seemingly without a care in the world. 5 elves walked on the streets looking around. The buildings beside them were all lined up neatly. A few elves were walking around. The team's commanding officer, Pablo Carter, walked up to one of the elves. Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to know where we can find a map? We are travelers who have gotten lost. A block down, there is an inn. You can go in there and ask around. They should have maps for sale. Thanks, sir. They handed the 2 maps to the innkeeper. 5 bronze, Bronze was not actual bronze but was a type of bill. The elven currency system was a bit complicated. They solely relied on paper money that was printed out as one of three types: bronze, silver, and gold. The value of each was obvious. They handed the innkeeper 5 bronze. These were not real. They were counterfeit bills made to look as much like the real thing as possible. It was a good thing that a couple of the captured elven soldiers had been carrying cash on them. The innkeeper didn't even look at the bills and quickly placed them in the register. Near the ocean, elven nation bulldozers dug into the ground. They made small rectangular pits. A guard Magipanzer drove into it. Its body was inside the pit while the turret was outside with its gun pointing forward. Multiple pits for Magipanzers were created. Anti-tank Thoggans were dug in. Grass and leaves were thrown on top of them. Chapter 61 Abandoned. 1152 April 13, 2020 CE 0856 Sun 13th, 196 AE airfield miles behind the front line. First Lieutenant Scott Miller rested on his bed in the barracks. Simple bunk beds lined the interior of the barracks. He was more used to the apartment dorm style that they had at their base. Back home on his base, he even had his own room. But right now he didn't really care. His squadron had been doing endless sorties a day. There never seemed to be an end to the number of elves that they had to blow to craters. It was a cycle of landing his aircraft, taking a few minutes of break, getting loaded up with missiles and bombs, and lifting off to take care of more of them. His squadron was even called to bomb the already destroyed sectors because the army just couldn't get through the sheer amount of destruction. 1304 April 13, 2020 CE 0932 Sun 13th, 196 AE frontline. There was a distinct rumbling coming from the red sky. American aircraft. American aircraft. The elves that had crowded the road scrambled to disperse. An elf had an injured elf's arm slung over him. The injured elf was missing a leg so he couldn't walk fast. Heavily injured and maimed elves were everywhere. Come on, quickly. Magitrucks and Magipanzers drove off the road. We are getting out of the Magipanzer. But sir, I'm not dying in this metal box. Corporal Deeger quickly climbed out of his commander hatch and jumped down to run. He and his crew had been lost for multiple days. He was pretty sure that they had been behind enemy lines multiple times without knowing it. Being a lone guard Magipanzer retreating from the front line, they weren't targeted by American aircraft until they had rejoined their forces. It was complete hell afterward and his Magipanzer had been nearly obliterated. At this point, he has had enough. 1335 April 13, 2020 CE 0947 Sun 13th, 196 AE Keeneland, Elven Nation. Pablo looked out of his in-room's window. The sun had finally gone down and lamps lit the streets of the town. There were a few cars in the streets and some elves walking around. He held his radio to his mouth. Not a soldier in sight. We were able to secure maps, but I don't believe that we will get much else from the residents of this town. Meet up at the north entrance at 1500 and bring everything. We will observe the town further until then. Out. Copy. Over. They had gotten the room for a few hours under the excuse of taking a rest. The rooms weren't expensive, and they had brought along a lot of counterfeit bills, so it was fine. Pablo turned to Operations Sergeant Dennis Richard. Round up everyone, we will be visiting the local bar. Noise was everywhere. Elves were laughing. Beer jugs were hitting each other. The door swung open and 6 elves walked in. The bustle of the bar continued. It wasn't irregular for groups of elves to come into the bar, so no one cared. They sat down at an empty round table. A waitress came up. She smiled at them. Hello there, boys. What can I get for you? We are travelers. What drink would you recommend? Our most popular item would be our classic beer, then all of us will be getting one. We are just here for a drink, she nodded. Well, coming right up. A few minutes later, an elf waiter came to their table. They looked in surprise at the elf. It wasn't an elf. His ears weren't pointy. It was a human who had a collar around his neck. Here are your beers, esteemed sirs. After placing the beers on the table, he bowed his head. The team looked at the human walking away. They looked at each other. Drinking for a bit, they listened to the conversations around them. One quickly caught their attention. A group of elves were sitting at a table not that far away. Have you guys heard? There are rumors that the war isn't going quite in our favor. Really? Why do you think we are building all these defenses all around the coasts and the fields for? The papers keep saying that we are winning, but it's not as detailed as before. Something is most definitely wrong. Are you sure? Wasn't it predicted that the humans shouldn't have technology capable of defeating us? And look, we are even able to buy human slaves now, but what if we aren't fighting humans anymore? What do you mean? We have been underwater for hundreds of years. What if another species became superior to the humans? The elves snorted before replying. What species could that be? Maybe the dwarves. They were technologically inferior to the humans. It's been hundreds of years. That could have changed. I have heard stories about the craftsmanship of the dwarves from the insular continent, but still, to have advanced to the points of beating us. I don't believe it. You believe what you believe, but I'm getting ready for an invasion. Paying for their drinks, the team stood up and walked out of the bar. They had gathered what they needed. Pablo had heard about the dwarves on the insular continent. The dwarves could be considered an endangered species. The 5 three-way colonization wars fought between the Mach, Magus, and Insulan natives basically left the insular continent barren. 1500 April 13, 2020 CE 1030 Sun 13th, 196 AE north entrance of Keeneland. Their backpacks were handed to them by the other 6. We got some extra information when we went to the bar. Seems like the elves are preparing defenses around the area. We will be looking for them. Our satellites did indicate some troop movements here and there, but it wasn't significant. Pablo got out the map that they had bought. I want your team to go north to scout that area out. We will move east. Pablo pointed to another spot on the map. The rendezvous point is here near the city. Our main mission is still to gather intelligence on their capital, but we can't ignore the possible buildup of defenses that our satellite couldn't spot. The men around him nodded. One of their 2 weapons sergeants, Frederick Schultz, peered out of his night vision binoculars. The Green Berets had a system of redundancy. In the 12-man team, there were 2 weapons sergeants, 2 communications sergeants, 2 medical sergeants, and 2 engineering sergeants. This made it easier for them to split into 2 teams. Yep, those are definitely heavy artillery pieces, 15 centimeters. Well camouflaged too for that size. I highly doubt our satellites would be able to spot them. There were multiple camouflaged artillery pieces lying across the field. Well visible on the ground level. Viewing it from the air was another question. Frederick scanned to the right. Panzerwerfers too. I also see a couple of anti-tank guns. Not exactly sure which caliber though. I think it's a Pak 43. Pablo nodded. Let's go. We will relay this information back once we get into a less vulnerable position. 1504 April 13th, 2020 CE 1032 Sun 13th, 196 AE frontline. They drove up near a town. To be exact, what remained of a town. It had been completely burned to ashes during the Elven invasion. Captain John Rose looked around at the destruction and shook his head. Almost every settlement that the elves had conquered had been destroyed. It was a total war. John looked at his map. They were only a couple of miles away from the coast. The remnants of the elves had nowhere to escape to. It was confirmed that all elven ships have left without them. Coast of the Magus Imperium, the retreating elf army came up to the sea. Their temporary ports were barren. There wasn't a single ship in sight. Group of elves from the same unit started forming clumps on the beaches. They were discussing among themselves. Where are our ships? I think they left without us. What do we do now? An elf, a Magi radio operator, listened to his Magi radio. The other elves looked at him. Someone giving orders. The Magi radio elf was silent for a bit as he listened intently. We are getting orders. Seems like a colonel is taking charge. What are we going to do? It seems like we are fighting? Is he crazy? We all are going to die. We are still a couple 100,000 strong. There were nearly 4 million of us on this continent at the start. What do you think a couple 100,000 are going to do against them? The Magi radio operator shook his head. Colonel's orders, 1524 April 13th, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. Mr. President, we have the remnants of the Elven invasion force completely surrounded and backed up to the beaches. They have nowhere to escape. President Hayes nodded. How well are we dealing with the ones that had escaped? Our attack submarines are hunting them. However, a large number of their ships will survive. There are just too many of them. Our satellites have gathered details of suspicious activities from a large number of enemy ships. We tried to keep an eye on them, but cloudy conditions over the eastern portion of their island are preventing us from doing so. We are expecting that they are preparing for defense. The Navy is gathering a large force to deal with it. 1113 Sun 13th, 196 AE Primopolis, Magus Imperium, an attendant barged in. Emperor Arstant. Great news, what is it? And knock, please. I am just about to retire for the night. Sorry, sir. The Americans have the remaining elven forces surrounded on the beaches. The elves have been almost all pushed out of the country. I guess it's nearly over, so many have perished. How are our men doing? They are doing their best at supporting the Americans at the front, sir. Good. Emperor Arstan was conflicted. He was happy that the elves were finally out of his country. But he knew it was the end of an era. And the beginning of a new one. And this new one won't be dominated by one of the Imperiums. 1524 April 13th, 2020 CE 1042 Sun 13th, 196 AE frontline. We have them completely surrounded, but they don't seem to be surrendering. Damn, those elves are stubborn. Lieutenant Colonel Manfred Rogers, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, 37th Armor Regiment, part of the 1st Armored Division, wondered about the current situation. He had expected them to surrender, seeing that this had no meaning left at all. The elves had nothing to gain if they kept on fighting. It seemed like logic and common sense weren't in their dictionary. A human aircraft flew high overhead. Anti-aircraft crewmen scrambled to their guns. A message was blared out. Please send a negotiator with a white flag so we can discuss terms. I repeat. You have 1 hour to surrender. Please send a negotiator with a white flag so we can discuss terms. If we do not receive anyone within an hour, may God have mercy on you all. There were surprised murmurs among the elves. The damned humans learned our language. 0925 April 14th, 2020 CE Guantanamo Bay, New Frontier. So are you ready to talk? The CIA agent who originally talked to the elves through a speaker in another room was finally in the interrogation room himself. It was clear that the elves, being tied up, couldn't use their magic. The elf didn't respond. The elf was emaciated. Literal bones could be seen through his skin. Food in the form of meat was right in front of him, but he looked away. The agent sighed. Guess we are doing the hard way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Turntable? 0934 April 14th, 2020 CE Guantanamo Bay, New Frontier. They dragged the elf into a dimly lit room. One of the humans faced him. What were your country's plans? What kind of building does your leader live in? What do they look like? How large is your navy? A slap was given on the abdomen each time the elf stayed quiet. Each slap grew stronger and stronger. Answer the damn questions. A slap was given on the face. The elf had tears in his eyes but still spat on the ground. He snorted. You think slapping me for a bit will make me talk? Don't make me laugh. You fucking inferior. He was grabbed and had his face slammed into the wall. You think that's enough too? He was slammed into the wall again. Blood was gushing out of his nose. There were bruises on his face. This process of slapping and walling continued for hours. 1624 April 13th, 2020 CE 1112 Sun 13th, 196 AE frontline. Lieutenant Colonel Manfred Rogers stretched in his Abrams and sighed. Using night vision, they had kept an eye to see if any elves were coming over to surrender. An hour had just passed and there were no signs of any. He got on his radio to contact the other lieutenant colonels in the 1st Armored Brigade combat teams of the 1st Armored Division. The lieutenant colonel of the 4th Battalion, 1st Field Artillery Regiment that was in their Armored Brigade combat team joined in on the conversation. Zooming past overhead, F-15s unleashed a torrent of bombs onto the disorganized elven forces below. There was a response of blind and inconsistent anti-aircraft fire that had little effect. The elves couldn't even see their targets. Their comrades who had escaped had left behind searchlights. However, the human aircraft was so fast that the searchlights were completely useless. Scott looked out of his F-15's window. Bright orange explosions lit up the pitch-black beaches. He gave a thumbs up to his weapons system officer, Gerald Wallace, who was sitting in the seat behind him. Scott banked his F-15 to the left to get ready for another bombing run. Corporal Deeger hugged his legs. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Oh gods, please save me. He rocked back and forth in the hole he had dug only a few hours ago. His guard Magipanzer had been destroyed from an air attack and his crew has already scattered. He didn't even have any weapons on him other than his pistol. He also had no commanders to answer to. Other than the colonel that was currently taking charge, elves were following whoever was the highest ranked of the survivors of their units. Corporal Deeger had no idea where his unit was. It was pitch black in the hole, but there were constant flashes from the explosions that shook the ground like an earthquake. Miles behind the front line, all aircraft have dropped their payloads. It's our turn now. The guns on M109A7 Paladins of the 4th Battalion, 1st Field Artillery Regiment all traversed upwards in unison. The blasts of the gun rocked the air. The self-propelled artillery moved back a bit from the force of the blast. A few minutes later, frontline, the explosion stopped. To the elves, it was a sign that the American assault would begin. The elven infantry in their foxholes and poorly organized trenches gripped their weapons and peeked out. The Magikpanzer crews stayed quiet in their Magikpanzers. Anticipation was heavy in the air. Lights had all been turned off in order to surprise the Americans. Then, the ground shook suddenly. The Americans haven't begun their assault. They were just getting ready for another round of firing. Throughout the night, the firing let up only for short intervals. It switched constantly from American aircraft bombing runs and artillery strikes. A few hours later, a convoy of trucks appeared on the road. The truck in front of the convoy stopped a few yards from the line of firing M109A7S. The lieutenant colonel of the 4th Battalion, 1st Field Artillery Regiment, walked to meet the men exiting the truck. He shouted to someone on his left. "Bannock. The Magosians are here." Bannock walked up towards them. "Are you with the 26th Brigade Field Artillery?" "Yes. We have orders to support you." "You are the 4th Battalion, 1st Field Artillery Regiment, correct?" A blast from a paladin interrupted their conversation. "Yes. We are unsure of the range of your guns, so you might need to get closer." "Wait a second." Bannock turned towards his lieutenant colonel. "We are going to need to give them a map that marks where the elves are. I don't think their guns have the range of ours. I will get someone to grab it." Bannock turned back towards the Magosian commanders. "Give us a second. We will show you where you need to fire." 2230 April 13th, 2020 CE 0215 Sun 14th, 195 AE. "Cease fire, all around the front." The artillery immediately died down. This command was also given out to the Magosian artillery units through their communication lines. Only the tip of the sun was out of the horizon. For nearly 6 hours, hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs and shells were dropped on the elves. Captain John Rose directed his tanks forward. The orders had been given many hours ago. Once the ceasefire order was given to the artillery, all other ground units would begin in advance. Isaac and his infantry platoon slowly walked forward. They had disembarked from their Bradleys earlier. The ground was full of craters. It seemed highly doubtful that anybody had survived. Then they heard voices. "We surrender. We surrender. Please don't shoot." They couldn't understand them, but it was clear from their hands that were up and the lack of weapons they were carrying that they were surrendering. An American infantryman looked down into Foxhole. He laughed. "Hey, this guy in this hole is still alive. Get over here. You gotta look at this. He's asleep." A few other infantrymen walked towards the hole. "Hey, wake up, huh?" Deeger blinked his eyes and looked around before slowly putting his hands up. There were humans surrounding his hole and had their guns pointed at him. He realized that he had fallen asleep during the bombardment since it was day now. 0424 April 14th, 2020 CE 0512 Sun 14th, 195 AE Aflin, Elven Nation. Zeno was pacing around in Terran's office. He had some dark circles under his eyes. "There is absolutely nothing wrong with the Hexenbosons. I'm sure of it. We looked through everything. Every little detail. They should have worked," Terran sighed. "But they didn't." "Are you sure you aren't overlooking anything?" "Unless they were shot down, then I haven't overlooked anything. The fuel consumption is correct. There were no problems with the rocket N." Zeno got interrupted. "Wait, stop, what? Say the first few words of what you just said again." He blinked. "Unless they were shot down, then, stop, what? You can't be serious. The Hexenbosons have a speed of more than 700 miles per hour. Nearly the speed of sound. Nothing can shoot it down." Terran sighed yet again. "Nothing in our arsenal, but what about the Americans? Their aircraft obviously can go faster than the speed of sound. It won't be far-fetched if they have technology capable of shooting down aircraft that can fly at the speed of sound. We have technology capable of shooting down our own aircraft. The Americans should have technology capable of shooting down their own too." Terran shook his head before continuing. The Hexenbazons aren't going to work. I'm putting a stop to all Hexenbazon production. What? You can't just do this. They will work. If we fire a large enough amount of them, then we can surely overwhelm whatever defenses they have set up. Terrence set down his pen. I know you are very invested in this project, but we need the material for the jets. The Hexenbazons aren't working and we don't have time to produce more. Even if it's just an issue as you originally said, and it wasn't the Americans shooting them down, we don't have time to fix it. 0506 April 13th, 2020 CE 0533 Sun 14th, 195 AE. Somewhere in the Pacific, Admiral Edwin Vinor sat quietly in his office. His aircraft carrier rocked up and down in the violent waves. A large storm system was over them. Outside, the sky was dark and the waves were ceaseless. A massive formation of ships moved forwards, each ship going up and down the violent tides. Joint Region Marianas, Guam. A radar operator started to look a bit panicked as he watched his screen. Holy shit. Guys, you guys gotta take a look at this. Is there an issue with the radar? I don't think it is. It might be the entire Elven Navy. Washington, D.C. President Hayes was clearly agitated. How did the satellites not see that large of a fleet? It's a 100-ship fleet, for crying out loud. Secretary of Defense Carlson had a glum look on his face. Clouds, sir. By their luck, a massive storm is moving through that entire area. What units do we currently have based in Guam? Not much. We have stopped the continuous rotation of our bomber forces there since we no longer have any adversaries in the Pacific. It is also much faster to go across the Atlantic to reach the Imperium, so units have been redeploying from Guam. However, from the direction that they are going to completely miss Guam. They are heading straight for Hawaii. Carlson paused shortly before continuing again. We have time. If they were going for Guam, we would have been in trouble. We can rush a response using ships, submarines, and aircraft from Naval Base San Diego and Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. There are also additional units in other naval bases and Air Force bases across the West Coast. We can father what we have and assemble an organized response. If push comes to shove, we can try to reactivate the USS Missouri in Honolulu. The USS Missouri? The battleship? Isn't that just a museum piece now? How are we even going to use it as a naval ship? I doubt it can even move. Well, we are not going to use it as a ship. We can use it as a stationary missile platform. There are 4 Mk-141 Harpoon launchers and 8 Mk-143 armored box launchers that were installed in the late 1980s. Those weapon platforms can probably be reactivated in time. Phalanx Seawers that can maybe still be used. We need everything we have got. Ron the Black Cat, there you have it, folks. A lot of you have requested it. An Iowa-class battleship. This is probably the closest I'm gonna to actually having the Iowas reactivated. Chapter 63, Preparing for Future Battles. 0215 April 14th, 2020 CE. West Coast of the United States. USS John C. Stennis. Rear Admiral Charlie Kirkland looked sternly over the horizon. The sun had yet to rise for the new day. He shook his head. This will be one hell of a fight. In addition to the ships and the carrier strike group of the USS John C. Stennis, 13 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 7 Los Angeles-class submarines, 5 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 4 Virginia-class submarines, and even both Zumwalt-class destroyers were at or sailing towards Hawaii. Tucson Air National Guard Base, Arizona. Lights lit up the base. Pilots ran onto the runway and towards their planes. The alarms of the base seemed like they were going haywire. They quickly climbed into their F-16ABs and F-16CDs. Although designed for air superiority, the F-16 Fighting Falcon was considered a multi-role aircraft. They were capable of carrying and were currently equipped with anti-ship missiles. One by one, they taxied onto the runway. The 162nd Fighter Wing, which was based at the Tucson Air National Guard Base, was flying to the Hickam Air Force Base. The Hawaii Air National Guard that was based at the Hickam Air Force Base had the 154th Wing, which was only equipped with F-22s. Those would be useful against the naval aircraft that the Elves have brought, but useless against any of the Elven ships. On the West Coast, squadrons of jets were taking off from Air Force and Air National Guard bases. 0724 April 14th, 2020 CE. Washington, D.C. We have also detected a large number of submarines. However, the exact number is unknown. The president was visibly irritated at the news. How bad is the situation? Will they be able to reach Hawaii? Our current analysis of the situation still deems it highly unlikely that they will be able to reach Hawaii. Even with Guam closer to the United States than our original world, we still have time. The president started drumming his fingers on the desk. What to do? What to do? It's clear that we have to crush them. Yes, Carlson, I understand that. I'm worried about the civilians. If we fail, Hawaii would be in danger. 1 million people live there. Should we call for an evacuation? I need to assure the people that we can handle the situation. Should we keep it a secret to prevent mass panic? It has been more than 80 years since an enemy nation has ever attacked American soil. And it would be at the same location. During his presidency. He took a deep breath and his drumming turned louder. 0811 April 14, 2020 CE 0705 Sun 14th, 195 AE beaches of the Magus Imperium Isaac and one of his squadmates wandered down the beach. Although under the pretense of looking for more elves, they were just having a leisurely walk. Isaac watched as his squadmate kicked at one of the charred remains of an elf. How many prisoners is this? Isaac looked up at the question. From what I have heard, nearly 50,000, his squadmate whistled at the number. Have we ever gotten this large amount of POWs? Probably back in World War II or something. Still, it's surprising that many are still alive. Isaac glanced around at the elven bodies lying on the beaches. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a headache to handle for whoever is handling this. Poor guy, Isaac chuckled. Good thing we are just grunts. Captain Rose looked out at the ocean from the cratered beach. He knew that they would be sailing across very soon. Elven weapons were strewn all over the blackened sand. The burnt-out husk of an elven tank was just a few yards away. Around him, the infantry was guiding the surviving elves off the beach. Aflin, Elven Nation, the headquarters was bustling with elves. The situation has been turning worse and worse by the day. High-ranking officers talked amongst themselves. We have lost contact with multiple of the other convoys. We have also received absolutely no reports of the sinking of any of their submarines. How bad is it? We are expecting a 60% survival rate. All the officers went quiet. That was a couple 100,000 casualties. The leader would not be happy with that. The ocean between the Elven Nation and Magus Imperium, the journey has so far been extraordinarily smooth. It was surprising in comparison to the hull she had experienced from the Americans during her retreat. Aira placed a hand on her knight. Its metal armor glinted in the sun. She thought back to her mother. She quietly sprouted out her thoughts as if she wanted to confirm them. Maybe I really should try settling down. Finding someone nice to marry doesn't seem too bad right now. If it was a month ago, she would have scoffed at the idea. Distinguishing herself was all she could think about in the past. Somewhere in the Elven Nation, the two Green Beret split teams have rejoined each other after scouting their areas out. They had been on the move all night and morning. Finding a comfortable and secure place, the two weapons sergeants started conversing. They have done immense amounts of preparation in these areas. They are throwing whatever they have together. They seem to be using some of their outdated arsenals. I spotted some clearly older, WW1 era-style artillery pieces and tanks. They look extremely strange, but by technological comparison, they are definitely World War I. Well, from what we have learned about the elves from the information we gathered from the natives, those strange-looking World War I era tanks and artillery are probably about 150 years old. I'm surprised they are even in working condition. We didn't find any outdated 150-year-old weird equipment from our investigation. In this area over here, they are much less prepared, but they are all definitely German-style World War II era equipment. They are currently still in the process of fortifying. I'm not sure how our satellites haven't been able to spot any of the movement for this. The Assistant Operations and Intelligence Sergeant commented on that. This continent is extremely rich in temperate forests. They could have just decided to move them through the forests instead of the roads. Why would they do that though? They should have no understanding of our reconnaissance technology. Maybe they do suspect that we have the capability to view them using satellites. Do they even know what satellites are? Doubtful. They have been underwater all this time. However, it's likely that they felt it extremely fishy that we were able to strike their forces at any time and anywhere. Pablo nodded at the conversation and turned towards one of the communications sergeants. Start sending this information back. Inform HQ that we will go back to our main objective. They had brought along radios for communication with headquarters. It was ascertained that the elves could not intercept their radios. The elves relied on monowaves for communications, so it was doubtful if the elves had any technology capable of listening in on radio waves. 0933 April 14, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. President Hayes was in another deep discussion of the current situation. Although the elves in the Pacific are clearly an issue, we still can't neglect the invasion of the elves' homeland. Carlson nodded his head. The fanaticism of the elves is a worrisome factor. They do seem more similar to Imperial Japan than Nazi Germany. Is there a way we can exploit this fact? We can do some things similarly but not everything. Keeping the current leader of the elves is not possible. He's the source of this fanaticism. According to the elves we have captured, he also isn't viewed as a god. A large portion of elves themselves have a hatred of humans. What are our choices then? Our most feasible option right now and the one we are currently preparing for is to launch an invasion. There are a few problems with this. We will most certainly meet stiff resistance from their military and the civilian population. In addition, we will have to worry about resistance fighters. This won't be like Iraq in the Gulf War. We faced a total of 900,000 then. The elves here have more than a couple million. It will be a hard fight. Our second option that may solve those issues and may seem like an easier option is to launch a nuclear missile or two and hope that their leader surrenders. If their leader surrenders, then the elves themselves might lose some of their fanaticism. Similar to what happened with Imperial Japan. What's different is that we can just dispose of the elven leader afterward. I highly doubt we can use him as we did with Emperor Hirohito. The president pondered about Carlson's suggestions. What would happen if we launch our missiles and destroy a few of their cities, but they don't surrender? Well, we would either have to actually invade them or completely annihilate them using our nuclear weapons. Well, the first one leads back to our first feasible option, and the second will certainly cause an outcry from the people. That's why I believe an invasion, however hard it is our most feasible option here. 1148 April 14, 2020 CE 0854 Sun 14, 2020 CE Elven Nation. The Green Berets were continuing towards their objective at a quick pace. They had already passed a few towns and cities and were able to gather the current circumstances of the civilians. From what more they had observed, the entire Elven civilian population was barely informed of their current predicament, but they did seem to have an inkling that something was going wrong. However, they had immense trust in their leader and brushed it off. The Elven newspapers were clearly filled with propaganda and falsehoods. Articles ranged from saying that they were winning and that the human empire has already fallen to advertisements for human slaves. There were many pictures in the newspapers of their past victorious battles against the Magus. 1148 April 14, 2020 CE 0554 Sun 14, 2020 CE Kingdom of Albia, Sohn Continent. Miller got out of the Humvee to stretch. He looked back at Wolford, who was sitting in the driver's seat. That was a long trip. We are a few miles from the front line. Seems like these Nazi elves haven't made much progress. Well, we are here to push them back. Anyways, I'm exhausted. Let's get some rest. Behind them, other Diamond Wolves got off of their vehicles. In addition, the Cat Kingdom's 5th Division was further behind. The Diamond Wolves had purchased trucks in order to accompany them. Chapter 64 Diamond Wolves Interlude Part 1. 1148 April 14, 2020 CE 0554 Sun 14, 2020 CE Kingdom of Albia, Sohn Continent. Miller stretched. That was quite some journey. We still got work ahead. Would prefer to have a short break. I was the one who drove. You slept nearly the entire trip. Still doesn't feel comfortable being crammed into a vehicle for hours on end. Weren't you in the Marines? You know my military background is clear as day, Commander. Wolford shook his head. Let's go. There's no time to dally. We still have to get everything organized before we can actually go to bed. The area was bustling with soldiers of all shapes and sizes. Wolves, bears, tigers, and many other strong beastmen. There were also human knights. Following Wolford, Miller walked up to Flamatail. Wolford got her attention. We are here as support attached to your division, but I would still like to join in on whatever meetings you high-level officers are having, of course. I was just told that we should be having one soon. You and your sub-commander can join. Just follow me. They were welcomed by a large bear. Commander Flamatail. Good to see you again. It is too, Commander Grizzlyjack. Grizzlyjack looked down at Ron and smiled. Ron. How are you doing? Still falling off bridges? Commander Grizzlyjack chuckled at his own comment. Ron bowed. I'm doing well, Commander Grizzlyjack. No need to be so formal. I still remember the time you were just this small and I had to dive into a river to save you after the bridge came out right under you. He looked towards Miller and Wolfred. "Ah, you two must be part of the human mercenaries that were hired." Miller felt as if the ground shook from the bear's booming voice. They got their introductions out of the way and were welcomed into the tent for the meeting. There were tigers, jaguars, wolves, bears, and a few other types of beastmen sitting around. There were also a few humans. Sitting at the opposite end of the entrance was a very imposing rhino beastman. "Welcome Commander Flamatail and Commander Grizzlyjack," they both saluted and replied at the same time. Reporting for duty, Lord Commander. The rhino, who was called the Lord Commander, turned his attention to Miller and Wolfred. "You two must be the mercenaries from the United States." "Welcome, Commander Wolfred and Subcommander Miller, I presume." "I'm Lord Commander Darkhorn. I'm in command of all frontline forces." Wolfred and Miller acknowledged him and the meeting began. He began to speak. "We have been fighting the elves for some time right now, and we have only been on the defense and retreating. However, it is now time for us to begin our counterattack. We will push them out of the kingdom of Albia." Murmurs rose up in the room among the commanders. Miller and Wolfred stayed quiet and looked around. One of the humans in the room raised his voice above the murmurs. "Lord Commander." "Yes, Gladwin, with all due respect, sir, how do you expect us to accomplish that? The elves have much more superior technology and there had been no way to get around that, true until now. But with the help of the mercenaries we have hired." "The mercenaries? Sir, this is a slight to the honor of knights. Depending on mere mercenaries, Commander Flamatail has written to me that she holds these mercenaries' abilities in high regard. I have also heard that their country has nearly pushed the elves out of the Imperatoria continent, single-handedly." He looked towards Miller and Wolfred. "I have high expectations. I hope that you do not disappoint." "But Lord Commander," Commander Gladwin sat down, clearly upset. "I will tolerate no more protests. We still have more matters to discuss." The meeting proceeded for around another hour. There was further discussion about the positioning of the units and the plan for the offensive. Flamatail walked out of the tent with Ron following closely behind. "Still carrying that little kitten with you, Commander Flamatail?" Commander Grey Ears, a wolf beastman, greeted them with that. Flamatail turned around and nodded with a neutral expression. "Ron is a very good squire, thank you. I'm not that surprised that humans are with you too." He laughed before continuing. "Typical. The weak always flock to you cats." Ron started hissing. "Ron, stop." His hissing immediately stopped, but his hostile stare didn't. "Understood, Madame Flamatail." "Madame Flamatail this." "Madame Flamatail that." It seems so funny. "Well, now if you will excuse me, I have some important matters to attend to." "You cats can go laze around in the sun, in a tent." Ron voiced his complaints in a childlike manner. "But Mom," he was being a prick again. "I know, Ron. But we can't be having fights amongst ourselves right before a major offensive. If it was any other day, I would have given him a good beating." Ron was still clearly upset. Flamatail shook her head. "He's just being jealous of our division's accomplishments. Now go get some rest. We will be marching into battle tomorrow." Ron nodded and walked off to his tent. His back felt very sore. He had been accidentally bumped off of the trucks multiple times. Miller asked Wolfred as they were walking towards their supply trucks. "I'm not sure if I had heard that rhino correctly, but they want us to be the vanguard. Seems like that Lord Commander guy is testing us. From the way this is planned, the only actual support we are getting in this battle for the first 30 minutes is from the 5th Division. Won't it also be bad for him if we lost?" He's being cautious. "All the other forces are far enough that they will be able to quickly retreat if we fail. We are just some mercenary unit. Of course, he doesn't trust us completely, but he clearly has high hopes in us. We just gotta prove ourselves." "What are we going to do about those elven tanks?" "I thought we were planning to use hit-and-run tactics." Wolfred pulled something out of the back of the truck. "Why do you think I brought these then?" Less than an hour later, Miller started setting up his tent when a commotion got his attention. Wolfred was arguing with a human knight. As he got closer, he saw the human knight was Commander Gladwin. "I challenge you to a duel. I don't use a sword." He laughed. "You don't have a sword, the elves don't have them either. And neither does the Imperials. And why do you think they don't have them? Swords are archaic weapons. I will give you a sword and we will." A booming voice disrupted Gladwin. "What is happening here?" Gladwin turned and immediately saluted. "Lord Commander, Commander Gladwin." "What are you doing, sir?" I just wanted to test the capabilities of these mercenaries. As they are a vital component of an operation that my men will participate in, I need to understand if they are qualified." There is no need for that, but sir, Darkhorn glared at Gladwin. Are you doubting the words of a superior officer? No sir. I will take my leave, sir. Gladwin scampered away as Darkhorn looked over at Wolfred. Sorry about that, he's a proud knight, it's fine. Wolfred knew that even Darkhorn had some doubts about the Diamond Wolf's capabilities. It was hypocritical of Darkhorn, but Wolfred was still happy that he was giving them a chance to prove themselves. Afterward, Darkhorn departed as quickly as he had arrived. 1535 April 14, 2020 CE 0747 Sun 14, 2020 CE Elven Headquarters, Subcan Kingdom Field Marshal Nevan Nyana, commander of all Elven forces on the Soan continent, studied the laid-out map. The current line is finally stable. We can now restart the offensive. Their allied human kingdom, the Subcan Kingdom, had finally mobilized their entire army. Even though it only consisted of human knights who were much weaker when compared to the beastmen, with this vast boost in manpower, the elves were able to regroup their spread-out forces without losing any territory. He laid out his plans to his subordinates. We will push through their center. When we cause that to collapse, the sides will give way. Having such a meager force, it was decided that it was best that they concentrated it into a heavy punch that could destabilize the technologically inferior enemy. 0825 April 15, 2020 CE 0412 Sun 15, 2020 CE Frontline. The magic panzer engines roared to life. A division of them headed straight for the Soan League Army's center. Report. Surprise attack. Multiple groups of tanks are coming. Scouts from the Soan League had quickly come back when they sighted a large Magipanzer force headed straight towards them. The usual Elven artillery fire and close air support that preceded attacks didn't appear, so the Soan League was caught completely off guard. News of it spread quickly across the front line. The Diamond Wolves had moved out earlier in the morning to take up the position from where they will be starting the offensive. A somewhat worried member of the Diamond Wolves was talking with Wolfred. What do we do about this, Commander? We can't be expected to take on 100 tanks. We have never done this before. We are literally in the way of an armored spearhead. Wolfred shook his head. Well, it seems like the elves got a jump on us. Funny how we decided to go on an offensive at nearly the same time. Miller looked up from cleaning his gun. Well, we should be prepared for this. Depends on how large that tank force is. The scouts just said multiple groups of them. Any orders to pull out? Wolfred shook his head again. The Soans is trying to stop it. Seems like that Rhino is pulling units from the flanks to reinforce us. If they punch through, the Soans is gonna have a major problem. I won't be surprised if they had invested everything into this defensive position. Well, I guess we are using a different weapon. The Carl Gustavs won't cut it. Wolfred stood up before talking again. We are moving out. The person who was talking to Wolfred earlier looked up. Where are we going? Can't stay on open ground when tanks are coming. We are going to a better position. The Soans instructed us not to move though. Miller laughed. He remembered that this guy was new. We are mercenaries. We don't have to follow orders. We are getting paid to kill and defeat the enemy, and that's our objective. If the orders given don't help us accomplish what we are being paid for, then we don't need to heed them. More than an hour later, the first Elven tank appeared from the horizon. It slowly got close and closer. Even more Elven tanks appeared from out of the horizon. Like, test these babies out. Fire. A tow missile slid out of a tow launcher. An hour earlier, $100,000 a pop. Didn't put much of a dent to the gold we got from the Soans. Though these things are still expensive. We only got 2 of them launchers, so we have to use them well. Should have the range to take out them tanks. You literally seem to be pulling these weapons out of thin air. Why don't I know that we bought these? What can I say? I love surprises. Miller sighed. He was getting a bit tired of his commander's recent shenanigans. Where did you even get this? Was this approved? I can understand the Carl Gustav getting through the tow missile launchers. Don't tell me you got these off some sort of black market, had some connections. When you are in the mercenary business, it's important to have them. Back to the present. The forwardmost guard tank exploded. Where is it coming from? They are firing from somewhere hidden. Spread out and move forward. Another guard tank went up in flames. Wolfred laughed while looking down his binoculars. Huh. Look at them cook. They still haven't seen us. Pretty sure they are expecting some sort of massive anti-tank gun. Keep up the fire. I only see 10 of them. Now they're spreading out. Well, that won't help much against guided missiles. A tow missile slammed into another one of the elf tanks. It went up in flames as the tank lurched forward before stopping. Chapter 65 Diamond Wolves Interlude Part 2. 0937 April 15, 2020 CE 0448 Sun 15, 2020 CE Kingdom of Albia, Zone Continent at once. The guards stopped their advance and started backing up at full speed. Another one blew up as a tow slammed into its turret. One of the tow operators laughed. Look at them go. They haven't even fired yet and they are running. Then, the guns on all of the guards flashed. A shell impacted close to their position and exploded. Another one was way off target. A couple flew right over them. The force from the overhead shells was easily felt by the mercenaries below. Everyone turned their heads to look at the operator who said that. I will shut up. Miller watched as the elf tanks backed further and further away. They are out of range now. We got 6 of them. That's what I would call a job well done. Okay, boys. Time to pack up. We are moving. Wolford dusted off his cargo pants as he got up. He watched as his men picked up the tow launcher. Careful with them. If any of you break it, it's coming out of your paycheck. I mean it seriously this time. And it ain't cheap. They walked back to the Humvees and trucks that had been parked further back. Miller caught up to Wolford. Where should we go? Somewhere close by but not too close would be sensible. We are gonna keep ambushing them until they give up and go back home. A person came running up to them. Commander, there's a knight on a horse coming in our way. Wolford nodded. Stay on guard, Wolford shouted towards the incoming horseman. Stop. Identify yourself. The horseman stopped and reined his horse in. A messenger under the orders of Lord Commander Darkhorn. I have an important report to make to Commander Wolford. You are speaking to him right now. The horseman got off his horse, walked to him, and saluted. Sir, multiple elven tanks have overrun positions of the 9th Division and 15th Division. Lord Commander has ordered your units retreat. You are in a dangerous position and under threat of encirclement. In addition, he has commanded your unit to reposition to help the 5th Division. They are currently engaging enemy infantry. Scouts have also reported that elven tanks are approaching their position. Got it. But what about the elven tanks that came through here? The messenger was alarmed. Elven tanks came through. Well, no. We beat them back. 10 of them came and we destroyed 6 of them. The messenger blinked at Wolford in surprise. You destroyed 6 of them? Yeah. Oh, I will report this. Where did you exactly destroy them? Can I take a look to confirm? Not too far from here. Wolford pointed towards the back. Go over that hill and there should be a clearing with their destroyed tanks. Thank you. The knight saluted and rode off. Wolford turned towards his men. Okay, boys, change of plans. We are skedaddling. Seems like our friends in the 5th Division need our help. Elven Headquarters, Subican Kingdom. Field Marshal Iana looked at the battle report in surprise. Our flanking force was defeated? Only 4 out of the 10 guards survived. Some sort of anti-tank weapon is blocking the way, so the hands of those slimy Americans have even reached here. The Field Marshal spat out those words in disgust. The adjutant continued his report. Other than that setback, all other positions are not facing any difficulties. Categorize this as a small American unit that has come to support the kingdoms here. We will have to find a way to deal with it. Kingdom of Albia, Zone Continent. The knight slowly trotted his horse up to the wreckages of the elf tanks. He stopped his horse and came down. He touched the twisted metal of one of the tanks. They actually killed 6. 30 minutes later the sounds of gunfire echoed in the sky. Keep security. Bravo 1, please move up to scout the area. We should be coming up to a battlefield. I don't want any nasty surprises. Got it. Bravo 1 is moving ahead. One of the Humvees got out of the line of vehicles and moved up from the sides of the road. I don't see any tanks yet. Is the road clear? The 5th Division is defending it. The elves are firing from a sparsely wooded forest. We can drive up to them safely. You heard that, boys? Go. 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 The line of Humvees and trucks quickly whirred to life. Flammertail had back to a mound. I now see why they wanted us to use these guns. The 5th Division was holding extremely well against the attacking elven infantry. The AK-47s easily tore through the elves' lines. However, the elves were still returning fire. If they had been using swords against the elves, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Just then, she heard noises and looked up to see the Diamond Wolves' vehicles heading towards her division's position. They are using assault rifles. The elven infantry had been completely caught off guard when the beastmen started using guns. Their formation had been designed to counter the fast sword charges of the beastmen. This meant that they were bunched up together in multiple groups. They had been quickly gunned down when the beastmen opened fire. As the Diamond Wolves arrived at the battle, they were greeted with a bizarre scene. Beastmen from a fantasy world donning medieval-era armor and firing modern weaponry. Fighting Nazi elves who had World War II weaponry. It seemed like a real-life mash of Civilization VI and Total War, Warhammer II. The doors of the Humvees were slammed open as men jumped off of the back of the trucks that followed. They immediately set up positions in order to fire upon the elves. Wolfred popped up from the mound and fired his AK-47. Besides him, Beastman and his members were also firing. An occasional shot from the pinned down elves would come, but it usually missed. As the forest was not really that dense, it didn't provide much cover for the elves. The gun battle raged for a while before the elves gave up and retreated. Flammertail came up to greet Wolfred. "Surprised to see you here, got orders from your commander to assist you. There are tanks coming your way, speak of the devil." A rumbling noise came from the forest. Wolfred turned towards his men. "Get the cargo staffs. Elven tanks are coming. They will be close to us this time." The first tank appeared a few minutes later. Wolfred shouted to the beastmen, "Keep clear of the back of the anti-tank weapon." The cargo staff operator then also shouted, "Backblast." A massive puff of fire came out from the back, and a round flew out and hit the first elf tank. The tank stopped and exploded. The beastmen have anti-tank weapons. The group of remaining 9 Magikpanzers instantly stopped their advance forwards. The Magikpanzer in the lead had been destroyed. The commander of the Magikpanzers made a quick decision. "We will flank from the left." The 5 cargo staff operators looked around. "I don't see any more movement." Was it only one tank? Wolfred got his binoculars out. "There is trees blocking the way, but I don't see anything. Stay on alert." "I don't think there was only one tank. The one that just fired. Reload. They could try to rush us, so be prepared." A shout rang out. "Tanks coming in from the left and right. They are trying to flank us." Tanks simultaneously came out of the forest from the left and right. Dirt was scattered into the sky as the elf tanks opened fire and hit the ground. The sound of machine gun fire began. Fire, backblast. It wasn't long before the firing died down. Suffering some light casualties, the Diamond Wolves had successfully beaten back the Elven armored assault. "Elven headquarters, Subican Kingdom, sir. We have broken through at the left flank, but we failed to break through the right. The plan won't work under these circumstances." "What do we do?" Field Marshal Iana hit the table with his fist. Damn it, this had ruined his entire plan. He wanted to encircle them and crush their center, but that won't work now that only the right fell. He thought it over for a while. "We will keep a defensive posture on our right and center. Tell the units on the left flank to continue their advance as planned. Divert the 3rd Guard Magikpanzer Company, the 19th Infantry Company, and the 36th Infantry Company all to the left flank. They will continue the push deeper into enemy territory." Right flank of the zone lines. They had had some success while battling the Elven infantry, but it was short-lived as Elven tanks soon showed up. The beastmen were unable to place their sticky bombs on the Elven tanks, as they were being heavily protected by their infantry. Commander Gladwin looked around at his dying men. He didn't want to give the order but understood that the battle was lost. "Retreat, Zone Headquarters, Kingdom of Albia report. The right flank has fallen." Lord Commander Darkhorn showed no emotion at those words. Internally, he cursed at the fact that the elves decided to start an offensive when he did. Left flank of the zone lines before long, the 5th Division and the Diamond Wolves also received word of it. After a messenger gave them the current situation, new orders were issued. "Lord Commander has ordered your unit to begin an assault. Your job is to make the elves have to pull units away from our right flank." Wolf returned to Miller. "HM. I have a better idea. We are splitting into 2 units. Your unit takes the tow launchers. We will be taking the cargo staffs. You are to set up a defensive position and halt the Elven advance. I'm gonna attack as ordered to." Miller thought it over and nodded. "Will do." The messenger looked quizzaciously as Miller moved towards the vehicles and gathered his men. Sir? What are you doing?" Wolfred explained to the messenger. The messenger immediately protested. "This is against orders, HM. "It's not against orders since you never specifically stated that my whole group has to attack. There was also no specific order preventing me from sending units to help the right flank. All I have to do is to attack the elves from this flank, which is what I'm doing, albeit with a smaller force." The messenger hesitated. But, he started to speak and trailed off since he didn't know how to respond. Wolfred nodded. "Time is of the essence. We will be setting off. We will advance with you. Wolford nodded at Flamatail's offer. He understood that with a diamond wolf split in half, it would have been difficult to advance by themselves. 30 minutes later Wolford drove his Humvee through the sparsely wooded forest. With him were a bunch of other Humvees and trucks. Up ahead were the 5th Division and the Diamond Wolves that had the cargo staffs. They had been advancing for a good while. Wolford got on his radio. Dalton Rodriguez was the one commanding the cargo staff unit. There are probably still tanks in this forest. A few minutes later there were sounds of explosions up ahead. They are taken care of. Probably the remnants of the ones that attacked us. Nearly an hour later Rodriguez came through the radio again. We are seeing some elves. How much is there? I think we found their main position. Okay. Dismount. We are attacking. An elf sat there enjoying a talk with his friends. He was very glad that his company wasn't the one who had been ordered to attack. The elves from the infantry company that came back from their failed assault were in terrible shape. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. He looked up to the shouts and blacked out as a 7.62 x 39mm bullet went through his head. Right flank of the Sohn lines. Hurry. Hurry. Commander Gladwin goaded his knights. The elves were hot on their trail. A tank appeared behind them. It stopped and started to turn its turret towards them. Disperse. The tank exploded. Miller smiled as the toe slammed into the tank behind the knights. Seems like we got here in the nick of time. We will stop them here. Don't let a single tank through. A few minutes later Gladwin trotted his horse up to ones who saved the survivors of his unit. He recognized the man as one of the commanders of the mercenaries. Elven headquarters, Subcan Kingdom. Our attack on the left flank has stalled and the right flank is being pushed back. Field Marshal Yana sat down. Retreat and regroup. As the adjutant left, he could hear loud shouting behind him. This was all going so well. Until those idiots attacking the human empire messed it up. Now I'm stuck here. Chapter 66 Looming Battle. 1425 April 14, 2020 CE. Washington, D.C. Time. 1012 Sun 14, 2020 CE. Elven Nation Time. 0825 April 14, 2020 CE. Hawaii Time. A submarine of the Elven Attack Fleet, S-56 Captain. There's something approaching from our front at high speeds. The captain looked over the UMWE's underwater monowave emitter operator's shoulder and watched as a blip moved closer and closer to the center. He had been warned about the fact that American weapons were a bit superior to the elves. Must be an American weapon of sorts. Probably an advanced torpedo. Dive. 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 Evaded. The ballast tanks inside the submarine filled with water as the submarine started going deeper. The submarines behind them started turning left and right. It should pass right over now. The crew waited quietly. The blip on got closer and closer. Then the submarine shook. It hit us. Sounds of panic started. We are taking on water. The bottom compartments are all filling with water. Submarines behind the S-56. S-56 has been hit. The torpedo has come out the other side of S-56. It's changing directions and coming towards us, sir. Get us to the surface. Being underwater isn't safe. Elven Attack Fleet Flagship, NN Conqueror Admiral. Our submarines are under attack. Some sort of torpedo is going right through them. Admiral Edwin Venor sat down with a beleaguered face. He had experienced the power of American weaponry and still had no strategy to completely deal with them. He said his next words without the commanding aura of his past self, but that of a normal man in a regular conversation. Since we haven't been attacked yet, this weapon may only be capable of attacking submarines. Tell our submarines to surface. They are doing just that, sir. Good. S-88, S-71 had been taken out. It's changing directions towards S-102. It's fast. S-102 has been taken out. It's changing directions again. It's targeting S-34 inches. Why can't we rise faster? The captain of S-88 felt panic welling up in him as the single American torpedo destroyed one submarine after another. Come on. Come on. We are approaching the surface, Captain. NN Conqueror Admiral Venor questioned his staff. What's the situation? 8 submarines were taken out by what we classified as some sort of torpedo. What is this torpedo? It's not explosive, but it's guided and goes straight through our submarines. Causes them to fill up with water from where the torpedo entered and exited. It's too dangerous to submerge. Tell our submarines to travel on the surface. What will they do during battle, sir? Admiral Venor hesitated at that question. Submarines were made to be stealthy and attack from underwater. Now that they couldn't go underwater, they had lost their main advantage. I will find a way. Ocean near Hawaii. Two sailors on the USS Zumwalt were talking while doing their jobs. What the hell are the higher-ups even thinking? The main guns don't even work on this thing. Well, we still have our missiles. I heard that the elves have 100 submarines. How in God's name are we gonna deal with that? I don't know how exactly, but I do know we are still gonna beat the shit out of them. Besides, you're panicking far too early. The battle shouldn't actually happen until like 12 hours from now. 1634 April 14, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. time, 1034 April 14, 2020 CE, Hawaii time, the suburbs of Honolulu, Hawaii. Gary. Seems like the neighbors are panicking. They are packing up and leaving. Honey, we will be fine. It's a bunch of World War II ships, but still. I'm a tad bit worried. Don't you think we should try to find a safer place? Maybe go closer inland at least. The words from the TV in the background caught their attention. The president will shortly be addressing the nation on the current situation. Honey, they are just overreacting. This isn't some Independence Day movie. Aliens aren't coming to obliterate us with a massive laser. Look, I'm pretty sure the president is coming on to tell everybody to calm down. We were caught off guard and suffered severe losses. Now, we face a similar threat. However, history will not repeat again. We know that a large elven fleet is closing in on Hawaii. We know their exact location. We know what we are facing. The United States Navy, Air Force, and Air National Guard will confront and stop them soon. My fellow Americans, you have nothing to fear. Your safety is guaranteed. Hawaii is not under threat. People of Hawaii, do not panic. Place your trust in the armed forces of the United States. The enemy will not lay hands on American soil. I promise you that not a single enemy explosive will land on Hawaii. Thank you and may God bless America. 1823 April 14, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. time, White House. First engagement should occur within the next 12 hours, Mr. President. President Hayes nodded. How is the fleet that's going to clear the way for D-Day? It was decided to call the operation to invade the Elven homeland, D-Day, because it truly fit the situation. It also shed a good light on it. The purpose was to emphasize that this was a war to defeat a country with a similar ideology to the Nazis. Should be approaching soon. The operation has been set to commence about 2 weeks from now. Good. Good. What about the current ground situation in the Magus Imperium? How is our land forces? Everything should be completely secured now. We do have a problem with the prisoners though, There's too much for us to handle. 50,000. President Hayes' demeanor changed at that number and whistled. Any solution? I was just about to ask you about this. We are thinking of handing most of them over to the Magusians. They seem well experienced at handling large numbers of prisoners, taking into account their massive wars with Amok. They also seem quite willing to take them. Hayes knew that handing the elves over to the Magus would end pretty badly for the elves, but not doing so would have caused problems in the future. And besides, he didn't really care for the elves. They weren't even human, so there weren't any pesky rules of war that applied to them. Of course, he still wanted most of the rules of war to be followed in order to maintain a good public opinion. I suppose that's fine. Any news from the Green Berets we inserted? Nothing new since the last time I briefed you on them. They should either have arrived or gotten close to arriving in the Elven capital. Ocean between the Soan continent and Magus Imperium. A large American fleet was sailing straight towards the Elven homeland. Seaman James Murray was talking to his friend, Seaman Zach Stevens again. Why aren't we turning around then? Won't get there in time. And besides, I don't think a bunch of outdated ships are gonna do much. 0350 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. time, 0455 Sun 15, 2020 CE, Elven Nation time, Favelin, Elven Nation. 2 elves walked into the hotel. Welcome. What are you boys here for? How much is the cost for a month's stay for both of us? A month you say? Let me calculate that. Give me a few seconds. The receptionist got out a piece of paper and did some calculations. That would be about 1 gold and 10 silvers for a 1 month's stay. Okay, thank you. One of the elves fished out 1 gold and 10 silver notes and placed them on the counter. We have breakfast every morning. If you have any problems, come down to this desk and we will gladly fix it. The elves got into the room and shut the door behind them. They quickly took their ears off. Phew, finally, these fake elf ears get very uncomfortable very fast. The other elf got out their radio. He spoke into it in a low voice. Is everyone in position? Over. Ferry 3 has already settled down. Over. This is Ferry 4. We just got there. Over. Yep, for Ferry 2. Over. Ferry 5 is nearly there. Over. Ferry 6 is somewhat lost. We shouldn't be far from where we are supposed to be. Over. Good to hear. Just follow the plan. Out. They had decided to further split up the group into a total of 6 teams with 2 people in each. The original 2 team with 6 each wasn't optimal. Having such a large group of elven males coming into the capital city at once and staying at the same place was bound to raise suspicions. An hour later, Pablo and Dennis strolled through the streets of Afavelin. It was extremely lively. People crowded the streets and cars clogged the roads. Other than the noticeable lack of skyscrapers and the fact that everyone had pointy ears, it kind of felt like New York City. As they walked down the street, they spotted a building of interest. It was given a large space and had guards protecting it. Pablo nodded to Dennis. They separated. Dennis wandered around the street but purposefully and slowly got closer to the protected building. He walked right into one of the guards. "What are you doing?" "Oops, sorry. I'm so sorry. Get out of here." I'm completely lost." "Where exactly am I? Are you blind?" "This is the home of our great leader. If you don't leave, I will shoot." "Sorry. I'm leaving." Dennis turned his back and walked away quickly with a smirk on his face. 0350 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 2150 April 14, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, Honolulu, Hawaii. Deck of the USS Missouri. Whoever ordered this to be reactivated is a complete idiot. An engineer looked at one of the manuals for the USS Missouri. "What the fuck is this part?" Another engineer walked over and looked at it. "Not sure. I guess it's saying that that's connected to that." "Oh, reactivate one of the missile systems," they said. "It should be easy," they said. Motherfuckers. This ship hasn't actually been maintained for 29 fucking years. Can't whoever is on top understand that? The generators are kaput. We won't fix them in time. We are gonna need to bring in our own. If we want to get the missile systems running, how are they even gonna fire the fucking missiles? We have to replace the electric panels. 0712 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0112 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, miles away from Hawaii. On the USS John C. Stennis, 2 FA-18 Super Hornets got ready on the catapult. Chapter 67 Defense of Hawaii Part 1. 0714 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0114 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, near Hawaii. 2 FA-18 Super Hornets launched from the USS John C. Stennis into the night sky. In a mere 30 seconds, another 2 were launched. Washington, D.C. Seems to be some sort of show of force. It was clear from the satellite imagery that seemingly all the elven submarines of the fleet that was currently heading towards Hawaii have surfaced. President Hayes scratched his head at Carlson's words. Show of force? Show of force to who? They shouldn't know that we can see their ships. Maybe it's to boost their own morale. I fail to see how having all your submarines surface would boost morale. It seems like a stupid thing to do. Then I don't know what they are doing. Vice President Woggs got their attention. People, this isn't important. The Super Hornets will be in missile range soon. 0735 April 15, 2020 CE. 0135 April 15, 2020 CE. Somewhere in the Pacific 4 Super Hornet squadrons flew in formation. Let's waste these fuckers. They each had a full load of Harpoon missiles. From the 44 aircraft, 176 Harpoons were fired. They broke formation and began their return to the USS John C. Stennis. Washington, D.C. All missiles have been launched. President Hayes leaned back on his chair as he watched the screen that broadcasted the positions of the Elven Fleet, the U.S. Fleet, and the Super Hornet squadrons. We are going to need to procure a lot of new missiles, or we are going to have a massive shortage soon. A few minutes later, Elven Fleet, the sound of explosions echoed. Admiral Van Orgrenly opened his eyes and looked at the metal ceiling of his room. So it has begun. A massive explosion occurred on the bottom left side of a small aircraft carrier as a Harpoon missile struck it. Smoke billowed out before a massive explosion seemingly ruptured the aircraft carrier. The Harpoon had struck its magazine compartments that had been filled with bombs and torpedoes. Another Harpoon hit right on the bow of a massive battleship. It caused much less damage, but there was a gaping hole where the Harpoon hit. The Alvin fleet did not stop advancing as one missile after another hit. Smoke billowed out of the superstructure of a cruiser where the missile hit. A destroyer, ripped in two by the explosion of a harpoon hitting it, started slowly descending into its watery grave. Its surviving elves jumping overboard. More and more ships were hit with each passing second. The night was lit with explosions and the fires coming from the ships. S-101 dive. 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 The sound of explosions reverberated in the submarine. They were more willing to risk the threat of the torpedo attacking them than be obliterated by air attacks. The NN Victory has been sunk. The NN Zumler is taking on water. The crew says that they can keep it afloat. There was a minor magazine explosion on the NN Ileana. Crews are working to take out the fire. The S-29 is gone. Reports of the damage came flooding in. In the end, 25 destroyers, 2 submarines, 1 light aircraft carrier, and 3 cruisers were sunk. Much more ships were damaged to varying degrees. Admiral Vaynor viewed the damage from the bridge of his ship. Black smoke billowed into the sky as ships engulfed in fire sunk. Elves waved their arms and floated around the sinking wreckage. Rescue them as quickly as possible. We don't have time to idle, understood, before the officer could leave. Admiral Vaynor stopped and turned around. Wait. Don't get me wrong. We are saving all of them. No one will be left behind. We just need to do it fast. Even amidst all this destruction by and without them knowing, they were still a bit lucky. Not all harpoon missiles reached their targets. Some of them just missed by chance while others accidentally targeted the submarines. Most of the submarines dived away just as the harpoons were about to hit. Washington, D.C. President Haye stared at the screen as reports came in that the missiles had hit. The Alvin fleet showed no change in direction. They are just recklessly charging us at this point. Although reports say that they have suffered high damage from the harpoon attacks, the Alvin fleet seemed to show no signs of retreating or even a change of tactics. Albeit with fewer ships, the Elves continued steaming forward. Crawlson nodded. They are probably on a suicide mission. It's almost as if their commander gave up already. We are preparing for the second strike. Their ships should be moving into the missile range of our ships. They are getting awfully close to Hawaii. We have multiple Air National Guard fighter squadrons on standby there. They are ready to take to the air at a moment's notice. Why weren't they launched already to attack the Alvin fleet? Most of the aircraft there are better suited to be or are just air superiority fighters. Some of them could be used for anti-ship purposes, but we will only do that under dire circumstances. 0753 April 15, 2020 CE 0153 April 15, 2020 CE Alvin fleet inside the officers' meeting room. The officers of the NN Conqueror gathered. Our scout planes have been out searching for the enemy fleet but we haven't found them yet, Admiral. Should we try to redirect our course? We will be destroyed before we even reach our target. Admiral Vaynor shook his head. Even if we did, we would still suffer the same amount of casualties. The Americans can reach us even if we split up into groups. Can't we employ the strategy we had used in our last battle? We were the ones defending while the Americans were the ones attacking. Now it's the opposite. Is there anything we can do, Admiral? Vaynor pondered for a bit. Although he had already given up, his subordinates hadn't. At this moment, he decided to accompany them all the way. We will send the submarines ahead, but what about the torpedo that attacked yesterday? Our submarines have submerged and have yet to be attacked. I have no clear idea on how American weaponry really works, but I believe that the Americans will attack when they can. The submarines should be safe for now. A few minutes later everyone left the room after the strategy meeting concluded. Vaynor sighed. Surrender was unthinkable to quite a lot of the officers. Especially the younger ones. Vaynor expected a full mutiny if he dared to entertain the idea of surrender. U.S. fleet the Super Hornet started taking off once again. This time, harpoon missiles were being launched by the ships besides the USS John C. Stennis. White smoke trailed behind each missile as they headed for the sky. The trails of white smoke filled the sky as they curved towards their target. Missiles were being fired from Arleigh Burke destroyers, Ticonderoga cruisers, and Zumwalt destroyers. Washington, D.C. A report on a different situation came from Crawlson. Seems like the Green Berets have found quite a few important locations. Crawlson placed down a satellite map of Evelyn on the table. Marked in red XS were important civil and military buildings. They will all be targets in our first strike. President Hayes rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. He had woken up early so he could be there when the naval battle started. Now it has started to affect him. I guess it's a good time to call a meeting soon on finalizing the plans for D-Day II. 0834 April 15, 2020 CE 0234 April 15, 2020 CE Elven Fleet. More explosions started occurring. The NN Zumler had already taken 5 hits to various places. Although with a limp, it was still moving. Even his own ship, the NN Conqueror, was hit. It was by sheer luck that the explosion didn't reach any of the bombs or torpedoes that were stored. 1 battleship, 1 fleet carrier, 1 light carrier, 3 cruisers, and 20 destroyers were destroyed in this second attack. A Magi radio operator came up to Admiral Vaynor. One of the scout planes has a report. We haven't found their fleet, but we have found land. This could be their home base or maybe even their homeland. Admiral Vaynor nodded. Launch all aircraft to attack. We can't let this opportunity slip away. One of the officers protested the decision. But Admiral, we will leave our ships without air cover. The enemy can attack us without even getting near us. Our air cover is useless. We will just worthlessly waste our aircraft as the carriers get sunk one by one. Admiral Vaynor was being extremely stern in his reply. The officer who had objected hung his head down. Understood, Admiral. All aircraft carriers of the fleet prepared to launch their aircraft. Pilots got into their planes. Bombs and torpedoes were quickly loaded on. On one of the light carriers, the NN Undefeatable, the propellers of their planes spun to life as the ground crew prepared them. Lights from the aircraft carrier lit the runway. A flag was waved and the blocks on the wheels of the aircraft were removed. The flag was then waved down and the first plane went down the runway. As the aircraft continued to launch, 3 explosions rocked the NN Zumler. Report. The battleship NN Zumler has been struck by an enemy attack again and is heavily damaged. The sounds of explosions reverberated in Vaynor's room. Launch all aircraft as quickly as possible. Speed it up. Although it took some time, it wasn't long before 147 AR-192N, naval modified, fighters, 162 Ra-189N, naval modified, dive bombers, and 135 Ra-1 torpedo bombers took to the sky in groups of large V formations. Deep in the sea, the submarines started passing the surface ships. Although they were told to advance ahead, the submarines weren't that fast, so they were still right next to the Elven main fleet. Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Honolulu, Hawaii. The alarms on the base rang loud and clear. Men quickly scattered onto the runway. 14 F-22 Raptors of the 199th Fighter Squadron, part of the Hawaii Air National Guard, taxied down the runway. 70 F-16ABs and F-16CDs of the 152nd Fighter Wing from the Arizona Air National Guard followed right behind. F-15CDs of the 114th Fighter Squadron from the Oregon Air National Guard were idling on the parking spaces. Aircraft from many other fighter squadrons were also there. Although they were intended only for emergency use, only against the Elven ships, when the Navy couldn't keep the Elves at bay, they were now being launched in response to the approaching Elven aircraft. Elven Air Fleet. The designated commander of the assemblage of planes got onto his Magi radio. The scout aircraft spotted multiple buildings and ships. Our mission is to destroy all of them. Dive bombers will approach in 3 waves. Torpedoes bombers will sink any and all ships that they come across. Fighters will provide cover in all circumstances. 0845 April 15, 2020 CE 0245 April 15, 2020 CE 199th Fighter Squadron. We got a horde of them. Weapons free, the bay doors in the center belly of the F-22 Raptors opened up. The other 13 F-22 Raptors followed suit. Chapter 68 Defense of Hawaii Part 2. 0845 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0245 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, air over the Pacific. From the open bay doors in the center belly of each F-22 Raptor, an AIM-120 AMRAAM dropped down. All the AMRAAMs propelled forwards at once with a blaze coming from each of their tails. Only a few seconds later, another AMRAAM dropped from each of the F-22s. It wasn't long before each Raptor expanded all 6 of their AMRAAMs in their central bay. 84 AMRAAMs streaked through the sky. A few minutes later, the 70 F-16s followed suit. Their AMRAAMs launched forwards from where they were situated under the wings of the F-16s. One after another, the missiles shot forward with a blaze. Each F-16 fired off their 4 AMRAAMs. A total of 280 AMRAAMs were fired from the F-16s. Break formation. Break formation. Evade. Evade. Because of the similarities between the description of the human weapon used to shoot down planes and the arrows fired from a bow and arrow, it was decided to dub them arrows. The once organized fleet of propeller aircraft started crisscrossing. They went in every direction in order to try to confuse the missiles. Ra-189N dive bombers and Ra-1 torpedo bombers started diving. The AI-192N fighters started turning left or right. The pilot of an Ra-189N, Cyril Ralikin, put the nose of his plane down and followed the other Ra-189Ns. His backseat gunner, Camu Arora, panikedly shouted as he watched one of arrows curve towards them. "Cyril! It's coming right for us." Change directions, the plane started banking left. Nonetheless, the arrow quickly gained on them. "It's right in my fa." The arrow smashed right through the tail and exploded. It didn't take long before more of the arrows started hitting. "It's turning towards me, I can't shake it off. It keeps follow, protect the dive bombers." In the sky, Elven aircraft burst into fireballs. Pieces of metal floated down from the orange, fiery explosions. Confused by the massive crisscrossing planes, one or two of the arrows went off course. While others hit. The remaining Elven aircraft got back into a few V formations. The commander of the air fleet had barely survived. "No clear loss count yet. We still have more than 50 aircraft at least. Continue the assault. Do not back down." "Understood." Lieutenant Colonel Alex Jackson, commander of the 199th Fighter Squadron, looked at his radar. "We still have many survivors, 90 or so aircraft. Closing in on targets." A few minutes later, what seemed to be silver arrowheads were approaching them at incredible speeds. With their remaining targets getting closer and closer, each F-22 opened up both of their side bay doors. Fox 2, AIM-9 Sidewinders flew out from the open side bays. Break. The Raptors flew towards the Elven aircraft that were breaking formation. Sidewinders started hitting. An AR-192N that was banking left exploded as a Sidewinder hit it. Its main body disappeared in the explosion and the wings fell out of the sky. All 28 Sidewinders found their targets. Only 12 AR-192Ns, 23 Ra-189Ns, and 19 Ra-1s remained. We are about even in terms of numbers of fighters. Form up and engage. It wasn't clear who was giving orders since their commanders had already died, but the Elven pilots followed what was said. The AI-192Ns started turning around. The 20mm M61A2 Vulcan rotary cannon on one of the F-22s opened up. It shredded one of the Elven fighters. The F-22 banked left and avoided the debris from the destroyed fighter. The AI-192Ns tried to get behind the F-22s, but they were just too fast. An F-22 quickly turned and got behind one of the AI-192Ns. "There's a hum." The elf pilot stopped as he watched his fellow aircraft get hit and go down. His face was flushed with anger. "Death to these humans." He banked his aircraft left and turned towards the F-22. Then he shook violently. His plane dipped towards the ground. He frantically looked back at his tail, which was completely gone. He was so blinded by anger that he failed to notice an F-22 strafing his tail while flying by. The Ra-189Ns and Ra-1s tried to get out of the dogfight, but the F-22s quickly started pursuing and shooting them down. The remaining AI-192Ns tried to get the F-22s off of them. A lone Ra-189N flew in the sky. It had miraculously gotten out of the dogfight. The pilot, Ninlin Patton, got on his Maja radio. "We were the only ones to escape. Orders have not changed. Continue assault and do not back down." A heavy silence fell for a few seconds. Ninlin turned to his backseat gunner, Ivisar Larera. "Anything behind us? Seems like they didn't follow us." Ninlin turned back to the front. "Good, we might have slip." Ivisar, facing the back of the aircraft, was scanning the sky. He noticed that Ninlin stopped his sentence midway. "What's the matter?" Ninlin didn't reply. The Ivisar looked behind him and towards Ninlin. "Hey, Ni. Seems like a dive bomber." The 70 F-16s flew closer and closer to the single Ra-189N. The lead F-16 opened fire with a single Sidewinder. Ninlin gritted his teeth and started turning his plane towards the sea. It was too late. The Sidewinder struck the canopy of his aircraft. It exploded and evaporated him and Ivisar. The F-22 Raptors turned and started to head back. 0911 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. time. 0311 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii time. Elven fleet, we lost all aircraft. A silence fell over the meeting room. A few of the Elven naval officers were surprised. Admiral Van Oor stood there quietly and expressionless. He had long expected the end result. After a moment of silence, he started giving out commands. Tell all remaining aircraft carriers to toss all torpedoes, bombs, and aviation fuel overboard. We don't have any use for them anymore. They are now just unneeded explosives that could set off if another arrow hit us. Washington, D.C. All enemy aircraft have been shot out of the sky. No loss from combat. A few of the people in the Situation Room started clapping. President Hayes interrupted it. Save your clapping for later. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. Give me a quick sitrip on the naval engagement. The Navy is still firing their missiles and they are preparing another wave of F-18s. The missiles are having some trouble destroying what we believe to be the battleships. They have taken multiple hits and haven't sunk. However, we should be able to damage them enough to become inoperable. U.S. fleet, we are detecting multiple submarines approaching. The 11 MH-60R Seahawk on the USS John C. Stennis has been rotating in order to keep a constant eye for submarines. After a few hours of rotations, they have finally found the Elven submarine fleet. Run 139 VLS Rock missiles launched from the Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. Elven fleet. The Elven naval officer had grim faces as the damage report was given. The NN Zumler has been hit 9 times. The crew has done emergency repairs but it is still limping. The NN Valken has been hit 5 times. It has sustained some damage but nothing too detrimental. The NN Ulysses and NN Karen have been hit 4 times. Not much damage reported for either of them. Our ship has been hit 2 times and miraculously is still afloat. It probably won't last another hit. A few cruisers and carriers have also already been hit but suffered nothing major. We have lost, so far, a total of a battleship, 2 fleet carriers, 3 light carriers, 56 destroyers, 7 cruisers, and 10 submarines. The Elven naval officers, already shocked by the news of the loss of their entire air fleet, were further disheartened by the report. It was nearly half of their fleet. Admiral Van Oor didn't seem fazed by the report. We will continue heading for the area where the enemy fleet could be. Admiral, we will be destroyed before we even get there. Our air wing has been destroyed. We have lost almost half of our destroyers, cruisers, and aircraft carriers. We need a new strategy. Should we try to split apart so they can't all target us at one location? Admiral Van Oor shook his head. Even if we run now, the humans can still destroy us. The chances of us surviving were dismal from the start. The only path we have now is forward, skies over the Pacific and Rum 139 streaked through the sky. Then, a Mk-54 torpedo dropped into the ocean from it. Multiple other Rum 139s were right behind it. S-89, the captain of the S-89, had been constantly checking in on his UMWE operator. He was scared of a repetition of the last attack. Anything on the UMWE, all is clear, and then something shook the submarine. What's that? A few minutes later, the match radio officer shouted. Report. S-23 has been hit. Another explosion shook the submarine. We are under attack. Even more explosions started. Elven fleet on the deck of the NN Conqueror. Torpedoes and bombs were pushed over and splashed into the sea. Report. Our submarines are under attack by torpedoes. Are they the same ones we experienced before? No sir, they explode on contact like normal torpedoes. S-89. The S-89 shook violently as something hit and exploded on it. We are taking on water. We are taking on water. Surface. 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 We can't, sir. We are taking on too much water. Slowly. The S-89 sunk into the bottom of the sea. 0845 April 15, 2020 CE 0722 Sun 15, 2020 CE. Near the Magus Imperium S-Rock missiles were also being fired from the Arleigh Burkes and Ticonderogas that were guarding the 5 aircraft carriers. The Elves seem to be increasing their submarine patrols. They probably know where we are at now. I'm surprised that there's not a bigger response. I think they sent most of their forces to attack the west coast. The American fleet near the Magus Imperium was preparing to start the air campaign against the Elven homeland. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Defense of Hawaii Part 3 1032 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0432 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, somewhere in the Pacific. Sitting on his bed, Admiral Vaynor looked at the gray metal ceiling of his room. He had returned to his quarters for a short break. He could still hear the shouts of his ship's crew. He whispered to himself as if in a daze. I already quit, my leader. A few more minutes passed before he stopped looking at the wall and got up. He opened the door and walked into the brig. His officers immediately came up to him. Admiral, the NN Zumler has been sunk after 17 hits. We have to find a way to attack them. Admiral, what do we do? With the ever-diminishing number of ships, the battleships have placed themselves on the sides of the flagship, the NN Conqueror, in order to prevent it from being hit more. Suddenly, Admiral Vaynor had the air knocked out of him as his chest and face slammed into the floor. He got up on all fours, winced, and started coughing. Soon, sounds of panic started around him. We have been hit. We have been hit. There's damage to the bottom right compartments of the ship. What happened to the battleships? Weren't they supposed to protect us? The NN Valken has been sunk. Admiral, are you alright? With the help of one of his officers, Admiral Vaynor staggered up on his feet while still coughing. I'm fine. After composing himself, Admiral Vaynor walked to the windows of the brig as his officers scrambled to assess the damage. Slowly turning his HUD from the left to the right, he took in the carnage. The light from the moon and the ship fires provided a clear view. Smoke billowed out from the battleships as multiple fires raged. A cruiser was slowly sinking into the sea. Its front end was halfway in the ocean and its back jutted out in the air. Some elves jumped into the ocean from the sinking cruiser while others on it boarded lifeboats. Tiredness washed over him. Admiral Vaynor took off his naval cap and placed it on the ledge of the window. He sighed. I'm stepping down from my position as Admiral. There is nothing I can do at this point. Just let an old elf die quietly. Vaynor turned and left. The officers watched with wide eyes as the Admiral walked out of the door. Pandemonium ensued. What do we do? Who's in command now? Vice Admiral, what do we do? The Vice Admiral looked around at all the panicked officers. Calm down. We still have a fleet to command. Then a report from one of the crew further shocked them. Report. The repair crews are unable to fix the damage caused by the last hit. We are taking on water. There was a heavy and panicked knocking on Vaynor's door. Vaynor felt exasperated. He had already told them that he quit. He wondered if they were just like Terran. Admiral. The ship is sinking. The damage from the last hit was too large to be contained. I told you already. I'm not the Admiral anymore, but sir, the ship is sinking. We have to evacuate. I may not be the Admiral anymore, but I was only a few minutes ago. I will go down with my ship, Washington, D.C. President Hayes looked somewhat nervously at the screen. They have set their course directly for Hawaii. We must stop them here and now. Secretary of Defense Carlson rubbed his chin. We are trying. We have destroyed a majority of their fleet, but their battleships are still there. Under current calculations, it should be impossible for them to reach Hawaii before being completely wiped out. Still, their battleships are quite a nuisance. With enough harpoon missiles, they will sink. Eventually, President Hayes closed his eyes and nodded as if coming to a decision. We will need to make some changes soon. Somewhere in the Pacific, Seaman Joe Bennington watched as missile after missile was launched. In his entire time of service so far, he had never seen so many launches happening without stopping. Streaks of smoke that blanketed the night sky were illuminated every time a missile was launched. The blazing fire of a missile coming out of its tube in the middle of the night always seemed beautiful to him. 1032 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0516 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, oceans near the Magus Imperium. Rear Admiral, lower half, Halbert Johnson, in command of the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, viewed the deck of his aircraft carrier. Admiral, the entire surrounding area should be clear. Nothing is coming up on the radar. Good. Make sure it stays that way. They had already engaged multiple submarine and destroyer patrols. The fleet sent to clear the seas near the Magus Imperium had suffered little to no damage whilst inflicting heavy casualties on the elves. Seems like the amphibious assault ships are arriving. Magus Imperium. Isaac sat down on a rock near the beach. His squadmates were loitering around. In front of them, bulldozers and diggers were piling up dirt. Engineers were setting up the buildings and infrastructure. In their haste to retreat from the Magus Imperium, the elves were unable to destroy everything. The most important structure of all to the Americans were the ports that the Elves had been building in order to transport in new supplies and units. The Army Corps of Engineers was now busy modernizing the ports that the Elves had left behind. In preparation for D-Day, it was vital that these ports were able to accommodate a large bulk of the U.S. Army and Navy. Most of the U.S. Army was already located in the Magus Imperium, so it made much more sense to use these ports to invade the Elves' homeland. 1052 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0452 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, somewhere in the Pacific. The NN Conqueror started listing to the side. Objects in Venor's room started sliding forward. Shouts of his last remaining sailors could still be heard as they ran to board the lifeboats. A knock sounded on his door. Venor felt annoyed. "What, sir, are you sure you don't want to evacuate? I have already said so. I will go down with my ship." There was a short silence before the elf behind the door spoke. "Understood, sir." The room had been tilted to an extreme degree, but Venor could still sit on his bed. Water started seeping in through the bottom of the door. He sighed. "I should have stayed home." The survivors on the lifeboats watched as the NN Conqueror was slowly enveloped by water. On the NN Ulysses, the survivors climbed out of their lifeboats and were helped onto the ship. The officers of the NN Conqueror also gathered there since it seemed the safest. The NN Ulysses was the least damaged out of all the remaining battleships. It had only been hit 6 times. In the brig, the officers bickered about their next step. "I propose that we retreat. Retreating will bring shame on the Navy." "Then what do you want us to do? Just continue straight to our deaths? We are doing nothing more than walking off a cliff at this point." "I already brought up the idea. We should split our forces so the humans can't target us all. Being in one blob is making us easy prey. I have no idea why the Admiral didn't allow us to do this." A few minutes later, the remaining ships in the Elven fleet all started moving apart. Ships in the center continued forward while the ones on the right and left flanks turned towards their direction. The missiles being fired were almost all S-rock missiles. A seemingly endless stream of Elven submarines was showing up on radar. Los Angeles-class submarines had also gotten within range and were firing their torpedoes. S-57, the 7th Submarine Flotilla, has faced heavy casualties. S-22 has been sunk. S-156 has been sunk. S-74 has been sunk. S-80 has been. An endless report of losses came streaming in. The captain bit his finger. He screamed in frustration. "Have we found their ships yet?" "No, Captain. We are being shot out like literal fishes in a barrel. We have no idea where they are firing from, but they seem to know perfectly where we are, somewhere in the Pacific." The officers of the NN Conqueror looked at each other hostilely. "They are still sinking us." Splitting up didn't do anything to help. In fact, it might have worsened it. The 3 groups have been moving farther and farther apart from each other, but the attacks still continued on all of them. Then, another explosion rocked the NN Ulysses. Objects started sliding to the right. Although it started off minor, there now was an obvious listing to the right. "Abandoned ship. We are sinking." One of the officers slammed his fist on the table. A few minutes later, "We don't have any ships left." On the lifeboat, the elves watched as the NN Ulysses quickly toppled to the right. Its tower splashed into the ocean and the keel could be seen out of the water. Before long, it was completely upside down and quickly submerging. Now only debris and the wide expanse of the ocean surrounded them. Not a single warship was in sight. Washington, D.C. All enemy surface vessels have been destroyed. There are still a few remaining groups of submarines, but I can almost confidently declare that we have prevented the elves from reaching Hawaii or doing any major damage." President Haye started clapping. In a flash, everyone was cheering and applauding in the Situation Room. A bit premature, but it has been a stressful few hours for everyone. S-57, a major radio operator who had been trying to contact the surface fleet for the last 20 minutes, looked back at his captain. "We have lost all contact with the main fleet." "They are lost, aren't they?" The captain knew that the surface fleet had been taking a beating. He didn't expect them to be destroyed so fast. "Give me the major radio. I need to directly talk with the commanders of the other submarines." The major radio operator handed it over to him. "I would like the attention of all flotilla commanding officers." The S-57 was the flagship submarine of the entire submarine fleet that was present. The surviving commanders or lieutenant commanders of the various submarine flotillas that made up the fleet acknowledged Captain Alaroris. With deep consideration of the mounting losses and having no clear picture of where the enemy is, I have decided to announce a complete retreat. If you have any opposition to this, please speak up now." None of the commanders opposed. Having already lost a total of around 50 submarines, each surviving flotilla had already been heavily battered. Chapter 70 Mop-Up 1138 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0538 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, Hawaii. Their submarine fleet is turning around. Cheers rose in the brig of the USS John C. Stennis. Rear Admiral Kirkland smiled. Mission accomplished everyone, although the elves were retreating. Rock missiles were still being fired. The streaks of smoke from the missiles could clearly be seen as the day started to brighten. The tip of the sun was barely peeking out of the horizon. Somewhere in the Pacific, multiple ribs sped across the ocean. Large wakes formed behind them. An MH-60S flew over them and headed towards the same direction. A few more MH-60Ss followed behind. The lead helicopter came upon a bunch of wooden lifeboats. Whilst keeping a distance, they hovered. "You are being rescued. Do not resist. We are here to help." Under the gene, the announcer stopped for a second. Realizing his mistake, he coughed before continuing. "Under the oath of the government of the United States, you will be treated humanely as prisoners of war." One of the MH-60S started lowering itself at one of the lifeboats. An elf on the lifeboat stuck his hand out towards the sea. A small blob of water rose out of the sea, and the elf swung his hand at the MH-60S. The blob of water flew towards the helicopter and stuck it. It shook a bit from the impact. "Oh fuck. They are shooting at us. Abort. Abort." More and more elves stuck their hands out at the water. The MH-60S quickly started pulling back up as more blobs of water started hitting it. The water was hitting so hard that it sounded like the ricochets of bullets. After returning back to its original position, the firing stopped. "They are shooting at us with their magic." "Understood. Give them a warning." The elves in the lifeboat cheered as the MH-60S backed away. The elves started hollering at the helicopters. "Get out of here, you inferiors. I repeat, we are here to rescue you. We have no intent on harming anyone. You will be treated humanely." A few of the elves tried to hit the helicopters with their water bullets, but they lacked the range to do so. They soon stopped firing and started rowing their lifeboats Washington, D.C. Carlson gave a suggestion after learning that the elves were firing at the rescue helicopters. "If they continue resisting, we will probably need to shoot them." President Hayes raised an eyebrow. "Won't that be considered a war crime?" "War crimes aren't important in this world anymore. I'm pretty sure the word war crimes doesn't even exist in this world. We will probably face no international backlash for what we do, okay, but what I meant was public perception. We should be asking whether or not the American people will be outraged by our actions. And I don't believe the public would approve. It will definitely seem like we are shooting defenseless people in the waters. The media will have a heyday with that. It's domestic backlash that's important now, but Mr. President, we can't just leave them there. We can't let them land in Hawaii. They are clearly rowing towards Hawaii. They will endanger people if they land." The president couldn't respond. He sat there in deep thought. "Tell the commanding officer to threaten them, but don't actually shoot them. Let's see what happens." Somewhere in the Pacific, only the sound of the blades could be heard as the MH-60Ss hovered in the sky. I repeat, continued resistance will be met with deadly force. The lead MH-60S lowered itself once again and once again. The elves shot at it. Washington, D.C. The rear admiral is asking whether or not he has permission to shoot. He doesn't sound too happy about us telling him what to do. Well, I'm the commander-in-chief and it's my reputation on the line here. Are the ribs armed? The personnel on them are. The ribs themselves aren't. Then instruct the MH-60 to fire warning shots at the elves. If the ribs are shot at when they arrive, then they can return fire with intent to kill. Somewhere in the Pacific, the .50 calibers on the open side door of the MH-60S opened up in a few quick bursts. Small amounts of water sprouted up close to the elven boats as the bullets hit the water. "Boats are here to pick you up. If they are shot at, we will use deadly force." The ribs quickly came into view. "The elves are not cooperating. We have fired warning shots. Try getting closer. Weapons hold. Stay frosty. Over. This is Dolphin 1. Heard you loud and clear. Out." They are opening fire. The sailors on the ribs ducked as water bullets whizzed over them. The single .50 calories on the side door of the MH-60Ss opened up at the boats. The sailors on the ribs started firing their rifles at the elves. Water sprouted up as .50 caliber bullets hit the ocean. Holes were punctured through the elves' wooden boats. The elves tried to shoot back with water bullets but were being quickly cut down. The sheer volume of fire terrified the elves. Some of the lifeboats started taking on water and sinking. A couple of elves jumped into the water in a desperate attempt to survive. Many dead elves floated on the ocean, but there were still many boats afloat. The elves who survived started raising their hands in surrender. A few minutes later, get them on the boat. Don't let your guards down. Their literal hands are weapons. Don't hesitate to shoot if you see them lift their arms. Unrib got up next to one of the elf lifeboats. One by one, the sailors dragged the elves onto the ribs. Every time an elf was helped on, at least 4 M4 rifles were aimed at them. The sailors had their fingers on the trigger and were ready to shoot at a moment's notice. The other ribs and MH-60Ss all had their guns trained on the other lifeboats. Each of the elves' hands was zip-tied as hard as possible to prevent movement. Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Dan Haley did a quick sweep of the elves being rescued. We captured quite a few of them alive. I thought they were all suicidal. 1120 April 15, 2020 CE 0540 Sun 15th 196 AE Aflin, Elven Nation. Our assault fleet has failed and the Americans have pushed us out of the seas near the Magus Imperium. Terran slammed his fist on his table. It seems like the Navy can no longer protect us. How is the defense construction going? Terran's advisor stayed silent for a second. My leader, wouldn't you like to know about the condition of the assault fleet? Terran raised his eyebrows. There are still survivors, yes, about 30 or so submarines. They are being pursued and attacked. The Navy is trying to save them. Terran waved him off. That's the Navy's concern now, not mine. I want to know how our defense situation is. Well, we have hidden hundreds of tanks, dug thousands of miles of trench line, placed down thousands of mines, and anti-aircraft guns blanket the land. We also have large weapon stocks ready to be handed out. What about the PAMs? I'm sorry, what? Terran looked a bit irritated. The portable anti-magic panzers. The advisor flipped through the papers on his clipboard. Those are up, under mass production and will be available soon. 1153 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, 0553 April 15, 2020 CE, Hawaii Time, somewhere in the Pacific an MH-60R flew swiftly through the sky. It was on a search and destroy mission. Near the left side door of the helicopter, there are multiple evenly spaced holes. A sonobuoy popped out from one of these holes and splashed into the ocean. We have found multiple submarines miles in front of our position. We'll be engaging. How copy? Over, solid copy. You are free to engage. Out, on each side of the very small stub wings of the helicopter, there was an Mk-54 lightweight torpedo. It launched both. The other MH-60Rs were speeding to the location. 1210 April 15, 2020 CE 0605 Sun 15th 196 AE somewhere in the Magus Imperium, an American engineer got out of the M4 Sherman. Congratulations on your first M4 Sherman. Seeing that you followed the manual to T, there should be no issues with it. Emperor Arstant nodded with an impressed look on his face. Compared to the clanky-looking and riveted Magusian Magitanks, the M4 Shermans had much smoother armor. Good. Very good. I like it. I do recommend you test fire it though. I'm an engineer so I don't actually know if you made the ammunition correctly. The gun is made correctly though. Oster Air Base, Magus Imperium. Get the papers loaded. Originally a small airbase with a bumpy runway that accommodated the wyverns of the Magus, the airbase had gotten larger and larger ever since the arrival of the Americans. There was now even a brownstone sign right outside of the base with the white words U.S. Air Force and Oster Air Base right under it. It was located next to the small town of Osta and right behind the massive Zatha jungle that cuts through the Magus Imperium. Large containers of papers were stacked into the C-130. The sound of more and more planes landing could be easily heard. Various units have already been stationed at the Osta Air Base. 1302 April 15, 2020 CE, Washington, D.C. Time, Washington, D.C. President Haye had a busy day ahead of him. He had spent most of the morning keeping a close eye on the situation near Hawaii. Now with that over, he still had to deal with the affairs of the rest of the day. He sat down in his chair in the Oval Office and rifled through his presidential daily brief. A knock came on the door. "Come in, Carlson." "What did you want to talk about?" On his way to return to his office, Carlson had urgently told him that he had a very important message. "Well, it seems like the Magus wants to cooperate with us in the invasion. I don't see why not. They have been quite useful in the past, and we just gave them Shermans and P-51 Mustangs. I really don't think we need to do a joint offensive. It would just be too big of a headache, and I don't really trust the capabilities of the Magus." "Well, we have the technological capabilities while the Magus has the numerical one. There have been circumstances where the Magus have been quite helpful with their numbers." Chapter 71 Around the World. 0923 April 17, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. It was morning, but President Haye still felt a bit worn out because of the constant reports and briefings. The Green Berets have reported that there are multiple human concentration camps scattered across the Elven nation. We are currently pouring through satellite photography in order to try and locate them. What are the chances that we will have a massacre on our hands if we start D-Day? The military analysts have described it as too much for comfort, then devise a plan to get them out of there. The invasion will still proceed on the same day, 0904 April 17, 2020 CE 0732 Sun 17 196 AE Primopolis, Magus Imperium. Here are the main stipulations. You will provide your own vessels to transport your invasion force. We do not have enough to accommodate you. However, our Navy will protect your transports. You will have independent control of your units, but you will have to cooperate with our officers. Our officers will also have the final say on decisions. We expect humane treatment of the elves who surrender. We do not condone the killing of non-combatants. And we expect your soldiers to act civilized. More detailed information would be in the document that I have given to you." Emperor Arstant nodded as he skimmed through the document. "I see. Then how will we divide up the land?" The American ambassador to the Magus Imperium, Jimmy Manning, looked at the Emperor with questioning eyes. "It's a small continent. We suspect that they have a lack of resources because our scientists have noticed that the compositions of their armor are not entirely made of metal. The elves seem to be trying to make up for this lack of resources by using magic. So what is your country planning to do then once you have defeated the elves?" "We will just occupy and install a democratic government before leaving." "Are you willing to leave some land for us then?" "Our policy is a period of occupation while reforming their government. If you are invading with intentions of doing a land grab, then we will pull out all support." Emperor Arstant seemed to be fuming. "You are just going to let them go after all they have done? My nation has suffered the most out of this invasion. I would like them to give us some land. Isn't this how it usually goes? When a nation loses a war, it has to cede some of its lands to the victor. Your words are utterly ridiculous. Have you not seen what happened? The towns and cities in the northern regions of my country have been reduced to nothing. My entire navy is nearly gone. Hundreds and thousands of my soldiers and civilians have lost their lives. We understand this. However, taking their land will do you no benefit. There seems to be nothing there that you can exploit. You are allowed to calculate the damage and ask the elves for war reparations. We will see to it that they pay you. However, the U.S. will never condone the annexation of their sovereign territory. We will also not condone any acts of revenge. Do not raise their cities and towns or start massacres." Emperor Arstant had an extremely displeased look on his face. Jimmy stood there for a bit as the Emperor thought in silence. Minutes passed by. "I will give you time to consider." Jimmy started to walk out. Halfway to the door, he stops and looks back. "Remember that without our help, your nation would be at their mercy of the elves right now. Do not consider this a slight. These words are just the mere truth and you know it." Jimmy opened the door and got out. 1055 April 17, 2020 CE Washington, D.C. Carlson sat down in a meeting with Haye. "I will get it to you straight. I still don't like the idea that you are permitting the Magusians to come along. We already have our hands full trying to calm one shrieking baby. We don't need another baby that is liable to fall face first onto the ground." President Haye chuckled a bit. "Are you seriously describing countries as babies? It's a metaphor. I am seriously exasperated by your decision, you know." President Haye pointed at Carlson. "Look, Carlson. You have to see it from my point of view. You are a military leader. I'm a civilian one. I know not having the Magus come with us would make the invasion much easier to plan out and execute. But we are a country that is literally alone in this world. We need to form diplomatic relationships. Sure, we have the BEM and MARC, but they are just countries under our occupation. Other than that, the countries of the Solan League are quite bound to the Magus Imperium. Their opinion of us and centuries of relations with the Magus won't change with just a few mercenaries. 1100 April 17, 2020 CE 0830 Sun 17 196 AE Magus Imperium. Their roads are complete shit. At least the Machians had actual paved roads and metal bridges, and Abrams' driver got out of his tank. The tracks of his Abrams were filled with dirt and mud was smudged on all sides of the tank. Well, command sent us through the Bunas. The main paths have paved roads and metal bridges, that can't even be considered the Bunas. We passed through a lot of towns. Even in the Machian forests, they actually have paved roads instead of just muddy dirt roads and metal bridges instead of rickety century-old wooden ones. What the fuck is wrong with this country's infrastructure? Seeing that this is a magic country, I guess they didn't really embrace the Industrial Revolution. Well, their magic is still shit either way. Heard some talk about the magic hybrid engines of the Magus to be inferior to the mechanical ones that the Mach have. With a number of American vehicles moving towards the southern tip of the Magus Imperium and the undeveloped infrastructure of the Magus Imperium, a lot of issues have started to pop up. Afvalin, Elven Nation Pablo looked at his team who were gathered in his hotel room. Although we were originally going to stay here and keep surveillance until right before the airstrike started, we have a change of plans. We got orders from the top. We need to search for human concentration camps. Especially those in heavily wooded areas, Well, all the recent newspapers mention human concentration camps but not exactly where they are. Can't we go to where the slave auctions are being held and follow one of their trucks until it leads us to one? Well, that will only help us locate one. It has been confirmed that the elves have multiple concentration camps. Satellites already found and confirmed too. They are the more visible ones. There are also multiple possible ones. Satellite footage picked up trucks carrying humans into a few different forests. However, the satellites were not able to locate the exact locations of the concentration camps. That's our job. Then what is the plan? We will split into teams of 2. 6 teams. Each team will be assigned to sectors of the forests to comb through. Remember, don't take any actions. We are only here right now to scout them out. Understood? Yes, sir. 0224 April 18, 2020 CE 0412 Sun 18 196 AE Magus Imperium. A kid ran out of his house and waved at the American tanks passing by. The commanders, who had their hatches open and their heads out of the tank, waved back. Mom! Mom! Look! Tanks! Arthur, get back in here! The mother ran out of the house and guided her child back towards the house. She flashed a fake smile towards the Americans and quickly closed the door. Inside the house, the boy looked down at his shoes as he was scolded. They are foreigners. They aren't us. Arthur. We can't trust people who aren't like us. You don't know what they could do to you. Ignore them and hide. I don't want to see you running to them ever again. Do you understand? While his eyes were still looking at the ground, he quietly replied. Understood. A lot of the Magusian civilians were quite welcoming of them. They sometimes came out en masse to cheer as American troops and vehicles rolled by. Sometimes, it felt like a parade. They were very thankful for the American help against the elves. But that doesn't mean they were all like that. Some people have given them the stink eye. There were also a couple of places where the overall air felt unwelcome. This was one of the places. The inhabitants of the village had shut their doors and closed their curtains as the Americans came through. 1124 April 18, 2020 CE Nashville, Tennessee. Jack set down his groceries. He peeled open an orange and started snacking on it. He really wanted to eat an apple right now, but they weren't in season. A lot of fruits and vegetables weren't in season during this time of the year for the US. In the old world, fruits and vegetables were in season year-round because of imports. Steps have been taken by companies to make something similar in this world, but it had been disrupted by politics and the recent war. What's even more annoying to John was the lack of a lot of products. Quite a lot of those products had made in China stuck onto them in the old world. Companies tried to make up for this vacancy by ramping up production. However, this caused a labor shortage. Not everyone wanted to work in a factory. Some companies have already opened up factories in the Mach and Bem. Quite a lot are still waiting for permission to do so. 1144 April 18, 2020 CE 0822 Sun 18 196 AE Port City of Jalian, Elven Nation. In the port, civilians murmured in worry amongst themselves. Many had seen the returning military transport vessels and wanted to cheer for the returning soldiers. A crowd had formed right outside of the port. What greeted them wasn't an army filled with victory but a seemingly exhausted and demoralized one. They speculated about what had happened. Were they defeated? No way. Maybe they are just the injured coming back. That seems to make sense. 10 days later, Lorson Kelfair sat down and drank his morning tea. His eyes schemed through the newspaper he was holding with his free hand. It detailed another glorious victory that they have had. The last of his doubts washed away as he read it. When he saw so many returning exhausted soldiers in the port, he feared that they had been defeated. Now he believes that the fear was unfounded. 15 days later, Narman Temporary Air Base, Magus Imperium F-15s and F-16s were scattered across the temporary airbase. Inside a hastily erected building, men of the 1st Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment checked over their equipment for Mach 130 aircraft were parked right outside. Asta Air Base, Magus Imperium B-52s taxied down the runway. B-1Bs prepared to do so as well. Chapter 72 Operation Firestorm Part 1. 2306 April 18, 2020 CE 0233 Sun 19th, 196 AE Port City of Jalian, Elven Nation. Aira looked at the ceiling in her bedroom. Being a major general had its perks. It meant that she had her own personal room in the barracks. She thought over what had happened when she got back. The moment they had gotten off of their ships, they all were escorted away. Here, being a major general also had its downsides. It meant that she was grilled for information for hours on end and had to recount her entire experience from beginning to end. Then she was warned that revealing anything about the defeats was treason. Of course, this also applied to everyone else as well. She sighed and got off of the bed. She muttered to herself, "I wonder if they have any leaf juice left in the cafeteria." 0844 May 13, 2020 CE 0722 Sun 43rd, 196 AE Elian Forest, Elven Nation. In the bushes, Pablo stared at the camp through his binoculars. Fences surrounded the entire place. Elves armed with bolt-action rifles walked around the perimeter. There were sniper towers placed at the corners. Although he didn't spot any, he wouldn't be surprised if there were machine gun nests. Dennis whispered to him, "This is the what? Third one we found." "Yep. So far we got a total of 12 of them. Some smaller than the others. Invasion should be starting soon. Weren't we supposed to monitor the situation in the capital? Saving people is much more important. We will be rendezvousing with the others soon. We got orders to take one of the smaller concentration camps once the birds have flown." Dennis nodded and grunted in acknowledgement. Pablo did one last scan of the fenced area. "Let's go." Crouching low, they quietly walked back into the dense forest. Beaches of the Magus Imperium Nix M1A1 Abrams got onto the USS Bonhomme Richard. The tank lurched forward before coming to a stop. "Damn it, Conley. You nearly rammed us into the ship." "Slow down, sorry about that." Dillian and Brian laughed. Nick sighed. Isaac sat around doing particularly nothing. The construction of the temporary ports has been mostly finished. The Marines were going to be the ones to clear the beach, so he wasn't part of the first wave. He wondered how his wife and kids were doing back home. 2324 May 13, 2020 CE 0242 Sun 44th, 196 AE Narman Temporary Air Base, Magus Imperium. At early dawn with the sun barely up, a company-sized element of the 1st Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, around 200 men, loaded onto the 4 Mach 130J Commando IIs. In other air bases, other Ranger regiments and Special Force teams got onto their Mach 130Js. Washington, D.C. The air campaign will begin in the next hour. The Special Forces units have already taken off. President Haye stared at his water. Chief of Staff John Wills interrupted his staring contest. "Mr. President, sorry. It's nearly midnight." The president rubbed his eyes and gave a sigh. 0030 May 14, 2020 CE 0315 Sun 44th, 196 AES. This temporary air base. One by one, an entire squadron of F-35s took off. All of them carried AGM-88 GAARGMers, anti-radiation missiles capable of locking onto radar signals. Southern Sector Elven Detection Station Senior Lieutenant Thetis Trismeyer yawned as he walked into the detection room while sipping on his tea. Multiple elves had headphones on and were staring at screens. He looked around and found Lieutenant Follis Joyras. "Anything on the muds of MWEs?" Nothing out of the usual. Well, just tell everyone to keep a lookout. I got orders that there might be unusual activity and to report absolutely anything. Well, will do. Thetis walked out of the room, still holding on to his drink. Even though he just woke up, he decided to go take a nap. Being in charge of the detection station meant a dead end to his military career. However, he didn't really care. Most of the time, he got to do whatever he wanted. He was just getting paid to do almost nothing. Skies over the ocean between Megas Imperium and Elven Nation. No luck. We aren't getting anything. RT Bing. The squadron of F-35s all started banking to their left to turn back. Washington, D.C. There seems to be a slight issue. President Haye furrowed his eyebrows at those words. What happened? The anti-radiation missiles aren't locking on. The elves either don't have radar or their detection technologies are different from ours. Seeing that the elves are capable of long-distance command and that we have images of what we believe to be radar, I'm betting that their detection technology is different. Probably based on magic. That would explain why our jammers seemingly didn't work on affecting the elves' combat capabilities. Then why weren't they able to detect our stealth aircraft if they aren't using radar to detect things? They probably operate under the same principle as normal radars. Some sort of energy bouncing off an object. The F-35 and F-22 are shaped and painted to lessen the amount of energy that is bounced off. On the other hand, jammers and anti-radiation missiles depend on the emissions of the radar. Okay, then what should we do now? Their radar will be an issue, the old-fashioned way I guess. Drop a cluster bomb on it. We will most likely have to delay the start of the operation for about 30 minutes. 0102 May 14, 2020 CE 0331 Sun 44th, 196 AES. This temporary airbase, Megas Imperium. This time, the squadron of F-35s carried Mk-20 Rocky II cluster bombs. They were also accompanied by F-22s as an escort. Narman Temporary Air Base, Megas Imperium. Only a few minutes after the takeoff of the F-35s and F-22s, squadrons of F-15s and F-16s took off from their runways. First Lieutenant Scott Miller got into his F-15E Strike Eagle. He looked back at his weapons system officer, Gerald Wallace. Ready. Gerald gave him a thumbs up. Asta Air Base, Megas Imperium. B-52s and B-1Bs took to the skies. Multiple C-130s followed right after. A fan or human concentration camp, Elven Nation. A guard blankly stared at the forest. His mind was wandering around. Inside a building in the camp, shouts from other elves could be heard amidst the noise of machinery. What are you stopping for? An elf officer looked angrily at a human man who had a dazed look on his face and was sitting with his back on the wall. Please sir, I'm too tired. Can I? The elf officer pulled out his pistol from his side holster and shot him in the head. The human collapsed face first in the ground. The officer looked around at the other humans in the factory. They had all stopped their work and were staring at the commotion. Anybody who stops like this human will be shot. The officer walked away. Although the humans didn't understand him, they understood what he meant. The elf guards inside the factory whispered to each other. What's this? The sixth one he shot? A bunch of inferiors. Can't even work like the cattle they are. In the forest, Pablo surveyed the area with his binoculars. The rest of his team sat quietly behind him. We have a few guards at the gate. I can see 2 sniper towers from here. We'll need to neutralize all of them. Good thing the factory there is making a lot of noise. 150 miles off of the coast of the Elven Nation, a massive carrier strike group that consisted of the USS Gerald R. Ford, USS Harry S. Truman, USS Theodore Roosevelt, USS Ronald Reagan, and USS Abraham Lincoln moved slowly through the ocean. Rear Admiral, Upper Half, Jacob Brown approached the commander of the entire 5-carrier strike group. Admiral, the Air Force birds have flown. It's about time that ours did as well. Vice Admiral Angela Walters nodded at his deputy's reminder. Get the Super Hornets in the air. Rear Admiral, Lower Half, Halbert Johnson watched the deck as FA-18 Super Hornets, loaded with Harpoon missiles, launched off of the USS Abraham Lincoln. 0137 May 14, 2020 CE 0348 Sun 44th, 196 AE Southern Sector Elven Detection Station. Thetis blearily opened his eyes. Rubbing his head for a bit, he got out of bed and decided to check on his men. Scratching his head, he went up to Fallis. Anything so far? Fallis grunted a single word. Usual. In the air, F-35 swooped down towards their target. A massive system of radar towers and stations was in front of them. Southern Sector Elven Detection Station. Suddenly, one of the operators popped up. "Sir, we got something." That got Thetis's attention as his eyes shot up. "HM? Where is it?" "Right on top of us." "What?" At that moment, multiple explosions ripped apart the station. In the air, target neutralized. RT Bing. While the F-35s quickly swung around, the F-22s kept moving forward. 10 minutes later, Nasankalan Air Base in Elf mechanic, Volman Chihorn, whistled as he tended to an AR-192. In the air, a squadron of AR-192s flew in formation. Suddenly an explosion made him stop what he was doing. Volman looked around, fearing that someone had accidentally dropped a bomb while carrying it. Sweeping his eyes from right to left, he saw a few elves point up at the sky. He looked up just in time for another explosion to occur. This time he saw one of the flying AR-192s burst into flames. The sirens of the airbase blared. Volman quickly hastened his work and started skimming through all the unchecked parts. A squadron of AR-192s lined up on the runway and got ready. Quickly finishing, Volman shouted for someone to help him. He looked outside. The propellers of the AR-192s on the runway started spinning. "Hey, this one is fixed. I need some people to help me get this outside." Two elves came running towards him. Just as the first aircraft were about to take off, a few massive explosions rocked the runway. The force of the explosion knocked the two elves off the ground. The runway was completely cratered, and the aircraft that had attempted to take off were turned into metal charcoal. More explosions started blanketing the airbase. Volman quickly dived under a table. In the sky, Scott looked out of his F-15E Strike Eagles and down at the elf airbase. Dark plumes of smoke rose to the sky. His plane turned around after the strike. At many other elven air bases, similar situations occur. 150 miles off of the coast of the Elven Nation, from the Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from every ship capable of doing so. White streaks trailed behind each Tomahawk. Angela was watching the spectacle when Jacob came up to her. The Super Hornets are about to reach their targets. Chapter 73, Operation Firestorm Part 2. 0155 May 14, 2020 CE 0357 Sun 44th, 196 AE Port City of Isle Accessory, Elven Nation. At this point, the size of the National Navy could be considered pitiful. It had been reduced to barely 30% of its size since the start of the war. With their consistent failures, they have fallen out of grace with Terran. 3 battleships, an aircraft carrier, 2 cruisers, and 11 destroyers were still in the waters next to the port. 8 submarines were also docked. Elven sailors milled about and tended to their daily duties. Dozens of harpoon missiles streaked through the sky towards the fleet. The first missile smashed into a docked destroyer. The destroyer exploded as its ammunition cooked off. The pier next to it was completely destroyed, and the blast wave from the explosions knocked many elves further in the port off of their feet. The naval base alarm blared. Another harpoon missile struck a battleship but did minimal damage. Elves rushed towards the circular sandbag positions that contained AA Thoggins. Orders started being thrown around by multiple officers. Man the AA guns, load them, move, spinning the adjusting wheels. The 88mm AA Thoggins and the 20mm AA Quad Thoggins were quickly turned towards the sea where the arrows were seemingly coming from. Black puffs of Magi flak filled all areas of the sky. They had no idea what they were shooting at since they couldn't find what was attacking them, but they knew they were being attacked. The harpoons streaked through the skies, unaffected by the Magi flak. Explosions occurred on ships after ships. Inside the large building, not that far from the port, Admiral Elander Kellery listened to his adjutant who had just rushed in. "Admiral, we are under attack. The human arrows are destroying our ships. How bad is it?" "We are taking heavy casualties and the anti-aircraft Thoggins are ineffective." A large explosion shook the building. Tiny bits of the ceiling fell to the floor. Elander wrinkled his nose. "What was that?" His adjutant looked around. Not sure, sir." The last thing Elander saw was his adjutant being flung towards him as the building behind the adjutant seemingly disintegrated in a bright flash. Tomahawk cruise missiles flew down onto various parts of the Isle Accessory naval base. Explosions after explosions rocked the area. Elven gunner officers started pointing above. "They are coming from above. Adjust the guns. Fire. Fire. Fire." Some of the AA Thoggins spun upwards. Suddenly everything in the AA emplacement was flung forward as a tomahawk struck nearby. Some elves stepped out of buildings and onto the road while others peered out from their windows. Afar, They saw smoke rising from where the naval base was. Multiple explosions could also be heard. Concerned murmuring started amongst them. "Oh my goddess, what's happening?" Port city of Jalian, Elven Nation Aero ran out of the barrack building. Multiple explosions had jolted her awake. She came onto the street that had a good view of the naval base. What the? Plumes of black smoke rose to the sky from there. 0202 May 14, 2020 CE 0401 Sun 44th, 196 AE Aflin, Elven Nation Anfrlin, the head of the intelligence department, was in Terran's office talking with him. Spying on the humans will be impossible. Any elves we send can't just wear hoods the entire time. It would look too suspicious. Can't you find a way to make our ears seem less pointy? Anfrlin vigorously shook his head. Even if we cut off a portion of the ear, it won't look correct. An urgent knock came on the door and someone entered without permission. Annoyed at being interrupted, Terran looked around Anfrlin. "My leader, this is of utmost importance. You need to evacuate now. The inferiors have launched an attack." Terran's eyes grew wide. He got his coat and walked into the hallway of his office. Other elves were running around in a panic. Some were carrying important documents or objects while others just rushed for the exit. Anfrlin and the messenger followed Terran out into the hallway. Terran turned to the messenger. "Give me a report right now." "What is happening?" Terran started walking towards the exit. "We have reports coming in of explosions occurring at the port of Isla. We have lost contact with multiple of our southern air bases, but some of them have sent distress messages. Did the detection stations not detect anything? They were the first things we lost contact with. We tried contacting them around 30 minutes ago and they didn't respond. We thought some communication systems there might have broken." Terran frowned. "You fool. Didn't I give explicit orders to inform me of any unusual activities?" Although a bit fazed at Terran's anger, the messenger stood his ground. "My leader, that was only if the detection station reported any unusual activities. Losing contact is unusual enough." They exited the building and walked towards the road. Multiple cars were lined up on that road. Terran walked close to one of the cars with the messenger and Anfrlin quickly following. Then a loud boom came from behind them. A blast wave pushed Terran and the others onto the ground. Ugh! Terran groaned at the pain from hitting the ground very hard. Still on the ground, he lifted his head and looked behind him. The messenger and Anfrlin, who were behind him, were also lying on the ground. With the groans coming from them, they were clearly alive. The building he had just exited was now just rubble. Black smoke rose. If he had been warned a few minutes later, he would have died in there. Elves rushed up to him and lifted him up by the shoulders. "My leader, we have to go." Hearing a loud noise coming from the sky, Terran and all the other elves looked up. An extremely fast object flew by overhead. Nasankalan Air Base. The rebel shifted. Volman coughed as he hauled himself out of the wreckage of the hangar he was in. Covered in dust, Volman looked around. The runway had been cratered at multiple places. Strewn bits of aircraft laid everywhere. Most buildings were rubble just like the hangar he was in. A couple of minutes later, Jassithus Mountain's Colonel Haman Yelrick sipped his tea as he studied the blueprints of the AI-196. An aide opened the door without knocking and ran into the office. "Colonel, we have reports from command that the capital is under attack. We have received orders to repel the enemy." Haman looked up in a joy. They were in one of the few buildings that were concealed by the forest of the mountain. A runway ran from inside the mountain to the outside. From a few buildings, elves ran into the mountain. "Move them out. Move them out." AI-196's hexery were pushed out of the mountain opening. The AI-196 was an aircraft with a weird tube under each wing and no propellers. They were quickly pushed onto the runways by the ground crews and their pilots climbed aboard them. A loud whirring sound seemed to come from the tubes as the first one started going down the runway at incredible acceleration. One by one, 87 AR-196s took off. Washington, D.C. Inside the Situation Room, Carlson was giving a briefing to President Haye. "We are not exactly sure how their communication systems work, so we don't have any airstrike targets pertaining to that, so we have absolutely no capabilities when it comes to destroying their communications, sadly. Yes. Magic is being a major obstacle here. Well, however, compared to the magic in fantasy stories, it doesn't seem that capable." Aflin, Elven Nation. A convoy of cars sped through the streets of the Elven capital. In one of the cars, Terran looked out the window. In the distance, arrow-like objects flew at seemingly immeasurable speeds. A large explosion rocked where it had just passed. Terran stared at that area. That's the High Command office. How do these humans know? Anthralin, who was also in the car with him, answered. The humans could have inserted spies among us. How would they have gotten here then? We are on an island far, far away from any human settlement. It would have been obvious too since their ears are not pointy. I don't know, my leader. Terran put his hand to his mouth and sighed through his nose. This is bad. He looked at the front of the car where the messenger and the driver were sitting. Inform those who are still alive that we are beginning Operation Continued Arrow. The messenger nodded. Also tell the Great Magus to flood the city as a last resort. In a field in the Elven Nation we got reports of something occurring in the capital. Information is a bit fuzzy though. We are having trouble reaching the High Command office. From his entrenched knight, Colonel Ronell Haye looked down at his communication officer. Around him were other Magicpanzers, anti-Magicpanzer Thoggens, and trenches with infantry in them. That's concerning. If you receive any orders, tell me immediately. Hearing a weird sound from the sky, Ronell looked up. Then an explosion blasted his Magicpanzer to the side. More and more explosions occurred. Within a few minutes, their entire defensive position was blasted to charred remains. 0213 May 14, 2020 CE 0406 Sun 44th, 196 AE. In the skies over the Elven Nation, Captain Damon Smith shouted at his men in the Mach 130. We are green light. Jump. Go. 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 One by one his men jumped out of the door of the plane. With the last of his men off, Damon jumped out too. The air rushed up towards him as he fell. Below, he could see the parachutes of all the men who had already jumped and the men of the 3 other Mach 130s. Even further below was a large pasture of green. He quickly opened up his parachute and started floating down. Before long he rolled onto the ground. Getting himself out from under the parachute and packing it up, he quickly got to the others. Let's go. In the air over the Elven Nation, Leril Erikin sat in the cockpit of his AI-196. He had a stern and determined face. He thought back to the last time he had talked with his friend, Elator. He remembered how excited he was to tell Elator that he was going to pilot this new aircraft. Turns out, that was the last time he was ever going to talk with him. Leril only recently learned that the invasion of the Empire has been going disastrously. Most civilians weren't informed, and it was treasonous for military personnel to spread this information, so Leril was sure that Elator's family didn't know that Elator perished. Now he was going to face the humans that killed his friends. Leril placed his trust in his new mysterious non-propeller aircraft. A squadron of F-16s went deeper and deeper into Elven airspace. Although most of the Elven air bases in the northern part of the country have been confirmed to be destroyed, they had to be vigilant for any surprises. Seem to be moving faster than normal Elven aircraft. Those are confirmed bandits. You are free to engage. Roger. Fox 3. AIM-120 Abrams flew forward from the F-16's wings. Chapter 74 Operation Firestorm Part 3. 0221 May 14, 2020 CE 0410 Sun 44th, 196 AE. In the air over the Elven Nation, the first wave of 18 Abrams streaked through the sky. It was quickly followed by other waves, as the 18 F-16s fired them off one by one. We have reports confirming that the enemy are already there, so be ready. The other AI-196 pilots of the 1st Special Fighter Wing acknowledged Colonel Yelric over the radio. One of the Elven jet pilots noticed something streaking towards them. Each AI-196 started shifting to move in a different direction. Some dived to gain more speed while others banked to the sides. The arrows curved and followed. To the shock of the elves, the arrows got closer and closer. The first arrow hit one of the diving AI-196, which burst into flames. I see no targets. The second wave of arrows appeared as soon as the first wave found all of their targets. The elves completely broke order and focused on avoiding the arrows. Leril constantly looked back. He cursed as the arrow behind him got closer and closer. Come on. Come on. Faster. He looked behind once more just as the arrow touched the tip of his plane, and a bright flash was the last thing he ever saw. 0246 May 14, 2020 CE 0423 Sun 44th, 196 AE. A fan or human concentration camp, Elven Nation. Pablo nodded to his men as he got off the radio. The birds have flown. Take the shots. Although they were in the middle of the forest with foliage surrounding them, a few hundred feet in front was a massive clearing. There were multiple buildings behind a chain-link fence and gate. Whilst everyone else in the team was crouched, their 2 weapons sergeants were lying on the ground. Frederick aimed down the scope of his M2010 enhanced sniper rifle at one of the sniper towers. The other weapons sergeant, Douglas Brown, also had his M2010 aimed at the other one. All others in the team had their M4 rifles trained on the front gate. Each sniper tower had one elf in them. 2 elves stood at the gate. The 2 elves at the gate were wearing black boots, gray trousers, a gray tunic, and leaf-colored steel helmet. They were carrying bolt-action rifles. The weapons sergeants slowly adjusted their sniper rifles. 2 loud pops echoed through the air. An elven guard looked around. He tapped the shoulder of the other guard beside him. "HM, did you hear something?" "I heard a very loud pop," the other guard shrugged. "Probably the machinery. I swear it came from the forest. We should go investigate. One of the humans could have escaped. We will be in trouble if we move out of our positions. I guess I will go alert the commander to Haye." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, multiple bullets went through him. A full fusillade of pops could be heard. The other guard did not even have time to process what had just happened in front of him, as he was gunned down at nearly the same time. "Cease fire." Pablo scanned the entire length of the fence and at the buildings behind the fences. "Clear. Let's go." They stood up and sprinted out of the bushes. Running across the flat meadows, it didn't take long for them to get to the gate. They found out that the gate was just a fence that had to be opened by pulling them apart. Pablo and Dennis pulled it open, and they walked into the camp. There was a lone brick building situated just to their right. It was placed right behind the fence and beside the entrance. There was a sign on the left of its door that said in Elven, "Guardhouse." Just to the left of the guardhouse was a machine gun emplacement, surrounded by sandbags that faced into the camp. A few yards further in front of them were a straight row of brick-colored rectangular buildings. There was a road that led from the gate to the rectangular buildings. There also seemed to be a second row somewhat hidden by the first row. Behind the rows of rectangular buildings was a large factory-like structure. "We are breaching and clearing each building. Don't shoot any humans. Make sure they have pointy ears." They lined up next to the door of the guardhouse. Inside the guardhouse, 3 guards were talking amongst themselves. The guardhouse was just a windowless one-room building with 2 bunk beds on the left and right wall and a desk in the center of the beds on the wall opposite of the door. 2 of the guards were sitting on the beds while one was standing in the middle. The elf standing seemed worried. "We are closer to the forest. Maybe something happened outside. I don't see why a few pops would be concerning. No one seems to be coming, so it should be fine." It was a fusillade of them. "I'm just going out to check." He turned around and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open it, the door was opened from the other side and something was thrown in. The metal tube clinked on the ground. The guard stared at it for a bit before realizing what it was. "HM, grenade." Then a loud flash blinded and deafened them. Pablo burst in and shot the elf that was at the door. Dennis got the one on the right bottom bed, while Frederick got the one on the left bottom bed. They looked around the guardhouse. Clear. After clearing the guardhouse, Green Berets stealthily moved to the intersection where the entrance road connected with a road that ran between the 2 rows of one-floor rectangular buildings. They avoided the road and opted to instead walk on the grass. The rectangular buildings hid them from any elves further in the camp. Looking into the windows of the left and right buildings on the entrance road, they saw it was just rows and rows of bunk beds. There was no one inside. The Green Beret team split into 2 groups and went to the walls of each building. Dennis looked over the corner to scan the left side of the road that ran between the 2 rows of rectangular buildings, while Pablo looked over the corner to scan the right side. The sound of factory equipment was getting louder as they got closer. Dennis raised up his hand to show that his side had 5 elves, while Pablo also showed that his side also had 5. The elves present were spread out and all seemed to be on patrol. They walked and glanced around randomly. Using hand signals again, Pablo gave some simple commands. Robert, the warrant officer, nodded. Pablo held up 3 of his fingers and started counting down. The moment his last finger was down, both groups popped out and started shooting. The elves were taken by complete surprise since the camp was located deep inside the Elven Nation. At first, the ones that hadn't been shot stared in shock at the Green Berets. By the time they started fumbling for their guns, half of them were already dead. "We are under attack. Humans." "Hell." The shouting elf was quickly shot in the face. An elf raised his magic rifle and took a shot. The round went way off. He keeled over as a shot went through his stomach. Another shot made a hole in his head. Pablo swept his eyes across the road. The dead elves were strewn around and their blood pooled on the road. The road seems clear. We need to check. A bullet whizzed past him. He felt its force graze his cheek. Fuck, 5 elves had just appeared from behind one of the buildings. They seemed to have run here from the factory's direction. Pablo and his team quickly raised their M4s and shot back. Armed with only bolt-action rifles and submachine guns, the elves were simply outgunned by the M4 assault rifles. A couple of panicked shots came from the ones with submachine guns. Soon, the 12-man team of the Green Berets quickly filled the elves of the 5-elf squad with lead. Pablo beckoned Robert over. Robert, you and your team watch our backs, cover the road. We need to look through each building. Got it, Robert nodded and turned to his group. You heard the commander. Pablo turned to his group of 6 men. We have 10 buildings here, look through the windows of each one. Quickly, we made enough sound to alert anybody nearby. A few minutes later, Pablo went to Robert and nodded. All clear. I think these are where they house the prisoners. The signs said human quarters. They are completely empty, so I'm guessing the people are all in that factory. Not sure why there hasn't been more of a response from the elves, but I will take it. Running towards the factory, a rather large 2-floor building appeared to the right. It had been hidden by the human quarters. A gray military truck sat nearby on the road. There were also multiple wooden crates sitting next to the truck. They slowed their pace and aimed their guns at the door of the building. A few others kept an eye on the second floor. 2 elves sprinted out of the building and left the door open. They had their rifles slung on their backs. One of the elves seemed to have forgotten his helmet, while the other didn't have any pants on. With eyes widening, they skidded to a stop at the side of the Green Berets. Humans are out, the Green Berets quickly dispatched them. Their M4 rifles let loose a series of pops. A hand from inside of the building quickly shot out for the doorknob and slammed the door shut. A barrage of bullets came down on the Green Berets from the second floor. They quickly hid behind the trucks and wooden crates. Although it seemed to be all rifle shots, the number of bullets from that single barrage was a lot. Pablo guessed that there were no less than 10 to 15 elves in there. That didn't account for those on the first floor. Looking over the crate he was hiding behind, Pablo studied the building. What is this building? Pablo then noticed the sign next to the door. Barracks. He shouted to his men. Seems like there's a lot of them and they are well hunkered down. Miles, think you can sneak over and get a couple C4 onto that side wall? We will distract them. No, scratch that. Miles, how much C4 do you think you can stuff in that backpack of yours? Miles, the engineering sergeant, quizzically looked at Pablo. Won't that alert everyone in this place? We already lost our stealth advantage a long time ago. Pablo and the others started laying down suppressing fire on the building as Miles quickly ran to it. They sporadically popped off a few shots from their M4s. Staying in the blind spots of the windows, Miles stuck multiple C4 onto each wall of the barracks. In a few minutes, he ran over under the cover of the rest of the team's fire. Ready? Miles nodded at Pablo's question. Pablo smiled. Okay, everyone back up a bit further. Let's see some fireworks. Pablo clicked the C4 detonator. A blast wave washed over Pablo as the barracks literally exploded in a fiery blast. Dust and smoke obscured their view for a bit before clearing. As the dust settled, only rubble remained where the barrack was. Bits of body parts could be seen in the rubble. Well, that's dealt with. Let's move on to the factory. Multiple bullets whizzed around them. The Green Berets quickly got down onto the ground. Fuck. I'm hit. Chapter 75 Operation Firestorm Part 4. 0322 May 14, 2020 CE 0441 Sun 44th, 196 AE A fan or human concentration camp. Elven Nation my leg, Douglas shouted in pain. He laid on the ground like the others but clutched his leg. Pablo and the others quickly got into cover. Douglas dragged himself behind a crate and sat. Frederick looked at where the shots came from. The elves are coming out of the fucking factory. A few elves came out of the doors of the factory and got into cover behind the crates and vehicles there. Flashes came from their bolt-action rifles. Pablo looked over at Douglas. Jeremy. Get on Douglas. Everyone else, covering fire, Pablo wished that they had carried the Mk-46 machine gun with them on this mission. Because they were infiltrating the elves and their bags had been made to look like the ones that an average elf carried, they couldn't bring along any of their larger or bulkier weapons. Every member of the team had an M4 rifle and a varying amount of food and water in their bags. They also all had M9 Berettas hidden on them. From there, what they carried differed. The weapons sergeants had found a way to stuff their sniper rifles into their bags. The medical sergeants had their medical supplies. The communications sergeants had communication equipment. The engineering sergeants had the C4, wire cutters, and a few other random things. Everyone else on the team had grenades and flashbangs. This wasn't everything that they carried, but it was a few of the most space-consuming. As Jeremy, the medical sergeant, Crouch ran to Douglas, Pablo focused his fire on one of the elves. A few bullets whizzed over the Green Berets, but the elves were being suppressed by the sheer volume of fire that was being poured down on them. Then multiple bullets peppered the crate where Pablo was hiding. "They got a machine gun to our right," Robert yelled to the others. The machine guns started spraying their entire position. Before long though, it fell quiet. Sporadic rifle fire started coming from the elves, but without their machine gun, the rest of the Green Berets could keep the elves mostly suppressed. Pablo peeked out of cover and looked down the scope towards where the machine gun fire was. Although the elf was ducked behind cover while reloading his machine gun, Pablo could see their helmet bobbing up and down. He kept his gun aimed at the area. The elf popped out with his fully reloaded machine gun and set it down. Pablo fired. Watching the elf slump over, Pablo yelled over the gunfire. "The machine gunner is down." Dennis looked out of his cover as if he was debating to do something. In a snap, he made up his mind. "Keep me covered. I'm moving up." Dennis ran out of cover and started sprinting to a tree. It was quite a distance and a few of the elves noticed. They tried to take Dennis out, but they were completely pinned down. Dennis lobbed a grenade at the elf's position. Inside the factory, an elf ran into a room that looked like an office. The elf officer, Lieutenant Alok Ralana, was at a desk and writing something on paper. The officer looked up at the panicked soldier. "Lieutenant, the factory's under attack by armed human soldiers. Calm down. Alert the elves in the barracks." The soldier looked down at his feet and started stammering. They're all dead." Alok raised his right eyebrow. "What do you mean they are all dead? There were at least 30 elves in there. The humans blew up the entire barrack." Alok took a deep breath. He wanted to scream and question how the humans were able to blow up that big of a barrack, but he understood that he was in a bad situation. "How many elves do we have left?" "About 10. A few of them are already engaging the humans outside." "What do we do, sir?" "Call a retreat." "Get me out of here." "We will use the back door." "What do we do about the humans?" Alok paused as an explosion came from outside. "Leave them," the remaining elves panikedly shouted after Dennis's grenade killed a few of them. They started running back into the factory. Pablo took a shot and nailed an elf, who was standing up to run, in the head. One of the elves seemingly dropped his rifle as he ran back inside. Pablo turned to Jeremy, who was still tending to Douglas. "How's Douglas?" "I patched his leg up and gave him some morphine. He should be fine. He can still walk." Pablo looked over Jeremy's shoulder and at Douglas. "Douglas, your leg holding up?" Douglas nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. A little pain like this is nothing." Jeremy stared at Pablo's shoulder. Pablo looked at Jeremy questionably. "What, Pablo, you are bleeding from the right shoulder?" "Aw shit," said Pablo as he touched his right shoulder. "Ouch. I didn't notice it at all. Let me patch that up for you." Quickly the Green Berets moved up to the factory. They got beside the door that the elves all ran into. Dennis was in the lead and looked back to the others. "I don't know how many of them are in there, but there's at least 3 from the survivors." Dennis opened the door and threw in a flashbang. Hearing it go off, the team rushed in. "For the nation," an elf lunged at Dennis with a knife. Avoiding the knife, Dennis grabbed the elf by the neck and then went around him. He got both of his arms under the elf's armpit. Dennis locked his hands on the elf's neck. The elf struggled intensely to get out of Dennis's hold and kicked around. The elf started wildly shooting tiny fireballs. The fireballs fizzled out in a very short distance, but it would be dangerous to Dennis if the elf somehow got his hand around. Dennis ground his teeth. "What the fuck? Shoot him!" Blood splattered over Dennis's face as a bullet from Pablo's M9 Beretta entered the side of the elf's head. Letting go, the elf crumpled to the floor, blood flowing out of his brain. Dennis wiped his face. "Motherfucker." Moving further into the factory, the Green Berets scanned around. They saw a couple of figures crouching behind some machinery. Dennis approached them with his finger on the trigger. The 4 men looked at Dennis in fear. Noticing that they didn't have pointy ears, Dennis relaxed and held his hand up to the others. "Don't fire, they are all humans." Dennis studied the men. They all seemed to be in their mid-20s. Remembering the Imperial language, Dennis spoke to them. Don't worry. I'm human. See, Dennis pointed to his ears. The men, noticing this, all blinked in surprise. Joy soon came across their faces. One of them seemingly threw themselves onto the ground as if in prayer. Another one started crying. Thank angels. We are saved. Hearing the happy shouts, more and more figures started showing themselves. Some came out of closet doors and others stood up from the machinery and tables they were hiding behind. They were all human men and seemingly varied from as young as 16 to as old as around 40. Dennis looked around. Okay. Listen up. You are all humans, right? Albeit all looking nervous. The people in the room nodded. Do any of you know where the elves went? The men looked at each other. One of them responded. I don't know. They seemingly disappeared after the gunfire and explosion. We thought they were killing everyone, so we decided to hide. Dennis nodded. Thank you. You are safe, buddy. We will get all of you guys out of here. Who are you people? One of the men cautiously inquired. We are American Special Forces. We have been tasked to liberate you guys, said Dennis. Please refrain from any more questions. We have to get you guys out of here. The elves could come back with reinforcements. We will be linking up with a bigger force. 0220 May 14, 2020 CE 0410 Sun 44th, 196 AE 3 miles from the Orva-Kilora human concentration camp. Elven Nation Damon and the rest of Baker Company of the 75th Ranger Regiment had quickly collected the extra supplies that the MiG-130 had also parachuted out. They were now traveling hastily across the green pastures. Second platoon was sent further ahead for reconnaissance. About an hour later. This is Ghost 2. We have found the concentration camp. Quite a big place. Over, I hear you loud and clear. Is the only elf presence at the camp? Over, we have only seen them at the camp. The route there is clear. But there are a lot of them in the camp. At least a company's worth. Over, okay. Stand by. We will arrive within 6 minutes. Over and out. Damon got off of his radio. He turned to First Lieutenant Jeb Baker, the executive officer of Baker Company. Seems like they accidentally dropped us off about a mile from our supposed drop-off place. Ghost 2 just found where the concentration camp was. It's further than it's supposed to be. Orva-Kilora Human Concentration Camp. Elven Nation Senior Lieutenant Kaylin Jendon saluted as she entered Captain Elian Winery's office. Captain. We have received reports that a human invasion has begun. Start rounding the humans up, said Elian, frowning at the news. He got out and flipped through a book. Protocol indicates that we need to start exterminating the prisoners. 5 minutes later, Damon was lying on the grass and observing the concentration camp when a gunshot rang out from the camp's direction. Fuck. They are executing the prisoners. Damon got on his radio. This is Ghost Actual. Are you guys in position? Over, we are in place. Ready to take the shots. Over, good. Do not fire yet. Over and out. Damon turned to the others. The gate is quite sturdy. There are multiple guards and a guard post right outside. Get the cargo staff and blow that entrance and post up. 2 soldiers aimed down the scope of their cargo staffs. Backlist area clear. Firing. 1 HEDP, high explosive dual purpose, round streak towards the guard post while the other HEDP round streak towards the gate. A bright orange explosion knocked the guards off their feet and made a hole in the gate, while another explosion shaved off half of the guard post. This is Ghost Actual. You are free to fire at any elves. Focus fire on those responding to that explosion. Over, Wilco. Over and out. The 50 men from the 4th platoon swiftly moved toward the gate. Elves showed up from the clearing dust. MK-48 machine guns opened up on the elves at the blown-up gate. One of the snipers looked down the scope of his M2010. He let on the head of an elf running towards the gate. He pressed the trigger and the gun jerked. Moving his gun, he found another target. He fired again. Damon watched as the men of 4th platoon took cover behind the debris and objects at the gate. They started pouring down fire. Ghost 2. Ghost 3. We are moving up to Ghost 4's position. Disorganized squads of elves tried to respond. Taking cover behind crates, buildings, and vehicles, the elves opened up with machine gun and rifle fire. The 4th platoon responded in kind but with a higher volume of firepower. They started pushing into the camp. Soon the rest of Baker Company joined in. The front gate is secure. We got a couple injured. We are clearing the buildings near the entrance, while supervising the extermination in an open field in the camp. Elian heard the explosions and gunshots at the gate. He went to find Kalen. Lieutenant. Report. What's happening at the front gate? Kalen was talking to the company sergeant major but directed her attention to alien. Human infantry have begun an assault. They have taken over the gate. Get the armored cars out and deal with them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.